Denny's fading consciousness could only catch the plastic figurine of Godzilla lying opposite, where the young man finally wondered whether this moment marked the end of his life. After which the young man plunged into darkness, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself underwater, surrounded by a variety of inhabitants of the deep sea. Having tried to move his limbs, Denny saw that instead of hands he had some kind of animal paws, and when he turned around, feeling another limb besides his legs, he realized that now he also had a tail. On the school playground, someone shouted to a running man to speed up in order to meet the required time. In another part of it, Denny, who was preparing to take a test on hanging on the bar, approached the horizontal bar at the command of the physical education teacher. After looking at the horizontal bar for a while, the young man got ready, jumped up, and began to do the exercise. For the first couple of seconds, it might seem that he felt very confident on the horizontal bar. But after the 5th second, the teacher stood and looked displeased as the young man's entire body shuddered from tension. And Denny's classmates who were nearby laughed loudly, watching the titanic efforts the guy was making in order to hang on the horizontal bar at least a little. But when the physical education teacher counted down 8 seconds, the young man, whose arms could no longer withstand the tension, fell, which immediately caused a new fit of hysterical laughter among his classmates, where they, recalling the last test, noted that Denny had made progress for a whole 1 second. The next exercise was push-ups, but due to his poor physical development, the young man could not cope with this either. The situation did not improve with abdominal exercises, where all the weakness of Denny's body was due to an illness suffered in childhood. Watching for the umpteenth time how this guy could not pass a single test, the teacher could not do anything except state that the young man needed to train more. After classes, Danny went to see his uncle, who handed the young man a package that had come from his father, which the guy was incredibly happy about. As he walked away, the young man recalled that because of his illness, for which the family had spent a lot of money to treat, his father had to leave them with his mother and go to work. But then the box was opened, where Denny found a Godzilla figurine and an envelope with a letter. With a smile on his face, the boy read the message from his father, who wrote the kindest words to his son, congratulating him on his upcoming birthday, and said that this monster would protect him. But while the young man was busy writing, someone's hand suddenly snatched the toy from the box. It was one of Denny's classmates who noticed that the guy was already too old to play with such toys. But the young man, to whom his father's gift was very dear, began to demand that the hooligan return the toy. Raising the Godzilla figurine high up, Denny's classmate was surprised that he suddenly decided to resist his actions. However, instead of returning the toy, the bully told his classmate to try to catch it by making a basketball shot. After which Godzilla, having flown several meters, landed directly on the roadway. Under the loud laughter of his evil classmates, Denny quickly ran for the thing dear to his heart. In an effort to quickly return the gift, the young man did not notice anything around him, including the rapidly approaching car. Those who initiated this whole situation immediately noticed that the young man was throwing himself right under the wheels of the car, shouting loudly for him to stop. The driver of the car, who tried to change the trajectory of his vehicle, did not expect such an unexpected appearance of the guy. Only now did Danny hear that several tons of metal were rushing straight at him, but it was too late to do anything. The loaded car literally swept away the young man, leaving him no chance of salvation. The boy's body, his father's gift, which he managed to grab with his hand, his bag with textbooks found themselves in free flight, performing chaotic rotations. Lying on the asphalt in a slowly spreading pool of blood, Denny heard people nearby calling for doctors, and his fading gaze was directed at the gift he received from his father, which became the last thing the young man saw in this life. And so, being in some underwater world and examining his strange limbs, Denny remembered how he was hit by a car, not understanding why he was still alive. Looking around, the young man thought that if this was the afterlife, then it was very strange that it was underwater, and in such an unusual guise. But suddenly some strange translucent fish appeared in front of him, which reported that the system had been activated. And when asked who he was, the fish introduced himself, calling himself Snips, and saying that he was part of a system that would help his owner evolve. After which, a large blue screen appeared before Danny's eyes, on which he saw Godzilla's basic parameters, where at the moment his height was 8 meters, and his abilities included tail strikes and bites. Snips explained that this screen can be called up at any time and is also a guide to using the system. Denny, not without surprise, looking at the image of the monster on the screen, concluded that it was exactly the same as Godzilla from the famous film. And Snips continued, explaining that eating various creatures will contribute to the growth of the host. And now, again examining his paws, between which there was a translucent fish, Denny came to the conclusion that after death he was reborn into this fairy tale monster. But this very idea was simply absurd, which was very difficult for the young man to believe, and he shouted that it was simply impossible. However, having tried to move in the water, the young man noted that all the sensations he felt in his new body were more than real. Deciding that he needed to take a good look at everything, Denny told Snips that he wanted to log in. And then a map appeared in front of him, where it was noted about his registration and first login to the system in the Mariana Trench. And then he was announced to receive the gift absorption skill, which would allow him to earn evolution points. And when it came to food, the young man noticed that he felt very hungry, where he had the impression that if he didn't eat now, he would simply die of hunger. And so, noticing some light ahead of him, Denny decided to head in that direction to look for something edible. But when the young man swam closer, he recoiled in horror from the monster that appeared in front of him. But having calmed down a little, the young man noticed that in reality, this deep-sea fish with a lantern was just as nasty and scary as when he saw it on TV. And while he was moving in the opposite direction from the terrible creature, Snips, grinning, noted that this fish was smaller than the owner's paw, and he definitely shouldn't be afraid of it. But the young man, who had not yet gotten used to the fact that he was now in the body of a monster, shouted back that the fish was actually very scary. And while he stopped and talked with Snips, the lanternfish managed to approach and prepared to bite prey that was too large for it. But at that very second, Denny's self-preservation instinct kicked in, and with a blow of his tail, he easily knocked out his opponent. Then, while watching the disconnected fish, Denny asked Snips if he would receive evolution points if he ate it, to which the system representative answered positively. And while the young man crushed the fish in his paws, not daring to eat it, Snips noticed that it was not poisonous and had a pleasant taste. Sadly remembering the food from his past life, the young man decided that in any case, he now had no choice. And so, with a slight movement of his paw, Denny sent the prey straight into his mouth, where he immediately noted that it didn't taste so bad. Immediately, the system issued a message where it announced the accrual of 5 evolution points and the acquisition of a new lighting skill, where Danny immediately decided to try out the skill, activating it and marveling at how his dorsal fins glowed. Immediately, the young man noticed all the positive aspects of this ability, where the light of his fin immediately attracted many fish, where at that very second the young man began to absorb the fish swimming around him. All he had time to do was listen to messages about adding evolution points. And so, when he had eaten enough, he told Snips that he had 1,000 evolution points, which he wanted to spend on his development. To which the representative of the system asked what exactly the owner wants to develop in his body first of all. And after Denny said that he needed to enlarge his claws and dorsal fin, as well as strengthen his scales, his body immediately began to glow, where the paws of the young man's new body first enlarged, for which it was announced that 300 points would be deducted, after which the dorsal fin enlarged and the scales strengthened, for which another 700 evolution points were deducted. Noting that in just 1,000 points he had increased in size by a meter, Denny emphasized that at this rate he would quickly reach 100 meters in height. Switching his attention to other questions, Denny asked Snips if he was in his own world, but he did not answer the question, saying that the owner himself must explore and discover everything. Somehow the young man didn't really like this game of being a discoverer, and he immediately imagined how he would suddenly find himself on the surface of the earth in a city, where, without any doubt, they would immediately perceive him as a threat and try to destroy him. Deciding not to rush to the surface just yet, Denny continued his underwater hunting to gain evolution points. Fully busy absorbing tons of fish, the young man did not even notice how another creature appeared nearby, where the tentacles of the new monster quietly and imperceptibly sneaked up on the prey from behind. And then the giant octopus went on the attack, grabbing the underwater dragon with its giant limbs. Trying to somehow free himself from the tentacle, Denny came to the conclusion that this inhabitant of the depths was most likely attracted by the light of his fin. But attempts to get out were unsuccessful, where, sensing the movement of the prey, the tentacles only squeezed tighter. The young man was already thinking that he had not lived long after his rebirth, when suddenly a huge shadow appeared above him, and the system announced that the monster swimming by was a sperm whale, whose body length was 18 meters. The octopus also noticed a new participant in the events, where its tentacles immediately released the caught prey, and a few seconds later, the two giants were already grappling with each other, where the octopus was trying to entangle the sperm whale with its long limbs. Watching the battle of the giants, Denny noticed that against their background, despite his degeneration into a monster, he looked as small and frail as in his previous life. In a past life, having seen some kind of brawl, he would certainly have run away. But now the young man decided that he would no longer retreat back. Memories of how everyone mocked him only gave the young man determination. And so the young man in the guise of a monster shouted that no one would dare mock him again. After which the young man quickly rushed to where the underwater monsters continued to fight. Swimming as close as possible, Denny sank his sharp teeth into one of the tentacles of the one who had recently almost taken his life. And so, with his bite, he tore out a whole huge piece from the octopus's limb. And while he was chewing and swallowing what he had bitten off, the young man noticed to himself that it tasted like raw squid. At that same second, an announcement appeared in front of him, with which the system informed the monster about the addition of more than 20 evolution points. Realizing that this was a very profitable business for his personal progress, Denny began to absorb his opponent as best he could, where, less than a minute later, the octopus noted with horror that the dragon had already absorbed a good half of one of its limbs. Preventing further loss of limbs, the octopus quickly stopped Danny's actions by grabbing him with one of his intact tentacles. However, Denny, already taught by experience, did not allow the grip to intensify, using his pumped claws. And immediately after the grip loosened, the young man began to bite off his opponent one piece after another. The sea monster looked in horror as his body was consumed by some very small monster. The octopus wanted to try once again to stop these actions of the dragon, when he suddenly noticed that his second opponent was approaching him from the other side, where the sperm whale that happened to be nearby, without hesitating for a second, immediately bit his opponent right on the head. And so, after some time, both Denny and his new acquaintance the sperm whale swam, having eaten too much among the pieces of the octopus's body. And in the message that appeared from the system, Denny learned that although he only ate half of the octopus, he nevertheless now had 3,000 evolution points. The sperm whale had also already managed to come to its senses and turn to his recent ally in the battle with the octopus. Denny looked intently at the one thanks to whom he remained alive, saying that if the sperm whale wants a fight, then he is ready. The sperm whale, examining a possible enemy, immediately imagined how their fight could end. Well, Denny, having already believed in his own strength, told the sperm whale that he did not dare look at him so arrogantly. But his former ally and possible enemy suddenly began to unfold his huge body, where, watching the retreating sperm whale, the young man noticed that this time he was letting him go in gratitude for his help in the fight against the octopus. And when he was left alone, he immediately told the system that he wanted to use evolution points to increase his size, which was immediately done, where the size of the body in which Denny was reborn increased significantly. Having become noticeably larger, the young man began to feel like a real monster. Then the young man looked around, thinking about what else he could absorb in order to get more evolution points. Meanwhile, Snips appeared and congratulated Danny on his first absorption of a deep monster, and gave him a monster compass as a reward. Completely not understanding why he needed some kind of compass in the guise of a monster, the young man did not look very pleased with his new acquisition. But a representative of the system explained that this compass will indicate the direction to the monsters that are nearby. Deciding that this thing could be useful, at least because no one could sneak up on him, Denny swam off in search of new prey. And so he lived in his new guise for a whole week, where he never managed to meet any significant prey on his way. Moreover, if the size of its body reaches at least 30 meters, then even such an enemy as an octopus will no longer seem so formidable. However, now further wandering in shallow waters, where there was no prey, threatened the young man with starvation. Deciding that he needed to return to the depths, Denny asked the system representative to start its work. And as soon as it was launched, Denny immediately announced the addition of a new fire-breathing skill for the first launch of the system in his new location, where the young man, not without joy, noted that logging into the system in various new places gives simply amazing skills. But then his attention was attracted by the monster compass, which showed that there were a lot of them on this island. Having decided to rise to the surface and examine the situation, Denny noted that there was a very strong undercurrent that would definitely have carried him away if he had not had such a large mass. Making his way through these strong currents, the young man found himself closer and closer to the ground. And now he dug his claws into the ground, continuing to resist the strong current, and began to climb up. Less than 10 minutes had passed when the young man in the body of Godzilla stood on land and looked at the surrounding landscapes. And as soon as any creatures came into his field of vision, the system immediately provided information about them, where, while observing giant creatures like a dragonfly measuring more than a meter, Denny noticed that there was definitely no civilization in this prehistoric world. At the same time, the young man noted that such a large number of giant creatures would definitely provide him with a good amount of evolution points. Inhaling and exhaling deeply, Denny noted that although he could breathe underwater, he liked breathing fresh, clean air much more. Then he noticed that a pair of pterodactyls circling above his head had noticed him, where, having noticed new prey, the flying creatures quickly rushed down. The young man was quite surprised that this tiny bird compared to him mistook him, such a huge monster, for prey. He tried to catch the pterodactyl, but it abruptly changed the trajectory of its movement, attacking the dragon from the side. After which, with its claws and beak, the flying lizard tried to reach the eyes of its target. But after waiting for the right moment, Denny was still able to grab the enemy attacking him by one of the wings. Like a true monster, the young man began to swing his prey from side to side, clenching his teeth more and more. And finally, the tasty morsel from the wing of the flying lizard was bitten off, where the system first announced the award of more than 300 evolution points for absorbing a pterodactyl, and then another 1,000 bonus points for the first absorption of such a creature. And Denny, having chewed and swallowed his first piece, was already leaning towards the pterodactyl's body in order to absorb it completely. Looking up where a couple more lizards were flying, the young man was glad that he could finally eat something other than seafood. But since his new food was high in the air, and for some reason was in no hurry to descend, the young man decided to try his new skill on them. Watching how the huge dragon below suddenly began to glow, the pterodactyls did not understand what was happening. Well, Denny has already opened his huge mouth, emitting a strong bright light. Beginning to understand that all this action did not bode well for them, the flying lizards literally pressed themselves against each other. And at the climax, only a small flash of fire escaped from the dragon's mouth, where the pterodactyls, realizing that they were not in any danger, immediately rushed at Denny, where those two were immediately joined by a whole flock of flying lizards who attacked the young man in the body of a dragon. Danny immediately called upon Snips, who explained to him that the ability to spew fire is not something like a simple exhalation, where Denny's task is to concentrate strongly and feel how internal energy literally permeates his entire body, moving from the tip of his tail to his head. But under the hail of beak blows, it was quite difficult to concentrate on some kind of internal energy. But Snips insisted that the owner of the system find the strength to collect internal energy in one place in his body. And so the young man found the strength to try to feel the flow of energy inside his huge body. But his endeavor was immediately interrupted by another attack from a pterodactyl, which hit him with its claws. The blow was so strong and unexpected that the huge dragon fell to the ground, where, seeing how their victim was gradually losing his powers, the flying lizards immediately began to tear Denny to pieces. Lying on the ground under the onslaught of pterodactyls, the young man felt like an absolutely helpless creature. Snips, watching his master's defeat, could only be upset that the dragon was so helpless. But then the young man suddenly remembered how he was repeatedly beaten in his past life, where he was greatly helped by the experience of concentrating on something that could distract him from the pain. And now he was able to experience that very feeling that closely bordered on a feeling of hatred for his offenders. Then he, concentrating his strength in the right direction, was able to break free and run away. And so the young man reproduced everything that he was able to feel in his past life, concentrating not on pain, but on action, where at the same moment a rapid stream of bright flame burst out of his huge mouth, burning his enemies alive. And when the first use of the new skill was completed, corpses of pterodactyls began to fall to the ground everywhere. Denny, watching his dead enemies litter the surrounding area with their bodies, was glad that he was able to use this incredible power. At the same time, he felt as if he had been unloading wagons full of metal all night, where his strength had completely dried up. It was necessary to eat, but the only food available was the burnt bodies of flying lizards. And so, having no alternative yet, Denny sat down on the grass and began to absorb his opponents while the system announced about receiving evolution points. When the last pterodactyl was eaten, the young man went in search of some source of water, as his throat was sore from overcooking. And so, very soon he found himself next to a small lake, next to which there was a rock with a cave. The island located in the middle of the lake immediately seemed somehow suspicious to Denny, where he decided that he needed to drink very quietly. But before he could begin to quench his thirst, suddenly this island began to move, creating a wave, where after a couple of seconds, a huge prehistoric buffalo appeared on the surface. Seeing such a huge monster, the young man experienced considerable surprise. And the system has already informed him that the owner has met a giant buffalo, which has the ability to stay underwater for up to 4 days, and uses a stone growth on its back as camouflage. Suddenly the peace of this unexpected meeting was disturbed by a crocodile appearing next to the buffalo, who grabbed him by one of his legs. And a second later the animal was surrounded by reptiles on all sides, where these universal killers in the shortest period of time left only bones from the buffalo. And now the hunter's attention was already focused on their new victim in the person of Denny, to whom the system was just bringing information about his new opponents. However, the young man decided that the crocodiles could not give him any competition, and now he will show who is in charge here. Where meanwhile, one of the crocodiles was already rapidly rushing towards its new target, its mouth wide open. But his impulse was rudely interrupted by a huge hand emerging from the rock, grabbing the reptile by the tail. Already prepared to repel the attack, Denny looked at this giant hand with some surprise, where, after just a second, the hand sharply pulled the crocodile into the crevice from which it appeared, where it pulled him in, leaving only a bloody trail along its edges. However, the calm did not last long, where very soon Denny saw some large humanoid silhouette emerge from the rock. This huge monster, jumping quite high, landed right on the head of one of the crocodiles. And not paying attention to the others, the huge primate, who turned out to be the uninvited guest, began to gobble up the obtained delicacy. But the movement of the dead crocodile's relatives behind the monkey's back could not help but alert her. Turning around and grabbing one of the reptiles, the primate threw the crocodile with incredible force. And as soon as the reptile's body hit the bodies of other crocodiles, the monkey immediately shortened the distance to this heap of reptiles. And only now, when she sat down right in the water in order to continue her meal, the monkey noticed a dragon standing on the shore. Deciding that this creature was her enemy and, in the future, food, the primate showed her obvious unfriendly attitude. Understanding the fears of his new encounter, Denny decided that now was not the time to start a duel with the primate. And so, trying to smile and waving his paw, the young man introduced himself, saying that he was not going to disturb the monkey's peace and was already leaving. Where, as he turned around, Denny thought about the fact that he was using human speech, which, most likely, was not understandable to a monkey. Meanwhile, the primate analyzed the gesture that was used by the dragon, where in the language of monkeys raising a hand meant a demand to leave or give something. And so the primate, having concluded that the dragon was simply pretending to be kind in order to lure him into a trap, decided not to wait. Rushing forward, he tried to strike his new opponent, which Denny was able to dodge. The first attack was followed by a second attack, which the young man just as easily dodged, noting that despite the ferocious nature and size, the monkey's actions were simple and predictable. The enemy's next move was quite obvious to Denny, where he mentally noted that now it was his turn to be active. Where, having dodged to the side, he grabbed with all his might the hand of the primate, who had never expected such agility from the dragon. But this was only a distracting maneuver for the not very smart monkey, where, having released his hand with his teeth, Denny immediately began to turn around to continue the attack. And then his powerful tail with a quick movement knocked the ground out from under the primate's feet, and the young man decided to finish this thoughtful combined attack with a good punch. However, in this part the attack turned out to be not so thoughtful, since the young man completely forgot that he now has very short arms. And while he was concluding that he had miscalculated, the enraged primate had already taken counterattacking actions, where the monkey, having gained some momentum, dealt his opponent a powerful blow with his shoulder, after which the dragon was thrown back several meters. Rising to his feet, Denny noted that this gorilla was not only stronger than him, but also had more dexterous movements. While he was thinking about this, the monkey continued its counteroffensive, jumping high into the air, where, landing next to the dragon, she dealt him a huge blow to the back. And then, without hesitating for a second, the gorilla began to beat his opponent with his huge fists, like a drum. But the dragon was not going to give up, deftly turning around and grabbing the primate by one of its limbs with its teeth, where, as expected, the monkey began to try to free himself with his free hand. And now, finally, Denny's opponent was already trying with both hands to tear apart the dragon's mouth. Imagine the macaque's surprise when suddenly a bright ray of light appeared inside the enemy's mouth. And at the same moment, electric discharges flashed across the dragon's entire back. Completely not understanding what was happening, the stunned monkey stood and simply looked at the bright light approaching it. But, realizing that this would only bring nothing good, Denny's opponent pulled back, removing his hands from the dragon. However, the young man did not give his opponent the opportunity to evade, stopping his movement by grabbing his leg with his tail. Where immediately after this, the monkey felt a powerful blow of a fiery stream erupting from the mouth of its opponent. Having flown a considerable number of meters, the gorilla's body stopped only when it hit a boulder. Seeing that the stream of fire, which is capable of incinerating an enemy, left only a burn on the monkey's body, Denny could not help but notice how strong the monkey's physique was. Meanwhile, the gorilla rose to his feet and, throwing an angry look at the dragon, decided to retreat. Left alone again, Denny was glad that he had defeated such a powerful creature, and therefore decided to consider himself the boss on this island. But the battle was not over yet, since several crocodiles were still alive, who focused their attention on the dragon. However, not paying attention to the living crocodiles, Denny began to absorb the dead ones, where the system immediately reported adding evolution points. In addition, as a bonus for eating a crocodile for the first time, the young man was announced that his armor would be strengthened. Feeling the scales on his body strengthen, the young man was very pleased with how he was evolving, and so he decided to try himself in action, paying attention to the remaining crocodiles, who were not very happy about the appearance of this monster. And now Denny was already sitting and rejoicing that thanks to his ability, he could easily fry the meat he had caught. Biting off another piece, the young man logged into the system, where he immediately received a message that for a new login to the system in a new place, he would receive another skill in the form of the most powerful eruption of flame. Where, after listening to the message, Denny could not believe that for a simple entrance he was given such strong abilities. He immediately remembered how he had just recently received an upgrade to his armor, where if he had logged in yesterday, he would have received an upgrade to a defensive skill rather than an offensive one. And while he continued to absorb his prey and reflect on his abilities, a small animal, compared to a dragon, appeared nearby. And the system immediately reported information that the owner's new guest was a large prehistoric rat. The young man had a lot of food, and he easily shared it with his new friend, whom he called Rijik. Cleaning out the remaining meat between his teeth with an improvised toothpick, Denny noted that as long as Rijik was next to him, he would not let anyone hurt him. After which Denny stood up, straightened up to his full height, and throwing his head back made a long, growling sound. Remembering how he defeated the huge monkey, Denny at the same time thought about looking for some company, since he was very bored alone. Deciding to immediately use the accumulated evolution points, the young man called for a representative of the system. And Snips, immediately appearing, said that the owner had accumulated more than 40,000 evolution points, which were immediately used. But when the process was completed, Denny noted with disappointment that 40,000 evolution points increased his body by only half a meter, to which Snips explained, saying that the process of evolution is comparable to progress in video games, where the higher the level, the more points you need to progress. Realizing that to become a 100-meter monster he needed to eat a lot, the young man decided to first try to establish a relationship with the gorilla. After digging a little around where he had fought with the monkey yesterday, the young man quickly found a lump of its fur, where he immediately provided the opportunity for Rijik to study the smell so that he could take the dragon to the monkey. And so the giant rat made it clear that he could find the desired creature, in response to which the dragon said that in this case, his new friend would be provided with food for a whole year. And so Rijik rushed forward, showing the way to his huge friend and breadwinner. And watching the new alpha predator finally leave these places, the animals were ready to throw a real celebration. After some time, the giant rat led the dragon to some completely unsightly and completely lifeless place. Surprised that such a picturesque island could have such a lifeless place, Denny decided that the rat had led him somewhere wrong, where the young man only confirmed his guesses by observing in front of him the entrance to a cave, which certainly could not be the home of a huge monkey. At the same time, the young man noted that he showed no signs of life and his compass of monsters, which indicates the absence of a gorilla here. But Rijik insisted that they had come correctly. Having looked at the violent reaction of the rodent, Denny once again asked if his companion was sure that the gorilla was here, to which he again made it clear that they had come correctly. Trusting his companion, the young man decided to go inside and, as they say, look around the place. Moving through the cave, Denny noted that his compass did not detect the presence of a single monster here, and finally, he found himself in a place where it became clear that this was the lair of some kind of spider, but not a monkey. Trying to see at least some life here or hints of the presence of a monkey, the dragon stood and looked around. And suddenly he saw that someone was at one of the walls of the cave, where the system immediately informed Denny that in front of him was the same gorilla, which had somehow transformed into a human. The fact that his recent opponent turned into a human, and also female, could not help but shock the young man. Approaching the girl, the young man was convinced that it was indeed a gorilla, since traces of burns that remained after their fight could be seen on her chest. Having examined the dragon, the girl asked what her enemy was doing now in this cave, where Denny was very happy that the gorilla not only took on human form, but was also able to speak his language. But suddenly the face of his new acquaintance changed sharply, and she loudly shouted for the dragon to turn around. And when the young man followed her advice, he saw hordes of some reptiles approaching him. Looking at the approaching monsters, the girl noted that given the fact that she was a human, they were now definitely finished. And then one of the reptiles attempted to attack the uninvited guest of their lair. But Denny interrupted this impulse with his huge paw. And while he was looking at the new creature, the system brought to his attention information about these terrible prehistoric reptiles, which, among other things, knew how to spit poison. Taking advantage of the dragon's confusion, the reptile, which reminded Danny of a gecko, opened its mouth, intending to bite him. But the young man did not allow this, where he only squeezed his fingers harder, which caused the reptile's head to explode. However, this was only one individual out of hundreds, where all the others had already managed to surround their new victim from all sides. And then another huge gecko took a chance and rushed at the dragon, opening its mouth wide and preparing to bite. But this time, Denny did not catch the lizard, but simply kicked it with his huge paw, telling him not to let this vile creature come near him. And another green monster was already climbing up its dorsal fins. Having climbed to the right place, the lizard, who was not very smart, tried to bite the dragon on one of the fins, on which he immediately broke all his teeth. However, after him, many of this monster's brothers began to climb onto Denny's back. Deciding to teach the stupid geckos a lesson, the young man used his abilities, where his fins produced an electrical discharge that destroyed everyone on his back. The monkey in a human body watched in fascination as his new acquaintance dealt with the lizards, where seeing a dragon from this angle was truly an amazing sight. Denny himself, having finished destroying the lizards with electricity, exhaled with relief, but at the same moment he felt the remaining mucus running down his back, which did not bring the most pleasant sensations. While the dragon was busy with his problems, one of the geckos turned his attention to their little captive. However, he did not have time to realize his intention to destroy her, since he himself was destroyed by the foot of the dragon, where, having smashed his opponent's head, Denny said that no one dares to touch his new girlfriend. Turning around, the young man saw several more opponents standing in front of him. Saying that they could expect no mercy now, Denny prepared to use his crushing fire breath. And a second later, a powerful stream of flame rushed towards the vile reptiles standing in front of him. Having experienced the effects of dragon fire, the gorilla in the girl's body did not envy those lizards who were now in his path. And Denny, as soon as he finished dealing with the lizards, pretending to be a smile, said that the girl should not be afraid, since he would not allow anyone to harm her again. After which, the young man came closer and began to help his friend free herself from her bonds. As soon as the girl's hands found freedom, she also joined in trying to free herself as quickly as possible. But Denny still couldn't take his eyes off the wound left by his flame emblazoned on the girl's chest. Noting to himself that the wound looked serious, the dragon asked how the monkey could turn into a human. But when she finally found herself on the floor of the cave, the girl suddenly began to look for something instead of answering the question. The item she needed turned out to be the bone of some huge creature, where Denny decided that she had decided to arm herself against him. Having told his new girlfriend not to be afraid, Denny introduced himself, adding that he never touches the weak. But the girl didn't need a weapon, where she broke the shell of some fruit, showing it to the dragon. After which, using mostly gestures, the girl explained that she ate something and became a human. The young man was quite surprised at this explanation, where it looked like some kind of science fiction with fruits for transforming the body. Deciding that there was nothing more to do in the cave, the dragon and all his company went outside. There they quickly collected firewood, which Denny set on fire using his abilities. Starting to fry the reptile, the young man thought that he would not have absorbed such disgusting food if not for his evolution points. But as the carcass of the lizard roasted over the fire, he could not help but notice how delicious it began to smell. Soon the dragon's companion was able to appreciate the aroma from the fried food, noting a very pleasant smell. And now the whole friendly company of a dragon, a rat and a monkey in the human body was already devouring the reptiles, where Denny noted that fried they did not taste disgusting at all. Where, looking at the girl, the young man noted that now he liked the monkey much more than when they first met. And when asked about the possibility of reverse reincarnation, the girl with her mouth full explained that she couldn't do that. After which Denny thought about what kind of fruit it was that had such an effect, and turned a strong monster into a weak person who would definitely not survive here in this guise. The young man also wondered whether she had a family, and how she could now live on without his participation. Calling Snips, Denny asked if the system could make the girl turn back into a gorilla, to which he replied that theoretically this is possible, but only after the fruit that the gorilla ate is analyzed. And when Snips added that after his analysis and the gorilla's absorption of the new fruit he synthesized, she would be able to transform into a gorilla and a human at will. Relieved that he too could turn into a human, which would perhaps give him a chance to return to his world and see his parents, Denny said that they needed to find that fruit. Having asked whether the monkey remembered where it picked the fruit, he immediately received the answer that it was near a cliff with a pile of bones. Then the dragon said that after they had all eaten enough, the girl would need to take them to that cliff. He was also very happy that for the first time he ate a reptile. The system awarded 20,000 bonus evolution points, and thoughts were swirling in his head that even if he did not return to his world, then becoming a human, he would be able to start a relationship with the monkey and live a long and happy life with her here. When the meal was over, the friends set out and soon found themselves in the very place the girl had spoken about. Looking around and seeing many human bones, Denny wondered what happened here. But the monkey sitting on his shoulder distracted him from these thoughts, pointing to where the fruits were. Where, raising his head, the young man saw a tree located at the very top of the cliff. Assessing his capabilities, Denny decided that he could get up and pick a few pieces, and with the help of his very sharp claws, the dragon began to slowly but surely climb to the top for the treasured fruits. But suddenly his attention was attracted by a pterodactyl flying above them, where the young man managed to notice its unfavorable position for battle. Seeing how the flying lizard opened its mouth, the young man realized that the attack could not be avoided. But when the pterodactyl suddenly grabbed one of the fruits, Denny became terribly interested in what it could turn into, and as soon as the flying lizard took a bite of the fruit, its entire body immediately began to glow. Where, a second later, instead of a lizard, a man with a gorgeous mohawk was already hanging in the air, and since he lost the ability to fly, he immediately began to fall down, which explained to Denny why there were so many human bones here. This whole place seemed very ominous to Denny, where he decided to quickly pick the fruit and leave it. And as soon as he continued on his way, his gaze suddenly met the eyes of a huge bird that appeared above his target. And the system has already managed to convey to its owner all the parameters of this new unknown monster. Watching the creature suddenly appear, Denny wondered why she had arrived and whether she was the guardian of this tree. After a few seconds, the young man turned his gaze to his companion, expecting some comments from her. After a couple of minutes of complete inaction, the young man came to the conclusion that this bird was not going to attack them at all. Then he decided to try to talk to her, saying hello and explaining that he had come to get the fruits on the recommendation of his friend. Stretching out his paw to one of the fruits, Denny said that he would take just one to try, after which he thanked the generous bird, saying that he would no longer distract her. Well, the bird itself has already clearly imagined how this dragon absorbs the fruit and becomes a small and vulnerable person. At that same second she screamed loudly, spreading her huge wings wide, where immediately after this action the bird, leaning forward, began to dive straight at its uninvited guest. The first attack was ineffective, where, as Denny followed the monster with his gaze, he noted that the bird was definitely not all right in the head, since everything was fine a second ago. Since the young man was uncomfortable with the fruits in his paw, he asked Snips to take them away and included them in the system, which he did. However, a representative of the system stated that to begin analyzing these fruits, it is necessary to spend 100,000 evolution points, while the owner has only 93,000. Noting that he wouldn't have spent the points if he'd known about it, Danny decided there were more important things to do at the moment. Meanwhile, the bird, having made a small circle after its first attack was unsuccessful, was already approaching its target from behind. And then Denny felt how her sharp claws left a bleeding deep wound on his back. Not allowing any further damage to be done, the young man swung his opponent away with a flick of his tail. Deciding that a fried bird for dinner would be just right, the young man prepared to use his fiery breath. And when the flames escaped from his mouth, Denny, hitting his head on a rock, noticed that there was recoil, like a firearm. The pillar of fire that flew out of the dragon's mouth landed straight on one of the wings of his flying opponent, where the bird at first did not understand what was happening at all, until it suddenly began to sharply lose height, falling to the foot of the cliff. Seeing that his attack did not kill the bird, Denny decided to change his plan of action. Meanwhile, his enemy, having extinguished his blazing wing, was already beginning to gain altitude. However, the young man did not allow the bird to match him in his disadvantageous position, and simply jumped onto it. Finding himself astride his opponent, the young man shouted loudly that he had managed to saddle this bird, after which he sunk his huge sharp teeth right into the neck of the feathered creature, giving the bird not the most pleasant sensations. Unable to bear the pain, the bird began a sharp dive downward, trying to get rid of its rider in this way. The speed was such that Denny could with great difficulty remain on it, holding on to the plumage, and the monkey, in turn, held onto his friend the dragon. But suddenly the bird made a sharp turn, stopping its downward movement and heading in the opposite direction. She developed incredible speed, and very soon found herself even on top of the clouds, where her riders arrived on her. Looking down, Denny found that he definitely liked this kind of entertainment, because in his previous life he had never had the opportunity to fly on an airplane. Meanwhile, their improvised fighter performed another turn in the air, again changing its trajectory, where the dragon and the monkey saw that the bird was rapidly rushing straight towards the rock. Deciding that this crazy bird decided to kill both them and himself by crashing into a rock, Denny was already preparing for such an unexpected end for him. But then he noticed that on the other side of the rock there was a lake, and if everything was calculated correctly, he could very well land in the water. And then electric discharges began to envelop his entire body, which was accompanied by threats from the young man to the stupid bird. Having waited for the right moment, the young man sent a stream of fire straight into the back of his opponent, where he, already starting to fall down, did not reduce the pressure and literally pressed the bird into a steep rock. But finally feeling free fall, Danny stopped the stream of fire escaping from his mouth, and the monkey in the guise of a man, who had been on his shoulder all this time, could only hold on to his friend and scream heart-rendingly. While the dragon fell into the lake, The bird tried with all its might to climb out, where it caught and tore out the roots of a tree with transforming fruits. After which, unable to stay on the rock, the crazy bird also began to fall into the lake. Meanwhile, Denny and his companion, having first plunged into the water, had already managed to rise to the surface. The bird was much less lucky, since it landed not in the lake, but directly in a pile of human bones. Rejoicing at his victory, Denny loudly announced to his companion that they were having fried bird for dinner today, and at that very moment, one of the fruits of transformation suddenly flew into his wide-open mouth. Mechanically closing his jaws, the young man did not immediately realize what had just entered his mouth. But when he realized that he had eaten the fruit of transformation, he immediately tried to spit it back out. But it was too late, as the fruit began to act, where the entire huge body of the dragon suddenly began to emit a bright light. Under his cries that he did not want to become smaller, the young man's body gradually took on human shape. And now he was already observing himself in a new image, which was significantly different from how he was in his past life. At the same time, Denny noticed that after turning into a human, he was left with a small appendage like a tail. But having plunged into the water, the young man wondered whether the bird was really dead, since in human form he would have nothing to oppose it, and the study of the fruit for the possibility of a reverse transformation had not yet been carried out. Suddenly, a slight movement became noticeable in the place where the dragon's opponent's body lay, and Denny noted with horror that this monstrous bird was somehow able to survive. When the bird barely rose from the pile of bones, one could notice that it was holding something in its beak. Looking closely, the young man saw that it was the body of a recently transformed pterodactyl. Meanwhile, the bird threw away the body itself and grabbed the crystal that appeared in its beak. Where at that very second the hellbird ate this crystal, after which strong changes began to occur in her body. While watching them, Denny noticed that eating a certain crystal allowed the bird to heal its wounds. And now she has fully risen to her paws, spreading her wings wide. But contrary to all expectations, the huge bird did not attack, but turned around and left the battlefield, where it almost lost its life. Which, on the one hand, gave the young man a feeling of joy, since now he would not have survived the battle. But on the other hand, it was disappointing, since he really wanted to eat her. And so Denny and his girlfriend went in search of a place that was safe for their new bodies, where he urgently needed to absorb someone to get evolution points. Swimming to the shore, the young man reproached himself for not taking a couple of bites from this annoying bird. His thoughts were interrupted by the monkey, who suddenly began to hurry his friend, talking about the presence of danger. And indeed, right behind the young man's back, one of those terrible crocodiles that he had recently been feeding on suddenly appeared. Feeling quite confident in the water, Denny easily dodged the crocodile's deadly throw. But this was not the only one who wanted to feast on human flesh, where in this guise the young man could not do anything about the threat. Having decided that it was definitely too early for him to die again, the young man began to quickly wave his arms, moving towards the shore. But suddenly his path to salvation was blocked by the appearance of one of the reptiles. Deciding that he was not going to give up in any case, Denny rushed at his opponent, remembering stories from his past life about how in emergency situations people develop superpowers. The young man also remembered well the anatomy of a crocodile, whose muscles could only work hard to close its mouth, and decided to try to restrain its opening with his own hands. Where, looking at his new opponent, Denny concluded that being in a human body does not mean the victory of the crocodile, since he also has ingenuity. Feeling that he could not open his mouth, the crocodile used another of his techniques, trying to throw off the prey by turning around its axis. Meanwhile, the young man was trying to figure out what to do, because as soon as he lets go of the crocodile, it will immediately swallow him. But even if he did not let him go, the rest of his relatives would soon attack him. At this moment of despair, the young man heard a familiar female voice above him, where a monkey hanging in the air held out a vine to him, urging him to quickly grab it. Having waited for the most convenient moment, the young man let go of the crocodile and reached for the saving natural rope. The moment was chosen well, and the crocodile's teeth clicked against each other, grabbing only air. Having lived her entire life in the form of a monkey, the girl easily landed on her feet, while Denny flopped onto his back. And now she was already standing and, out of old habit, pounding herself in the chest with her fists, thereby showing the crocodiles who was boss here. But the happiness of victory did not last long, as the crocodiles quickly began to move from the water to land. The young people barely managed to jump back, where their enemy's attack did not bring him success, and his teeth sank into a nearby tree. The monkey, not accustomed to just giving up, let out its war cry, which however was now a simple female squeal. The crocodile, of course, immediately drew attention to them, and Denny began to scold his girlfriend, saying that now was not the time to yell. Grabbing the girl by the hand, he dragged her away from the deadly enemy, who did not hesitate to rush towards his prey with agility. Snips also added fuel to the fire by asking his owner when he managed to become so small, and Denny asked if he could take points on credit for transformation, to which the representative of the system replied that it was impossible to deviate from the rules, and there were not enough points. But the young man did not lose hope, begging Snips to give him a loan, not forgetting to mention that he respects the rules, but in this case the system may be left without an owner. However, the representative of the system was relentless, and said that now the owner's fate is in his own hands. Then Denny drew Snips's attention to his appearance, where the fish said that they could provide him with clothes for free. At that same second, clothes appeared on the young man's body, which were stylized to match his new image, and while he was sorting out his problems, his companion was already climbing one of the trees at full speed, where she urged to follow her example, to which the young man explained that he had never been able to climb trees in his past life. However, this was a new life in a new world and a new body, which means it was time to try everything new. And at the very last moment, the young man escaped the crocodile's teeth, jumping high and grabbing a tree. Saving his precious second life, the young man worked very actively with his arms and legs, climbing up. During the climb, Denny noted that his sensations were definitely not in the area where adrenaline gives strength. This is his current physical form, which even in human form is many times better than in his previous life. Very soon he caught up with his new girlfriend, leaving the crocodile below with nothing. But the crocodile was not deprived of intelligence, where it suddenly hit the tree trunk with its entire huge mass. From the vibration, Denny's fingers unclenched and he quickly flew back to the ground. But a faithful monkey came to the rescue, who had already managed to grab the vine with one hand and caught his falling friend with the other. Looking at the hungry crocodiles below, the young man warmly thanked his savior, after which they continued their journey to the top, where they soon found themselves on one of the massive transverse branches. The crocodiles, of course, were in no hurry to leave, but the young people were finally able to feel at least somewhat safe. Counting on a repetition of the situation, the reptiles tried to strike the tree trunk with their massive carcasses, to which Denny said with a smug look that the body mass of his opponents was not enough to knock down this tree. Then he noticed a very strange look from his girlfriend, and when he asked what was the matter, she suggested that the young man try one more time to fight. Suddenly the girl's face changed sharply, and she grabbed her companion by the wrists, where he was also starting to get excited, at the same time continuing to ask whether his friend really needed this fight. He was shouting that now was not the time for competition, when with a powerful movement the girl swept Denny out of his place behind her back. And while he was turning around, the monkey in human form was already pounding his chest with his fists again. When Denny realized that it was not a matter of competition and turned around completely, he saw a huge snake in front of him, information about which was immediately conveyed to him by the system. After which the young man reproached the system's compass, which did not warn him about the presence of another monster on the tree. And so, turning to the prehistoric python, the young man said that he had nothing to be angry about, since unlike crocodiles, he had not eaten a single one of his relatives. But the huge snake was not at all interested in who his prey was eating, where he immediately tried to knock the young people off their feet with a blow of his tail. Urging her to follow her example, Denny's companion quickly rushed away from danger, where the young man only had time to note how deftly she jumped from one branch to another. Following his friend, the young man noticed that it would be nice to now have the fruit of transformation, which he would throw into the snake's mouth, and then watch how its human form was tormented by crocodiles. And at that very second, Snips appeared and said that to get such a fruit, the owner needs to have 100,000 evolution points. What infuriated Danny even more was that even if he currently had 100,000 evolution points, he would have to wait for the moment when the fruit would be synthesized. After which the young man said that there were too many shortcomings in this system, where he intended to file a complaint with the developers. And while he was chatting with Snips, a huge python managed to get ahead of him, and was already preparing to attack. Only his target was not Denny, but his nimble girlfriend, jumping from branch to branch. Shouting to her to be careful, Denny rushed forward to push the girl out of the snake's path. He managed to save his monkey, but the price was that he himself ended up inside the python's mouth. Being inside the snake, the young man felt how the walls of its esophagus themselves were pushing him further and further, and now he was already in the stomach, where he noted that the gastric juice had not yet begun to dissolve his body, which, however, did not relieve the unbearable smell. But if you stay inside the snake for a long time, then sooner or later its body will still be corroded by acid. Noting that in a human body he had no chance to test the retention of Godzilla's skills, the young man decided to try his fire breath. But his impulse was immediately stopped by Snips, who said that the human body does not have the same density as the dragon's body, and therefore the use of abilities will simply tear it apart. The representative of the system also explained that at the moment Denny was able to condense 1/1,000,000th of his previous energy, which will not allow him to break out, but will allow him to bite and swallow. This opened up a certain perspective for the young man, where he could now, by absorbing the insides of a python, gain the missing evolution points. Of course, it all looked very disgusting. But there was nothing to do, and besides, you need to get used to the life of a monster. Having bitten off a piece of the snake's innards, the young man noted that it tasted like socks that had not been washed for about a week. But all the negative emotions quickly disappeared when the system announced to him that he was adding evolution points, where he had to eat a few more pieces to achieve the required amount. Immediately after which he rushed to devour one piece of entrails after another. Of course, for someone who recently swallowed him, the fact that they began to devour him from the inside could not go unnoticed. And Denny immediately felt how the python began to wriggle and rotate its body, unable to stop the pest any other way. But all this only provoked the young man even more, who sank his teeth into the slimy snake with renewed vigor. Suddenly he felt how all the walls around him began to compress and push him back to the monster's mouth. However, this could not stop the persistent young man, who rested his hands and feet, declaring that the python itself invited him to visit. And finally, Snips reported that the current number of evolution points exceeded 100,000, where Denny immediately gave the order to purchase the transformation fruit. Where at the same second, a status bar appeared in front of him, which showed the stage of fetal synthesis. He had to wait another 30 minutes, and when asked about speeding up the process, Snips explained that for every 1,000 points he could speed up by 20%. Having grabbed the representative of the system, Denny called him a very selfish creature who definitely only wants him torment and suffering. But the young man had no other choice but to continue to absorb the snake. Wanting to speed up the synthesis process, Denny very diligently bit off and swallowed pieces of python flesh, and his victim herself, exhausted from the pain that the young man's bites brought, had already fallen from the tree to the ground, scaring away all the crocodiles. But the synthesis process was finally completed, and the fruit of transformation appeared before the eyes of the absorber of entrails. Taking a bite from which the young man noted that it was the most delicious thing he had eaten in his life, even though it was bitter. Very soon the fruit of the transformation migrated to Denny's stomach, where he sat and waited for the transformation process to begin. But when the process did not start on its own, the young man jumped up and began to perform various movements, urging his body to change. He threw his hands up, and small electrical discharges immediately crawled across his body. But noticing that the transformation was not happening, Denny asked Snips if he had given him the wrong fruit, to which his only interlocutor here explained that research on the fruit of transformation showed how it affects the monster's body, turning it into a human, turning energy into a crystal. Now the owner needs to focus on destroying this crystal in order to become a monster again. After these explanations, Denny said that it all sounded very suspicious, to which Snips replied that he never tries to deceive the owner. And so the young man took a meditation pose in order to find that same crystalline core within himself. Concentrating, the young man really began to explore his body and all its parts with his mind. And so he really felt that there was this core in him, where now the question arose of how to destroy it. He immediately remembered his physical education lessons, where they practiced shot throwing, for which it was necessary to learn how to concentrate forces in the desired part of the body. He then studied the theory very well, but when it came to practice, his weak physical body did not allow him to realize the knowledge. But in this life he was no longer that weak and helpless creature, and therefore he was confident that everything should work out. Having made some efforts, the young man suddenly felt that he had actually managed to split this core, where, at that same second, he felt his body begin to transform into a form already familiar to him. A monkey watching the python fall to the ground suddenly noticed how unusually its belly began to grow, where, having stretched to a certain level, the stomach burst, and the snake was literally torn into pieces. Seeing the one who emerged from the python's belly, the girl was very happy, unlike the crocodiles nearby, where, throwing his paws and head into the sky, Denny shouted loudly that he had finally managed to return to his form. Immediately after which he remembered the crocodiles, how they tried to devour him while he was a small man. The duel between the reptiles and Godzilla was not long at all, and ended not in favor of the crocodiles. And while he was dealing with them, his faithful friends the rat and the monkey had already managed to stack the wood for the fire. Setting fire to the wood, Denny reflected on the fact that he absolutely loved being in the body of a monster, where he felt strength and power. And his faithful companion was surprised that the dragon had become much larger in size than it was at their last meeting. Deciding not to reveal the secret of the system, Denny explained that all this is thanks to the day and night routine, as well as proper nutrition. Very soon the crocodile kebab was ready, where the rat and monkey were already salivating. Having given the crocodile to his friends, the young man himself decided to taste the fried python. for which he was awarded the fruit of life. And while his friends were devouring the crocodile, Denny listened to the properties of this fruit, which was capable of healing any wounds. However, from its appearance, it could not be said that this fruit had any healing properties. However, Snips tried to dispel the dragon's last doubts by giving a short excursion into the content of useful substances in it, which somehow didn't really convince the young man, who kept casting suspicious glances in the direction of his interlocutor. Deciding that it would be a pity to simply throw away this fruit, Denny decided to try to offer it to his friend, whose chest wound had not yet healed. And so he handed her his reward, saying that the monkey must try this wonderful fruit. Ready to absorb anything, the girl immediately complied with the dragon's request, biting off a decent piece. But literally a second later, the girl's face became very distorted, where she even stopped chewing. Falling to her knees and trying to spit out what she did not have time to swallow, the monkey noted how disgusting this fruit tasted. But suddenly her emotions changed dramatically, where the girl noted that her chest wound no longer hurt. And while she attacked the tasteless but very healthy fruit with renewed vigor, Denny noted that it really works. When the fruit was finished, and the wound on its chest had completely healed, the monkey jumped to its feet, again beating its chest with its fists, and saying that its strength was overwhelming it. While watching the girl, the dragon noted that if she had not been constantly knocking on her chest, then her wound would have been much easier all this time. And his companion explained that she always does this when she encounters a monster, since these movements often help her avoid battle. Then the dragon remembered their first meeting, asking why she attacked him, to which the monkey explained that it was because of a hand gesture, where for her this gesture means something like, "I give up, you can take all my food." Danny thought that the world of monsters was not so bad with all its simplicity that he had seen. After all, the strongest rules here, where now he, in the guise of Godzilla, has every chance to prove himself at the highest level. Its gigantic size and fiery breath will undoubtedly keep all the inhabitants of the island in fear. And so he continued to absorb today's prey, thinking that he needed more evolution points for speedy development. But then the young man asked his companion a question about how she managed to pick the fruit, turn into a human, and not be eaten by a bird. And then the girl said that she wanted to eat, and decided to pick several fruits from the tree, which produced a certain effect. Where after these words, Denny, with a smile on his face, imagined how this huge monkey turned into a naked girl. Where, from his smile, she immediately understood what he had just imagined there, reproaching him for vulgar thoughts. Continuing her story, the monkey explained that after the transformation she did not fall, as she was able to catch on to the stone ledge. At that moment, she saw one of those terrible reptiles fly out from somewhere around the corner. Having made her way to that place, the girl saw how that same bird was attacked by geckos. Apparently the reptiles that attacked the bird were victorious, since it was simply lying there, exhausted. At this moment, Denny had the idea that the enemy of his enemy could become an excellent ally, where in the future it would be worth trying to establish contact with this bird. The monkey continued, saying that at some point the bird managed to gather its strength and free itself from the trap. And since the main prey escaped, the evil lizards caught a small and weak man. For the young man, it was surprising that the geckos captured the girl and did not eat her. To which the monkey explained that they left it alive in order to present it as a sacrifice to their king. The information that these vile reptiles also have a king shocked the young man. And the girl continued, saying that once upon a time the island was very beautiful, where she lived with her parents. But at some point, these reptiles appeared from underground and began to destroy all the life force of the island. Where, after these words, the young man understood why the surroundings near the cave where he found the monkey were so lifeless. Teaming up with other creatures, her parents went to find the reptile king's lair in order to fight him, and they never returned. And when she grew up, she decided to continue protecting the island from lizards and try to find her parents. Looking at the sad girl, Denny said that now she will not fight alone, and since this island is now his home, he will not allow the reptiles to destroy it. While he was thinking that in order to defeat the reptile king he needed to develop faster, his attention was attracted by some noise from the side. Turning around, he saw the cause of the noise created, and the system announced that in front of him was a flock of prehistoric jackals. But it was not only the jackals that were creating this noise, as Denny also came into view of a huge sloth located opposite them. One of the pack of jackals tried to attack the sloth, but he stopped this action with one movement of his huge claws. The next jackal was thrown by the sloth in the direction where Denny was standing, and he deftly caught it with his teeth. And now the whole flock attacked its prey, which, however, had no intention of giving up and actively resisted. After eating one of the jackals and gaining evolution points, the young man decided that he would fight the winner of this confrontation. The battle of the huge creatures continued for quite a long time, where the sloth was already badly wounded and tired. But suddenly, shaking off all the jackals, the sloth suddenly rushed in the direction where the dragon was. But the young man was ready for this meeting, turning around and performing one simple movement with his tail. The hook was quite successful, and the huge animal plowed the ground with its chin. And now the winner has already snatched a piece of his new prey, deciding to taste the sloth's meat. And while the system was once again awarding him evolution points, the young man noted that this meat was the most delicious that he had tried here. At the same time, the jackals were closely watching how the dragon absorbed their prey. Not wanting to put up with this state of affairs, one of the jackals, upset by the failed hunt, rushed at the dragon. But sensing danger, Denny turned sharply and interrupted this jerk of the beast right in the air, where, with the movement of its powerful jaws, the dragon easily divided the dog-like creature into two parts. Turning to the others, the young man noted that these jackals give a good amount of evolution points. Well, the flock decided to try their luck with new prey, attacking the dragon from all sides. But dealing with these animals was not difficult for Denny, where he only had time to bite off everything from the new jackal carcasses in his paws. Then one of the jackals, who had climbed onto Denny's back, tried to reach the girl who was nearby. But Denny managed to grab her in his paw and saved her from a fatal bite that hit him in the back. Deciding not to stand on ceremony with this pack anymore, Denny began to concentrate his energy to use his abilities. And so, when the concentration was completed, all the jackals on his back were struck by electric discharges. In full view of the others, the young man stood and brazenly devoured the body of their relative. However, this did not provoke another attack, where instead the jackals suddenly began to howl in unison, where Denny took this as a sign of despair, gobbling up one dead jackal after another, and rejoicing that such an easy prey fell into his hands. But then another jackal appeared from the thickets, much larger than all of them gathered. Looking at the huge creature, Denny decided that this was their leader, who would definitely be given a lot of evolution points when he absorbed it. But having decided to leave him for later, Denny, right before his eyes, continued to absorb his relatives, where the leader of the pack began to tolerate this and rushed to attack. Looking at his new opponent, the young man noticed that this was just the law of survival, where the strongest survive. Meeting the attack of the leader of the pack, the young man, opening his mouth wide, let out a piercing roar, which forced the leader of the pack to change the trajectory of his movement. And in the meantime, the dragon grabbed another smaller jackal, after which the young man again stopped paying attention to his new opponent, asking him not to interfere with his food. But the leader did not even think of giving up, trying to attack his target from behind. And the dragon suddenly straightened up, glad that he managed to accumulate 100,000 evolution points, which ended the leader's attack. Having launched the process of synthesis of the next transformation fruit, Denny looked at his friend, who was getting worse. He hoped that she would be able to hold out for the time it would take for the synthesis, since there was not even food around, to get points to trigger the acceleration. But one of his opponents was still very close, which created the opportunity to get hold of evolution points, and so the young man tried to strike the leader of the jackals with his tail, from which he deftly avoided, making a jump towards his opponent. But this turned out to be just a deceptive maneuver, where Denny immediately caught the jackal with his teeth. But his opponent was not going to give up just like that and dug his claws into the dragon's cheek, which made the young man forcefully throw his prey aside with a sharp movement of his head. Despite the fact that the wounds were serious, the jackal was nevertheless able to land on its paws. Denny recalled the words of his girlfriend that on this island it was necessary to fight for territory, and so he, without waiting for his opponent to be the first to continue the fight, Denny rushed at him. A blow from the tail of the jackal leader threw him several meters back. However, this blow was not critical for the dragon's opponent, but only angered him even more. But the body attack did not complete the combination, where Denny began to gather energy for his final attack. The leader of the jackals looked in horror as the mouth of his huge enemy filled with bright light, and when the concentration was completed, Denny sent a stream of fire at his opponent. The leader of the jackals literally howled when his entire body was engulfed in these hellish flames. But when Denny finished pouring fire on the enemy, it turned out that the jackal was still alive, although he no longer had hair. Realizing that he would not be able to cope with the dragon, the leader of the pack suddenly raised his head and began to howl for a long time. Several other smaller jackals immediately rushed to his defense, blocking the dragon's path with their bodies. Denny grinned when he saw how they were trying to protect the leader, since for him it was akin to home delivery of food. But then the young man noticed that someone somewhere continued to howl, although all the jackals were now in front of him. Looking around, the young man finally saw his new opponent, where the system immediately announced that the Supreme Wolf, the leader of all dog-like creatures, had appeared before the owner. Having taken a closer look at the new opponent, Denny told the system that it was unfair to release some wolf ninja against him, who also had a sword behind his back. Meanwhile, the Supreme Wolf was coming closer and closer, where all the jackals immediately bowed their heads before him. Denny thought that with this opponent, it was necessary to show complete seriousness and maximum accuracy. Meanwhile, the approaching enemy fixed his gaze on Denny's girlfriend, where this gesture was immediately noticed by the dragon, who decided that the wolf was planning to eat this easy prey. But before he had time to finish his thought, the wolf had already rushed to attack, aiming right where the girl was. However, Denny deftly dodged this sudden attack, asking in passing why the dog put this sword on himself. But the wolf turned out to be not so simple, where his attack was just a deception maneuver needed in order to strike his first blow. The young man fully realized this maneuver when the wolf, hooking him with its claws, continued its movement without stopping. But at one moment, by some incredible action, he suddenly changed the trajectory of his body and again rushed towards the dragon, where his jump clearly showed that he was aiming at the girl lying on Denny's shoulder. But the young man was able to fail his opponent's attack, protecting his girlfriend from his teeth. Watching the cunning movements of the wolf, the young man thought that this beast was actually much smarter than it might seem. Shouting loudly that he was the owner of this island, Denny struck with his huge tail, sweeping away everything in his path. After which he attracted the attention of the thrown enemy, asking him to look straight into his mouth. The wolf, watching the dragon collect some light energy, quickly realized what was going on, remembering the singed skin of the jackal leader. Therefore, as soon as the dragon released his pillar of fire, the wolf dodged this deadly attack with a deft leap. However, one of his paws was still caught in the fire, which he fully felt when he landed. Denny, watching how deftly the wolf dodged his attacks, noticed that in this case it was quite possible to get by with a draw. But his opponent was not going to retreat, where he, pushing first from the ground and then from a tree, launched a new attack. Denny watched in fascination as his opponent gained altitude. Meanwhile, the wolf who had soared into the air managed to turn his head and grab the hilt of that huge sword that was behind his back with his teeth, which greatly amazed the young man, who had never thought that the animal would actually use this weapon. But then the sword was drawn from its sheath, and the dragon's opponent was already falling down, preparing to strike. The movement was so lightning fast that Danny did not have time to do anything, and the blade of the sword passed through his body. Holding his wounded shoulder, the young man reproached his opponent for fighting dishonestly, using weapons. Deciding that the world he found himself in was completely crazy, since wolves with 40-meter knives were walking around here, Denny decided to retreat from the battlefield. However, his impulse to retreat was interrupted by thoughts that he must save his girlfriend by turning her back into a monkey. Taking her into his huge paws, the young man said that as long as he had to protect her, he was losing the confrontation. After which he put her on a tree branch, telling her to stay here for a while, where, distracted by the girl's safety, the young man did not notice the enemy's new attack. Another blow from the sword interrupted the dragon's caring actions, causing him hellish pain. This attack greatly angered Denny, who walked to a nearby tree and uprooted it. After which, shouting that not only a wolf is capable of using weapons, the young man threw the barrel at his opponent. However, he met the approaching danger face to face, using his formidable weapon. And so, right before Denny's eyes, the tree trunk was divided into 2 equal parts. But this was only a distracting maneuver on the part of the dragon, who had already managed to send a stream of fire at the wolf. His attack reached its target, but it turned out that it did not have the desired effect, as the wolf quickly walked out from under the stream of fire. Then Denny decided to try to attack his opponent with the weight of his body in order to make him unclench his teeth and drop his weapon. But then his movement was interrupted by one of the jackals, who grabbed the dragon's leg. And while he was distracting Denny's attention, the young man's main opponent quickly took off and launched a new attack. The supreme wolf, clutching his sword in his teeth, was quickly approaching the target, preparing to strike again. But Denny was able to dodge, where it did not go unnoticed that his opponents were beginning to act in tandem. Having uttered a piercing cry, the young man accused the wolf and the jackal of fighting completely dishonorably, 2 against 1. Busy with their showdowns, neither the dragon nor his opponents noticed that a witness to the events taking place had appeared nearby, where it turned out to be the same bird that Denny had already fought with in the recent past. But her attention was attracted not by the battle of monsters, but by the defenseless girl lying on a tree branch. Very happy that she had finally found her prey, the bird immediately rushed to the tree where the girl was. Fleeing from imminent death, the monkey was able to find the strength to jump to the side. The noise created by the bird's attack attracted the attention of Denny, who immediately realized that his girlfriend was in danger. Defenseless in such a body and in such a state, the girl managed to hide in dense thickets. Meanwhile, the wolf and his minions took advantage of the fact that their enemy was distracted and attacked him from different sides. Surrounded by opponents, Denny thought that in his past life he had no friends at all, and he simply had to save his first and only friend, the monkey. Remembering all those short moments that they managed to spend together, the young man only clenched his teeth tighter, preparing to continue the confrontation. And so, escaping from the encirclement, the young man rushed to the aid of his dear companion. But suddenly a lightning strike from the wolf's sword overtook the dragon, piercing through his body. At the same second, the Supreme Wolf's partner, supporting his actions, sank his teeth into Denny's thigh. But at that same second, the wolf noticed that electric discharges began to run along his opponent's back. As it turned out, the flock fell into a trap prepared by Denny, where he deliberately set himself up in order to deprive his enemy of weapons. And then a powerful discharge of electricity threw the wolf back, forcing him to unclench his teeth and release the weapon from them. After he dealt with his first opponent, the young man switched to the jackal, which did not let go of his thigh from its teeth, where he beheaded the impudent jackal in one quick movement, and the system immediately announced the addition of evolution points, which Denny immediately redirected to speed up the synthesis process. Meanwhile, the wolf, repelled by electricity, looked in confusion at the sword hilt sticking out of his opponent's back. Denny had already finished eating the jackal when the system asked him if he wanted to receive the fruit of transformation immediately after the end of its synthesis, to which he, of course, answered positively. And so the synthesis process was completed, where the young man threw the fruit to his girlfriend, telling her to eat it immediately. The exhausted girl was gradually approaching the treasured fruit, when suddenly the bird discovered her location. The huge beak was already approaching its prey, which managed to reach the fruit and began to eat it. And Denny shouted for his girlfriend to hurry up and apply the transformation technique that he had previously taught her. Having finished eating the fruit of transformation, the exhausted girl made a movement with her hand in order to wave away the bird trying to eat her, where suddenly her small palm instantly increased in size, giving the bloodthirsty feathered creature a strong slap in the face. And after another couple of seconds, in front of the bird there was no longer a defenseless girl, but a huge gorilla, full of strength and energy. Without waiting a second, the monkey struck the bird with all its might with its huge palm, throwing it far to the side. After which she, having examined her changed body, was very happy that she had returned to her previous appearance. Remembering that he wanted to attract the bird to his side, Denny told his friend that he needed to talk to her about cooperation, to which his companion replied that she would take this initiative and conduct negotiations. Where, after a high jump, the gorilla suddenly sank with its entire mass onto the one that just recently wanted to eat it. Then, he began to hammer at the bird with his huge fists. The monkey demanded that he say whether he would be their friend, and whether he was ready to cooperate. Already having difficulty withstanding the onslaught of the monkey, the bird used one of its skills to escape from this meat grinder, and the dragon's friend looked in confusion as the bird left the scene, not understanding why she did not agree to become their friend. But suddenly, in this bright monkey's head, one delightful idea arose on how to continue the interrupted negotiations. Grabbing one of the tree trunks lying nearby, the gorilla threw it with all his might at the retreating bird. However, she seemed to sense the approaching danger and suddenly turned back. Having difficulty dodging the thrown object, the bird could only think that the monkey had a very strange idea of new 200B 200 how to make friends. Denny, turning around, noticed that it didn't seem to him that he had just heard the bird scolding his friend. Deciding that the abandoned tree was a completely justified reason for negative emotions, Denny decided that he needed to finish the showdown with the wolf. But having looked closely at his opponent, the young man did not understand why he stopped attacking him so actively. Attracting the attention of the wolf, who was closely watching the actions of the monkey, the young man asked if he intended to continue the battle. And his opponent did not take long to wait, immediately rushing at the dragon with a new attack. Following the trajectory of the wolf's movement, the young man immediately realized that the first goal he was pursuing was to return his weapon. While fighting off a wolf attack, the young man noted that the heavy blood loss greatly affected his cognitive functions. That, however, did not prevent him from throwing his opponent away with a blow of his tail, where the gorilla was closely watching his actions. She was about to intervene and help her friend when she suddenly noticed that the bird was returning. Seeing that the bird continued its attacks on his friend, Denny noted that she had certain strengths that could help her win the fight with the gorilla. Assessing his chances, the young man noted that he could not fight at full strength with a sword sticking out of his chest, and therefore he needed to do something in order to get rid of at least one enemy as quickly as possible. While he was thinking, the wolf took advantage of the moment and jumped on his back, trying to pull out his weapon. This action was noticed by his girlfriend, who was distracted from her defense from the attacks of the feathered monster, where she did not have time to take even a couple of steps in order to approach the dragon, when suddenly a blow from sharp bird claws on the back knocked down the monkey. Meanwhile, Denny reminded the wolf that getting so close to his back is fraught with danger, and as soon as the wolf noticed the electrical discharges gathering around him, he immediately remembered how it ended the last time, where he had no choice but to leave his precious weapon again and leave the danger zone. But Denny's target this time was not the wolf. where he resorted to this maneuver in order to be able to help his girlfriend. Where the bird targeting the monkey could not even think that the dragon, busy with another enemy, would attack it. The feathered predator did not have time to do anything to dodge the fiery stream rapidly rushing towards her, which literally demolished her, where she, under the influence of the flame, lamented the fact that for some reason she was receiving the most damage. The burnt bird fell somewhere in the jungle, and Denny, losing strength, said that now their fate depended entirely on the monkey. Seeing that his opponent was losing strength and could no longer resist, the wolf began to take new attacking actions. But the gorilla immediately came to the defense of his friend, who instantly reduced the distance and dealt a crushing blow to the wolf, which threw the four-legged creature several meters up and to the side. But possessing some absolutely incredible skills, the supreme wolf managed to find balance with his body and land on all four paws. Without waiting for the monkey to figure out what to do next, the wolf rushed forward. Where is the girl, who returned to the body of a gorilla, and before she knew it, the wolf was nearby and bit her on the leg. She tried to hit her opponent, but he was much more agile than the monkey and easily dodged the attack. Jumping to the side, the wolf used a tree standing in his way to immediately change the trajectory of his movement, and so he again rushed at the monkey, where she managed to protect herself from his sharp teeth by putting up her hand. Meanwhile, Denny had already come to his senses a little after using the fire breath, and noted that if it weren't for the monkey, he would definitely have come to an end. Watching his girlfriend fight with a wolf, the young man noticed that this animal is incredibly resilient, where after such a long battle he does not look exhausted. But then he noticed that all his other minions suddenly left the battlefield, which indicated that the wolf continued the battle only out of necessity to gain time for his brothers. Meanwhile, the monkey, swinging to strike, was able to force the wolf to unhook from her hand, where he instantly changed his target, quickly heading towards the direction where the dragon was. Where, watching the approaching enemy, the young man noticed that the wolf himself, having bought time for the other four-legged creatures, had no intention of running away. However, unexpectedly for the wolf himself, his progress towards the dragon was suddenly stopped, where the monkey who grabbed his paw said that now she was his opponent, and now she had already lifted the supreme wolf into the air, spinning his body in a circle, where, at some convenient moment, the dragon's girlfriend let go of her paw, and the wolf flew towards the thickets. Unable to control the movement of his body under such force, he hit one of the trees hard, falling to the ground. Denny did not understand why the very badly wounded wolf continued this battle, targeting him specifically. But then he realized that this animal just needed to take back his weapon, which he apparently valued very much. Watching his girlfriend try to fight the wolf, the young man noticed that some grain of human intelligence was definitely present in him. Realizing also that the monkey would definitely have a hard time in confrontation with such an intelligent creature, Denny decided to end this fight in a humane way. Approaching, the young man demanded an end to the battle and turned to the wolf, assuming that he was able to understand what he wanted to say. The monkey insisted on continuing the battle, to which her friend explained that this was completely unnecessary, since no one's territory was being disputed here. The monkey understood his words because he had already transformed into a human, but the wolf's understanding of him suggested that he had encountered humans before, and so he invited his recent enemy to return his weapon to him, and after that go in different directions, trying not to meet again. And the wolf really seemed to understand what he was talking about when Denny asked his girlfriend to remove the sword from his body. Fulfilling his friend's request, the gorilla walked around him from behind and grabbed the hilt of the sword. But as soon as she tried to move the weapon, Denny experienced terrible pain and realized that he was immediately beginning to bleed, which threatened him with death. Suddenly, the wolf sitting next to them and watching all their actions began its protracted howl. And when the dragon and the monkey paid attention to him, he showed how to take a little soil and put it on the sore spot. Denny was extremely surprised that the wolf had such extensive knowledge of folk medicine. And so, when the young man himself was ready to apply soil to the wound on one side and the monkey on the other, the latter removed the weapon from his friend's body. Pressing the wound, Denny said in a weakened voice that he was returning the sword to the wolf and hoped that he would fulfill their agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, the monkey threw his weapon in the direction where their recent enemy was located. Taking the sword in his teeth, the wolf actually turned around and headed away from the battlefield and his opponents. And a certain girl quietly watched everything that just happened from a hiding place, where, sitting on one of the branches, she noticed that if she failed to get the monkey's crystal core, then she would take one from the wolf. After the wolf left, Denny literally fell on his back, where, when asked by his girlfriend, he explained that he definitely couldn't be okay, since he was bleeding all over. After which his friend suggested applying soil to other wounds, where she, of course, did not understand that the soil should be clean and free of worms. Denny quickly stopped her impulse, saying that his wounds would quickly heal, for which he just needed a good snack. Realizing what her friend was hinting at, the monkey quickly went to get some food. And now the wood for the fire was already piled up, and Denny, with his fiery breath, was already lighting the fire for the umpteenth time. His girlfriend was preparing to cook a delicious kebab from the jackal carcasses brought to her, and Denny, noting how inhumane it looked to skewer jackals, all he had time to do was direct his friend's actions in preparing the meat, where every time she did something wrong, he was loudly indignant, saying that she was now going to ruin their whole belly celebration. And so the way she was preparing the meat finally gave a tinned result, where she singed her fur. Trying what his girlfriend had prepared, the young man noticed that this was the worst kebab of his entire life. But unlike him, the monkey gobbled up the overcooked, burnt and rolled meat with undisguised pleasure. Then the chewing dragon received a message from the system, which informed him to use evolution points to heal serious damage to the body, where the young man noted that his skills were indeed quite good, since all the existing wounds on his body instantly healed. And so, with renewed vigor, he set about devouring the extremely tasteless kebab, thinking only that he needed to gain points and raise the level. After all, he was practically defeated even by such creatures as the bird and wolf he encountered. But sooner or later he had to fight with the king of the underground lizards, whom, according to his girlfriend, even the union of beasts could not cope with. It is for this reason that he must eat until he drops every day in order to develop as quickly as possible, as well as acquire strong allies. Here, remembering his allies, Denny asked the monkey if he had seen where that bird fell. Since the young man did not see this huge bird rise into the air, he joyfully rushed in the direction indicated by his friend, deciding that today they would also have chicken for dinner. The gorilla rushed after him, but when they arrived at the scene, they discovered that the bird was missing from the crash site. This phenomenon was completely inexplicable for the young man, who said that the bird could not have disappeared unnoticed. Suddenly Snips appeared nearby, who said that he felt energy that indicated that some creature had transformed into a human. Where, after what had been said, Denny was amazed to suggest that the bird could also turn into a person, which would explain its strange disappearance. However, there was still the question of where she could get the transformation fruits, to which the system representative swore that he did not give any to her. And when Snips said that he was only interested in the development of his master, Denny noted skeptically that for all the actions of the system, his interlocutor only wished him death. But Snips had already changed the subject, saying that he was more alarmed by how the bird absorbed the crystal of the transformed pterodactyl. Thus, these actions of the bird, which is healed by the crystals of creatures, are similar to the abilities of the owner, who is healed from the absorption of the bodies of monsters. Meanwhile, watching her friend speak to the air, the monkey came to the conclusion that after receiving a head injury in battle, her friend's mental abilities had sharply decreased, and Snips had already told Denny that he needed to kill the bird and let him study its body, where only in this way he could answer questions about its abilities. And when the young man said that even his fiery breath did not kill the bird, Snips softened his demands, explaining that a particle of it would be enough for him to analyze. But the young man said that he was not at all interested in this, since his main task was to pump up his own body. And so he called his girlfriend to follow him, where he offers to live on his territory for now. And when the gorilla asked about the amount of food, the young man explained that there was even more than enough. A week had passed since their battle with the wolf, where one day Danny came out of his cave. He noted with pleasure how skillfully Rizik learned to stack wood for the fire, and the monkey learned to prepare carcasses for frying. The only thing he drew his friend's attention to was that she again, contrary to his requests, began to catch poisonous spiders. He once again explained that although their amount of poison would not harm them, spiders were completely tasteless food. And so Denny lit a fire, and the friends began preparing breakfast from jackal carcasses. While waiting for the food to cook, the young man thought about teaching his girlfriend how to make a fire, where in this case, he would not have to do anything at all. After these thoughts, he decided to log into the system, where for the next login in a new place, he was given a new ability, which the young man was, of course, very happy about, since the new ability of an acoustic nature could both raise the morale of the allies and slow down the actions of the opponents. Then Snips appeared in front of him, who announced that exactly a month had passed since the owner appeared on this island, and therefore he was receiving a gift set of reinforcements, where the representative of the system explained that he carefully selected a gift for the young man. And so he announced that for ease of use, the system was opening a store, and also giving the owner 300,000 evolution points. Delighted with such a useful acquisition and a large bonus of points, Denny immediately asked to open a store. And when that same store appeared before his eyes, the young man noticed that his organization left much to be desired. The first product that caught his eye was the fruit of transformation into a fighter, which gave the user ninja skills and endowed him with great speed. The next product could endow him with incredible wisdom, where he could calculate the actions of his opponents several steps ahead. And finally, the titanium armor could not help but attract attention, which simply made its owner an invincible creature. Deciding that 300,000 points would be enough for him to acquire all these skills, Denny opened the price tag. Imagine his surprise when he saw that all these items cost from 100 to 500 million reinforcement points. His indignation was interrupted by Snips, who said that the owner himself had chosen the most expensive category of goods, where he just needed to view the entire assortment. Realizing that goods could be moved just like on a smartphone, the young man began browsing through what else his new store had to offer. So he came across a special pumped-up tail, the acquisition of which would cost him 20 million points. Also, the possibility of a firestorm with specially charged particles, worth 10 million, could not help but attract attention. Completely disappointed in the store, the young man noticed that by the time he was able to accumulate such a number of reinforcement points, he would become a giant who did not need all this. And just as he was about to leave the store, Snips said that he could just start browsing with the cheapest items. And this turned out to be a seasoning that cost only 1,000 reinforcement points. And so the system congratulated its owner on the first purchase in his new store, where, a second later, Denny was already sprinkling the seasoning on the meat cooking over the fire, thinking about what it might taste like. His friends immediately noticed new aromas that appeared, which provoked copious salivation. And now they were all enjoying the barbecue, where Denny simultaneously asked the system to show him a map. Showing the map, Snips noted that it could only show those areas where his owner had already been able to visit. Looking at the map, the young man wanted to take a closer look at one of the places. Having increased the size of the desired place, the young man noticed that this was the same dead land where underground lizards lived. And his interlocutor noted that such pieces of lifeless desert exist in different places, and reptiles only continue to expand their territories. To which Denny said that at this rate, there would soon be nothing left of the island, and therefore, he must take measures to protect life. And when the young man asked how he could open the entire map of the island, Snips said that to do this, he just needed to use his fast legs and walk around the entire territory. Continuing to examine the visible areas of the map, the young man decided to gradually destroy the lizards, approaching their king, where he must avenge the death of his girlfriend's parents and restore peace and tranquility on this once paradise island. Patting his girlfriend on the head, the young man decided that after the king of the lizards fell, the monkey should become the ruler of this island, because he himself will become the king of the monsters of the whole world, and not just one island. Hearing these thoughts out loud, the monkey asked who the king of the island was, and whether he could be tastier than what they were now eating. To which Denny replied that it did not matter that much, and suggested continuing with the meal. And just as the dragon's friend was about to continue eating, something suddenly fell on top of her piece. And when the smell of what had just fallen from above reached the monkey's olfactory receptors, it immediately recoiled from the excrement. Raising her head, the gorilla saw those who owned the feces that had just spoiled her meal. Violently hitting the spoiled food onto the ground, the monkey gathered all his strength and jumped as high as he could. But the inertia of its upward movement kept falling, and when it reached its goal, the pterodactyl could simply move its paw a little so that the attempt would fail. After which all the flying lizards watched, not without a grin, as the monkey, helpless against them, fell down. Finding herself back on the ground, the girl in the body of a gorilla looked around, coming up with a further plan of action. And now Denny was already watching his girlfriend rush towards the huge stone, clearly intending to use it for revenge. Watching how the gorilla tried in vain to lift this huge boulder, the young man noticed that it was unlikely that she would be able to kill anyone with it, after which he invited his companion and girlfriend to use his skills against pterodactyls. After which, he opened his mouth wide and used his newly acquired acoustic skill. What pleased him was how the flying lizards instantly lost their ability to resist, which in turn allowed the dragon to precisely direct a stream of fire at them. After which the young man noticed to himself that he should start training his girlfriend, who is somehow not really drawn to the king of the island, since she cannot even cope with a flock of pterodactyls. He immediately announced that from tomorrow he would begin the process of training the monkey, so that it could become a worthy ruler in the future. And so Denny stood and remembered what exercises could be given to the monkey for development and tests. When the list was approved, the dragon told his friend that they would now begin to improve her physical strength. Not understanding what was being said, the gorilla asked what kind of power this was, and whether it was much tastier than kebab. And when the young man explained what the strength was that she needed to cope with the bird and the wolf, the monkey lay down and said that she was not interested in this, since they did not seize her territory and did not take away her food. The young man assumed the possibility of such a reaction, and therefore, having good experience in training dogs in a past life, he was ready for this. where, after showing his girlfriend a new seasoning, he told her to do whatever he asked, and then she could get incredibly tasty kebab for dinner. Of course, this had the desired effect, where the gorilla immediately jumped to his feet and shouted that she wanted to train and increase her strength. After which Denny could only state how simple it was. Having brought his girlfriend to the horizontal bar, he told her to hang on this bar and do 1,000 pull-ups, where the young man wanted to demonstrate how it should be done. But when he approached the projectile, he suddenly remembered that his legs were too short. Deciding that this would in no way become an obstacle for him, he nevertheless gathered his strength and jumped. Of course, he would not have been able to catch the horizontal bar with his paws under any circumstances, and therefore he used his teeth. The monkey looked at all this with a completely uncomprehending look, listening to his friend's explanations that he needed to do the same thing with his hands. Having finished speaking and squinting his eyes in the direction where his girlfriend should have been, he discovered her absence. But the gorilla's voice coming from above attracted the young man's attention, where he saw her offering to help him climb up. Unclenching his teeth and finding himself at the bottom, Denny said that he had underestimated his friend, who must be the queen of the horizontal bar, deciding that he needed to pump up his weaker sides. Looking out of the water, the poor crocodile saw a huge foot approaching him, which a moment later lowered the weight of the monkey onto the reptile, which happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was an endurance workout where the dragon's friend's task was to run 100 kilometers. And soon a breathless Denny appeared at the same reservoir, and with his running he scared away all the living creatures in the area. Watching the monkey rush forward, he noted with annoyance that even after becoming a monster, as in his previous life, he could not overtake some girl. And the gorilla, turning around, gestured to remind her friend that he already owed her 2 pieces of kebab with new seasoning. Well, the animals inhabiting the local forests and reservoirs could only watch this couple leading such an active lifestyle. Around the shelter where Denny, the monkey, and Rijik lived, there was complete chaos and destruction. These were the consequences of a new part of the training, where the skills of physical confrontation were already honed. Realizing that he couldn't reach his today's opponent with his short paws, the young man used a tail strike, which, having reached its target, threw the girl in the body of a monkey several meters back. Approaching his friend, he asked if everything was okay with her, since he slightly miscalculated the force of the blow of the massive tail. But suddenly the sad face of the monkey, which caused Denny's concern, changed, and she sharply straightened one of her arms, hitting her friend. Crying out in pain, the young man began to loudly tell her that they had agreed not to hit her in the face, after which he immediately spewed out a stream of flame, which his girlfriend barely managed to dodge. The column of flame flew very far away, where the animals, who had not expected such a sudden attack, flew into the air in a heap. Snips appeared and noticed that if the training continued in the same mode, the island would not need lizards, since the dragon and gorilla would destroy it. Denny generally agreed with the representative of the system, but in order to defeat the Lizard King, it was necessary to train. To which Snips replied that he supported the training, but due to their enormous size, the island would simply fall to pieces. And then the dragon had the idea to continue training in human form, where Snips, answering the corresponding question, said that it would be possible to maintain progress during transformation. Because with an increase in physical capabilities in the human body, the energy will be stored in the crystal, which will allow it to be used in the monster's body. This was the way out, where he and the monkey needed to become human again. The only question remaining was how to do it. To which the representative of the system explained that if, when transforming from a person into a monster, the effect of destruction of the core occurs, then during the reverse transformation one must, on the contrary, focus on strengthening it. And now Denny has already taken a meditation position, telling his friend that they need to turn into people for the duration of the training. Once the gorilla sat down, he began to teach it the method of focusing on strengthening the life force crystal, and so the dragon and monkey began to plunge into a state of meditation for their first conscious transformation. However, Denny had to suddenly stop, as he suddenly felt not inner strength, but a sharp need to relieve himself, where a few minutes later, he emerged from behind the nearest boulder with a satisfied face. But when he approached the place of collective meditation, he discovered that his friend was missing. He looked around when he suddenly heard something like a squeak coming from below, where, looking down, he saw the monkey in her human form, amazed at how quickly she succeeded. He thought to himself that at this rate, this girl would definitely soon overtake him in all respects, and so the dragon again took up positions for meditation, trying to focus on creation, and his girlfriend in human form was lounging on the rocks, bored from idleness. So several hours passed, where the girl had already decided to have a snack, and Denny continued to concentrate. And then evening came, where, having transformed back into a gorilla, the girl brought the prey and told her friend that it was time to light the fire and have dinner. Trying not to hear anything, the young man thought that he was almost there, and the transformation was about to begin. But his nerves could not stand it, where he shouted loudly for the monkey to stop disrupting his mood for transformation. Immediately after which his mouth began to glow as if he was ready to immediately fry everyone around him. Frightened, the monkey asked not to use fire breath against it, to which the young man replied that he had no intention of doing so. And only now did he realize that his ability to create fire apparently had a lot in common with the ability to transform. Realizing that there was no need to spew out flames now, the young man decided that he just needed to swallow it. With Herculean efforts, he was able to send a charge of energy inside his body. And when Denny finally realized that he had managed to avoid this involuntary incineration of the entire neighborhood, he exhaled with relief. And suddenly he began to feel the very energy that he needed for transformation. Where a second later, instead of a huge dragon, a very ordinary person stood on the ground. Tensing one muscle after another, Denny noted that last time the crocodiles and piton prevented him from fully experiencing the full strength of his body. But now he understood that for this body neither 1,000 pull-ups nor running 100 kilometers would be a problem. And while the gorilla tried to remind his friend to light a fire, the young man ran circles around the monkey. Night had long fallen, but Denny had no intention of getting off the horizontal bar, where the gorilla was looking at him sadly. I think that at this rate the dragon would soon die of hunger. Well, the young man continued to pull himself up, deciding that he should break all world records, where now no one could laugh at the fact that he could not hang on the bar for 10 seconds. And when morning came, the young man, having counted 4,002 pull-ups, finally jumped from the horizontal bar to the ground, where, having seen a rat and a monkey sleeping by a fire that had never been lit, he was very surprised that they had not yet gotten up. But then he jumped up to them, quickly waking up his friends and telling Rijik to take on the role of observer and warn them about the appearance of monsters. And the monkey quickly turned into a man for training. Denny said to the girl who was rubbing her eyes that if she won against him this time, he would immediately prepare 10 servings of excellent barbecue for her. He continued to say something about skewers when his girlfriend had already managed to fly up, preparing to attack. And as soon as he said that he would fight like never before for 10 servings of shish kebab, the girl's fists already fell on his head. Immediately after which she rushed at her opponent, victory over whom promised her an excellent and big dinner. So a whole week passed, during which the dragon and the monkey did nothing but train, where the training was clearly not in the dragon's favor. Denny calculated that during this time he managed to accumulate 600,000 evolution points, where he decided to leave 100,000 in reserve and spend the rest on his improvement. And so he turned to the system, saying that 500,000 evolution points should be directed towards his development right now. And so, in front of his friend's eyes, the dragon began to emit a dazzling light, undergoing body progress. And when it was all over, the monkey noted, not without surprise, that her friend had suddenly become bigger. Where Denny explained that in order to grow, he needs to constantly eat well, since he still needs to develop and develop. The young man then added that today he plans to test the result of a week's training, where they will visit the lair of lizards, which he discovered nearby. But the gorilla's true joy was caused by the words of her friend that they would fry and eat all the defeated reptiles, where the monkey immediately shouted that destroying lizards was her true calling, and she was ready to do this all day long. The entrance to the cave where underground lizards lived looked completely unfriendly. Hiding behind the nearest rock, Denny and his girlfriend noted that there weren't many lizards guarding the entrance, and therefore there shouldn't be any problems getting in. And just as the young man wanted to tell the monkey how they would act, he once again discovered that she was no longer around. Seeing how his girlfriend was already rushing into battle, Denny noticed that the only thing he forgot to teach her was how to sneak up correctly. But despite this, the monkey was already crushing his disgusting opponents with all his might. 2 lizards, having climbed up the wall, tried to attack the gorilla from both sides at once in a jump. But the trained monkey immediately reacted to this and crushed the heads of the reptiles against each other. But then she turned her attention inside the cave, where a whole detachment of underground lizards had already gathered. And watching his friend Denny fight, he noticed that fighting became much easier for her after training. But now it's his turn to prove himself in a new battle, where he wants to achieve much greater results than in the battle with the wolf. And so the friends, being among the hordes of underground lizards, skillfully dealt with them, where Denny noted that there was enough food for them for at least a week. Having looked at how their opponents behaved, the young man said that despite their number, the actions of the lizards were completely ineffective. Having crushed another creature, the young man turned to his friend, where he motivated her by saying that the more lizards she killed, the tastier the dinner would be. Where, beyond any doubt, such a statement from a friend had the most positive effect on the monkey. Meanwhile, more and more lizards were arriving from the cave, which Denny really liked, since the food itself went into his hands. But suddenly the movement of the new crowd of their opponents was abruptly interrupted, where for a split second, they literally froze in place. Denny and his girlfriend looked in bewilderment at this strange change in the behavior of the lizards, and suddenly this whole crowd of geckos turned sharply and headed back deeper into the cave. Danny looked in confusion as the food that was just heading into his hands disappeared from view. The monkey was also unhappy that the kebab was running away from her, and the young man had already decided that they needed to check everything themselves by entering the cave, where the gorilla did not need to be persuaded to do this, as she quickly rushed inside, shouting for her kebab to come back. Denny had difficulty keeping up with his overly efficient girlfriend, telling her not to rush and not to break away from him. And so the friends found themselves in the very depths of this gloomy cave, which also had a disgusting smell. Turning to his monster radar, Denny noted that it used to show hundreds of lizards, but now not a single one is visible, where he suggests not to tempt fate and leave the cave. But it was already too late, as the surrounding lizards, previously invisible to their eyes, rushed to attack. And so the battle against these underground creatures flared up with renewed vigor, where the friends' opponents became several times larger. Denny noted that although the reptile venom causes him little damage, due to the large amount it is already beginning to be felt more and more strongly. Looking at the crowd of opponents, the young man decided to use his main weapon against them, but his impulse was stopped by some strange sound, indicating the approach of someone. Looking in the direction from which the sound was heard, the young man saw a huge shadow quickly closing the distance. Shouting to his friend to be careful, he managed to push her out of the path of the huge creature, where after this the young man had to take on this crushing blow from the head of the new lizard, where this blow was so strong that Denny was thrown several meters right up to the wall of the cave. The gorilla wanted to rush to the rescue, but her impulse was stopped by small lizards who attacked her. Meanwhile, Denny already saw in front of him the wide-open mouth of a huge, previously unseen monster. Clutching the monster's teeth with his small hands, the young man did not allow him to close his jaws. But then a certain green mass began to form in the mouth of his opponent, the appearance of which was extremely unpleasant and caused the young man to vomit. And so the huge lizard spat out what appeared in its huge mouth, directly onto the dragon's body. Thrown back again, Denny felt the mass produced by the monster literally corrode his skin. In these few seconds of respite, Denny had the opportunity to familiarize himself with the message of the system, which identified his new opponent as one of the direct descendants of the Lizard King. Noticing that the meeting with the king's descendant may indicate their approach to his place of deployment, Denny thought about capturing this monster. Well, the descendant of the royal line of lizards himself did not wait for his opponent to gather his strength and thoughts, continuing to attack him with his acid. However, this time the distance allowed the young man to dodge this attack. After looking at how the shell burned through the wall of the cave, Denny noted that he needed to be very careful from these attacks. After which, the young man turned back to his opponent, where he, judging by what was happening in his poisonous glands, was preparing some new dirty trick for the dragon. And then, a few seconds later, the prince of the underground lizards fired several projectiles at his opponent at once. The fact that this huge monster was capable of literally shooting in bursts greatly surprised the young man. There was neither time nor a real opportunity to evade this attack, and almost all the projectiles hit the dragon's body. The monkey, covered all over with smaller lizards, could only watch as its friend fell to the ground. And so the situation turned out clearly not in favor of the friends, where the dragon was practically defeated, and the monkey was about to be devoured by small lizards. Already practically unable to fight off her opponents, the gorilla watched as the huge lizard approached the body of her friend. And while she was looking around, trying to figure out how to help Denny, her gaze fell on the ceiling of the cave, where, as it turned out, there was something to grab onto. Having made an incredible effort, the monkey jumped out of the crowd of lizards surrounding it. After which, grabbing the stone ledges, the girl in the body of a monkey began to move towards the place where the dragon was. Very soon, the agile gorilla found herself almost directly above the very monster that was approaching her friend. Having completed the last jump, the monkey landed right between the dragon and the huge lizard. Trying to stop his further advance, she dealt her opponent a powerful blow, which threw the monster several meters to the side towards one of the walls of the cave. However, showing unprecedented dexterity, the huge lizard quickly jumped to its paws and prepared to counterattack. Denny, who came to his senses, saw what his opponent was preparing to do and shouted to his friend to retreat. But when another lump of green mucus flew out of the lizard's mouth, the monkey quite deftly dodged it, noticing that her friend's fiery breath was much more terrible. Where, after seeing this, the young man came to the conclusion that his girlfriend had developed an excellent reflex to his flame. Meanwhile, the gorilla had already rushed at his opponent, showering him with a hail of powerful blows. But at that second, something happened that no one could have expected, where the last projectile of the monster suddenly changed its trajectory, Seeing this unusual phenomenon, Denny shouted to his friend to turn around and protect her back. But it was too late, as the poisonous lump crashed right into the back of the dragon's friend, after which her opponent continued the attack, striking the monkey with his huge head, throwing it back. Denny, watching what happened, could not understand how this monster projectile suddenly changed the trajectory of its movement. But the hordes of lizards surrounding and approaching him did not allow him to deal with this issue in detail now. And so the underground monsters began to attack the uninvited guest of their cave, attacking the dragon from all sides. Shouting that it was done in vain, Denny used his electric discharge, destroying everyone who dared to climb onto his body. And while he was fighting off small monsters, the prince of the underground lizards was already hanging over his fallen victim, where, opening his huge mouth, he prepared to fire another poisonous projectile directly into the head of the defeated monkey. The lizard noticed quite late how a huge dragon tail appeared on the right side of his head. The blow was very powerful, where the prince of the underground creatures was thrown far to the side, and the projectiles he fired flew somewhere towards the ceiling of the cave. Denny watched the flight of this poisonous mass in the direction where the smaller lizards were located. His amazement knew no bounds when those same lizards located on the ceiling were suddenly able to repel the projectiles, redirecting their movement. Together with his friend, the monkey did not hide his amazement, amazed at what these underground creatures were capable of. Protecting his girlfriend, the young man exposed his body to the redirected poisonous balls, where, having taken another blow, the young man noticed that he apparently greatly underestimated these lizards. Well, their biggest enemy did not wait, having already prepared and directed new portions of his poisonous saliva in their direction. Both the monkey and the dragon deftly dodged the new attack, letting the poisonous projectile pass by. And at the other end, one of the smaller creatures was preparing to receive the feed, which was climbing onto a boulder. But Denny calculated this maneuver and did not allow the lizard to deflect the projectile, where he, with the movement of his tail, smashed the stone into small pieces. After which he sarcastically addressed the Prince of Monsters to make a new pitch, which he was ready to accept. But instead of attacking, his opponent suddenly used some kind of acoustic technique. After which the room was again filled with many small lizards, which began to line up as if according to some kind of pattern. Looking around, Denny noted that literally all surfaces of the cave, including the ceiling, had become filled with lizards. Then, turning his attention to the leader of this army, the young man noticed the activity of his poisonous glands. Deciding that he couldn't let him take another shot, Denny used his sonic attack, which of course had a certain effect on his huge opponent. But this turned out to be somehow short-lived, since after a couple of seconds the monster still fired a volley. Observing the new type of attack of the Prince of Underground Monsters, the young man noted that it would not be easy to evade this. But there was nothing to do, and he began to try to dodge the poisonous projectiles, each hit of which weakened him more and more. However, such protection did not help much, since the lizards located literally everywhere began to fight back everything that the dragon and monkey were able to evade. And very soon, regular projectile ricochets created some completely unimaginable picture in the cave. Dodging another projectile, Denny noticed that he had difficulty saving his manhood, deciding that it was time to come up with something in response. And their main enemy did not stop, adding more and more new shells to those that were already circling around the cave. The young man understood that if he did not do anything soon, the number of poisonous projectiles would simply go through the roof and they would drown in them. And so, having chosen a place for his blow, the young man finally used his fiery breath. He ended up right in the very place where a group of lizards was about to reflect the next projectiles fired by their leader. His calculation turned out to be correct, and the young man was glad that from this side, the group of his opponents would no longer repel a single shell. And now he has already turned his gaze to the next group, deciding to destroy the maximum number of those who are able to repel poisonous balls. Before he could fire a volley of fire, the young man heard someone quickly approaching him from behind. And now the Prince of the Underground Creatures with his razor-sharp claw has already struck the dragon, stopping his fiery breath. Denny fell to the ground, and one of the poisonous projectiles coursing through the cave was immediately redirected towards his head. Holding in her hand the body of one of the reptiles she had destroyed, the monkey rushed to her friend. But realizing that she herself did not have time to get closer, the gorilla threw the lizard's body as best she could against the trajectory of the projectile. And it worked, where the poisonous ball suddenly changed its trajectory, hitting the monster's body. This was a real godsend for the friends, where they now had a wonderful way to fend off such attacks. The Prince of the Underground Lizards, watching what was happening, was quite surprised at how non-trivially the opponents used the bodies of his relatives. And Denny had already prepared for this game of tennis, grabbing the body of one of the lizards and making an improvised racket out of it. The huge lizard didn't keep himself waiting, and for the umpteenth time sent several poisonous balls at the uninvited guests. Pleased with himself, Denny said that now he would show his opponent a wonderful trick, which, however, was not destined to see the light of day, since not a single movement of his improvised racket hit the poisonous balls that successfully reached the dragon's body. Having managed to fend off several attacks, Denny lamented that his accuracy was very poor. Busy with trying to fight off the shells flying right in front of him, the young man did not notice how danger appeared from above, where he fully felt the blow he received and could no longer reflect other projectiles approaching him. But then a monkey intervened in the situation and easily fought off everything that was flying at its friend. After which the gorilla covered the dragon with herself, saying that now she will protect him. And so the huge lizard did not take long to release a new batch of poisonous balls, none of whom were able to achieve the goal with the skillful actions of the dragon's friend, who repelled the attack. Watching this, Denny was in seventh heaven, where all his training with the monkey was not in vain. Well, his girlfriend with a menacing look was ready to accept and repel any subsequent attacks. But then the leader of the lizards again performed some kind of acoustic action, where, after receiving a signal from their boss, all the small lizards immediately began to move. Some of the monsters were located directly opposite the gorilla, and some were behind her and on the ceiling of the cave. Having looked at how the lizards were moving, Denny warned his friend to be careful, since the opponents had changed their formation for a reason. And now the maneuvers were completed, and the prince of the lizards spat out new portions of poisonous balls. He directed them not at the monkey, but in different directions, where his minions immediately redirected the shells towards the enemy. It was much more difficult to repel such an attack, but the girl in the body of a gorilla managed to cope with it so far. But before she had time to deal with some shells, others were already on the way. And so, having gathered his strength, the gorilla accelerated his movements as much as possible, not allowing a single projectile to hit him. Noting that the monkey was very good at what he did, Denny at the same time thought that the speed of the projectile's movement only increased after each redirection, and therefore something had to be solved. In addition, the prince of the underground lizards never tired of adding new poisonous balls to this game. And then the dragon told his friend to fight off the next projectiles, redirecting their movement towards the leader of the lizards, which the monkey immediately did with the first projectile it came across. However, the monster also turned out to be not so simple and easily repulsed what the gorilla sent at it. Denny stood and commanded, so that his girlfriend did not stop, and continued to send balls to the one who produced them. Not at all inferior in speed to the enemy, the prince of the lizards repelled all attacks aimed at him, where neither he nor his opponent was going to retreat or surrender. Busy with the continuous reflection of its own projectiles, the huge lizard suddenly noticed a blue glow in the place where the monkey was. He didn't have time to do anything when a barrage of fire from the dragon's mouth overtook him, and after the young man completed his attack, the monster stood in front of them, having lost several limbs. Watching this small victory, the monkey noticed that his friend performed brilliantly, where Denny himself was very pleased with his insidious but effective plan of attack. The enraged monster once again used an acoustic technique that called on all his subordinates to attack the dragon and the monkey, where, noticing that he could no longer use his fiery breath, Denny quickly suggested that his friend run away from the cave, but the prince of the underground lizards and his minions immediately rushed in pursuit. Trained in running, Denny and his friend quickly ran out of the cave, leaving their pursuers behind. And when the leader of the lizards began to appear outside, the gorilla, unnoticed by him, tripped him up, after which the lizard, moving at considerable speed, fell and rolled on the ground for several meters. Laughing, Denny noticed that these kinds of simple tricks can be used simply an infinite number of times, where they do not lose their relevance over the years. After which the young man told the enemy that they had no intention of escaping, but had only lured him outside, depriving him of the advantages that he had inside the cave. Of course, the lizard prince was extremely furious that he was simply duped like that. But then his smaller relatives came to his aid, appearing from behind his friends, who were blocking the leader of the lizards from entering the cave. But to their surprise, the small lizards did not attack them, but went straight to their huge boss, where at that very second they began to stick their bodies around those places of their leader where he lost his limbs. And right before the eyes of their amazed friends, the bodies of smaller monsters, under the influence of some unknown force, were transformed into missing limbs. Without hiding his surprise, Denny noticed such a remarkable ability to regenerate, where, looking at the poison and mucus of lizards, he thought that they have very non-trivial properties, which perhaps are even capable of reviving. But now there was no time to think and analyze what had happened, because before them stood the whole and unharmed prince of the lizards again, where this monster, having gained strength, immediately launched a new attack with its poisonous balls. The monkey began his work again, professionally fighting off all the shells fired at them. After watching the poisonous balls fly into the sky, where there was no one to reflect them, the lizard prince again made a sound and lowered his head to the ground, and the small lizards next to him suddenly began to crawl into his open mouth, where the dragon and gorilla watched in horror as a huge monster engaged in cannibalism, eating its own kind. It was a truly strange sight, where the lizards literally climbed into their master's mouth. But their prince still did not stop, absorbing one batch of his minions after another. Continuing to watch the strange action, Denny noticed that all this was definitely happening for a reason. Having told his friend that they must definitely prevent this creature from continuing to absorb small reptiles, the dragon rushed to attack, where he told the monkey that followed him to go straight to the prince of the lizards and not let him absorb his relatives while he destroyed them. Since closing the distance was just a matter of one jump for the gorilla, he immediately rushed to do what he had announced. Swooping down sharply, the monkey tried to strike the huge lizard, but it quite deftly dodged it. Where, a second later, the lizard prince had already counterattacked his opponent, releasing a new batch of poisonous balls. Prepared for such a turn of events, the gorilla again tried to fight off the poisonous cannonballs flying at it, but then something unexpected happened, where these new projectiles were no longer deflected by the bodies of the defeated small lizards. And so the attack of the prince of the underground lizards achieved its goal, throwing the monkey back. Seeing that his friend was hit by the fired shells, the dragon rushed to her aid, and the huge monster, realizing that it had gained an advantage, immediately continued its attacks, releasing new portions of poison. Trying to somehow dodge these attacks, Denny literally curled up into a ball and began not to run, but to roll forward. And while he was rolling, both living and dead small lizards were gradually strung onto his dorsal fins. But the huge monster still did not stop, continuing to spit poisonous balls at the dragon. But then he noticed how one of the shells he fired bounced off the back of the dragon, where, finally straightening up, Denny told his opponent that he had miscalculated again, where his maneuver was aimed at gathering protection from the bodies of his relatives. The young man thought to himself that maintaining such weight required a lot of strength, and therefore he needed to put an end to the vile reptile as soon as possible, immediately after which he quickly rushed to attack his transformed opponent. The lizard prince tried to keep his enemy from getting too close, firing poisonous balls at him, but they bounced back, breaking one after another the bodies of his small relatives, where the young man noticed that the strength and speed of the attacks was becoming faster. But then the young man, being at the required distance, made a jerk, piercing his opponent with his sharp dorsal fins. The prince was severely wounded by such an attack, where poison began to leak out of the holes in his body and splash in all directions, and Denny didn't even think about stopping, rushing at his opponent and tightly grabbing one of his limbs with his teeth, which he immediately bit through and tore off without any effort, throwing the enemy several meters away. The young man understood that he could not let the monster come to its senses and gather its strength, and therefore immediately spat out the enemy's limb, preparing for the next attack, where the firestorm he released reached its target, depriving the monster of several more limbs. The almost immobilized monster began to scream loudly, calling its small relatives to it, clearly in order to repeat the regeneration process, where they were not slow to be next to him in order to give their lives for the good of the master. But instead of using them to restore his limbs, for some reason the prince suddenly began to devour small lizards, which was extremely surprising for Denny, who could not understand the logic in the enemy's actions, where it would be wiser to restore the limbs. The only explanation for this was that the monster was preparing to deliver the final powerful blow, and therefore something had to be done quickly. And while he, under the weight of his burden, clumsily tried to approach the enemy, he continued to absorb his relatives. But then the monster stopped engaging in cannibalism, turning to face the dragon and beginning to open its mouth wide. Deciding that his enemy was preparing an attack similar to one of the previous ones, Denny decided that nothing would come of it, preparing to substitute his improvised armor from the bodies of lizards. But the young man could not have expected what began to happen next in the monster's mouth. Danny looked in horror as the huge poisonous ball produced by the monster was rapidly approaching him closer and closer. But he had no choice but to turn his back and try to block this attack. He tried his best to hold back the movement of this giant projectile, and feeling that he could not cope, he asked his friend to help. Hearing the dragon's request, the monkey immediately ran up from the side of his stomach and pressed himself against him, which only caused Denny more suffering. But their joint efforts were finally crowned with success, where they managed to move this monstrous projectile in the opposite direction, where both the dragon and his assistant, having fallen to the ground, were incredibly glad that they had succeeded. As soon as he got to his feet, Denny said that in response to such a gesture on the part of the monster, he would not remain in debt, and released his fiery barrage. The poisonous ball blocked the view of the Prince of Lizards, where he had no chance of saving himself from the enemy's attack, and so the body of the formidable monster fell noisily to the ground, showing no more signs of life. Danny, too, exhaling in relief, sank to the ground, rejoicing that this battle was finally over. The monkey noted that her friend was very strong, but the young man replied that to a large extent they were just lucky. And suddenly the young man saw green grass begin to appear under his feet, and now the entire lifeless desert was suddenly transformed, filled with new life. The dragon and his friend could not believe what was happening right before their eyes. Summoning Snips, Denny asked what was happening here now, to which he replied that he had begun to analyze the energy of lizards, where, in the course of his research, he discovered that their energy seemed to suppress all living things around, and when it stopped working, the world came to life. However, the energy of the prince of the underground creatures was much stronger than that of their entire army, since it was transmitted directly from the king. This led Danny to the idea that in this case, they did not have to kill all the small lizards, where they themselves would die if they destroyed the kings and princes, which Snips immediately confirmed. This greatly pleased the young man, who decided to mark on the map all the places where these creatures accumulated and begin to destroy them. But before that, it is necessary to have a good meal, where, having turned around, he already found that his girlfriend was stringing the carcasses of defeated geckos onto skewers, where, while showing her friend the food ready to be cooked, she asked him to light the fire, to which Denny replied that he had no strength left after this battle, and therefore he was not yet able to start a fire. After which he told his girlfriend that now he would teach her how to make fire on her own, using friction, and now he was already directing the actions of the gorilla, who for the first time in his life was trying to make fire. The young man stood nearby and shouted for his girlfriend to try even harder and speed up her hand movements. And now her labors bring results, where she was already putting kindled tinder into the stacked firewood. And when the fire finally flared up, the gorilla immediately began cooking the reptiles. Denny, meanwhile, was resting from the battle and looking forward to a quick, tasty, and well-deserved lunch. A couple of hours had already passed when he asked his friend if the food was ready, to which she replied in the negative. But then several more hours passed, where the young man, already dying of hunger, loudly asked why the preparation was taking so long. And at some point, the gorilla too could no longer endure it, and shouting loudly that the meat was not fried at all, scattered the fire and food. Coming closer and taking the carcass of the lizard in his paws, the young man noticed that despite being above the fire for a very long time, it really was not fried at all. Snips gave an explanation, saying that ordinary fire cannot affect bodies with energy from another world, where only the fire of a dragon, which also does not belong to this world, is capable of frying monsters. Very upset, Denny said that he didn't want to think about it for now until he filled his stomach with something. And so, taking one of the skewers, the young man began to devour the raw lizard, hoping that it would not taste as bad as it seemed. But the young man was mistaken, since the poisonous component of the raw product literally caused his entire cavity and insides to burn. But at the same time, looking at the half-eaten carcass of the underground lizard, the young man decided that for the sake of evolution points, he must endure. And so, in front of his girlfriend, who could hardly restrain the urge to vomit, he continued to absorb the lizard while the system was reporting about the accrual of evolution points. And Snips at this time added that because of all this, no monsters, no matter how strong they are, will ever be able to destroy the leaders of the underground lizards, unlike Godzilla. This explained to the young man why even having united with other monsters, his girlfriend's parents could not resist the Lizard King. Deciding not to tell her anything for now, Denny noticed that the recharge should have been enough for a small restoration and use of abilities, where, approaching a scattered fire, the dragon sent a stream of fire into it, which could cook food. And now the monkey was already watching how his friend was laying out the carcasses of lizards around the fire, where she turned out to be much smarter than Danny imagined, realizing that only the dragon's flame could fry these bodies. Immediately the monkey remembered that in every battle the dragon used his fiery breath, and thanks to this, he won, where she came to the conclusion that only he is capable of destroying them, and in fact he doesn't really need her as an assistant. The young man, paying attention to the depressed state of his friend, did not understand why she was sad, because usually the smell of food always brought her only joyful emotions. And while they were preparing the defeated lizards, a spectator, unnoticed by them, appeared not far from them. It was that same ominous bird that was trying to see what kind of huge body was lying next to its old acquaintances. And when she realized that this was the prince of the lizards, she could not believe that this couple was really able to defeat such a strong opponent. She immediately remembered her long-ago meeting with this monstrously dangerous creature, where she already thought that victory would be hers, when suddenly the prince spewed out those poisonous green balls. She fully experienced the destructive effect of which on her head, almost losing her eyes. And so the poison ate away at her head. Small lizards crawled all over her body, causing one damage after another, and the Prince of the Lizards was preparing to end her once and for all. Her memories were interrupted by one of her henchmen, who reminded her that the bird wanted to kill these monsters, advising her to take advantage of the moment. But she suddenly lost her temper, heading in the other direction and saying that first of all she needed to find that wolf with the sword. And Denny and his faithful companion continued their meal, where for the first absorption of the Prince of Underground Reptiles, the young man was awarded 9,000 evolution points, and he also acquired the ability to shoot fireballs that can be repelled. And when the dragon read this message, he was very glad that he got the skill of the enemy he had defeated. Meanwhile, the meal of friends, who had lost a lot of strength and energy during the battle, did not end. And suddenly Denny received another message from the system, where he was notified that for his first encounter with a creature from another world, he had been awarded 2 million evolution points. After which Denny, not without reproach, noticed that finally the system began to work normally and provide significant bonuses. And when he asked why he had not previously been given so many points for small lizards, which were also from another world, Snips explained that their energy was too low and was not recognized by the system. As soon as it received a sample of the prince defeated by the dragon, the system was finally able to identify that it was a creature from another world. A representative of the system explained that once upon a time a natural disaster occurred here, due to which a passage to another world was formed, and it is the origin of the lizards that explains the presence of such a large number of different abilities in them. After listening to all the stories and explanations of Snips, Denny came to the conclusion that the energy of that world is much stronger, and if he can enter it and gain evolution points, then it will become much larger and stronger. However, at this moment the young man decided to visit the store, asking his interlocutor to provide access. And when his request was fulfilled, the dragon asked if the Fruit of Life, which he had once received as a gift, was on sale. The cost of it was 500,000 evolution points, but Denny did not hesitate to buy it for the sake of his girlfriend. After all, she suffered quite badly in the battle, where her wounds did not even think of healing. And so, throwing the acquired fruit to the monkey, the young man said that she was improving her health. Parts of the gorilla's body that were bald from the effects of the poison led the young man to the idea that the bird's bald head could also be a consequence of a collision with lizards. Meanwhile, the gorilla had already dealt with the Fruit of Life, which immediately began to show its healing properties. And now she was already on her feet, noting how her body was filled with energy, and all her wounds were healing, and asked if her friend had any more such fruits. Denny noticed that after eating this fruit, his girlfriend even increased slightly in size, where he should invest more in her development. In the meantime, the monkey was enjoying the fact that he had become taller than his friend. He said not to rush to conclusions and watch carefully, and so he ordered the system to use all the remaining 1.5 million points for his development. After which the amazed gorilla could only watch as her friend suddenly began to grow. And so the young man, whose height had already reached 70 meters, noted, not without pleasure, that the monkey herself forced him to resort to such methods, starting a conversation about growth. The gorilla watched in horror as the dragon's fins began to glow when he said it was time to test his new skills, and now a fireball appeared in the dragon's mouth, the sight of which brought absolute horror to the monkey. Without hiding her fear, the gorilla watched as her friend used his abilities, thinking that this really scared her. But what was her amazement when the fiery projectile suddenly bounced away from the place where it was aimed. She just had time to duck down when a huge fireball flew right over her head. After which, bouncing off something else, the projectile headed somewhere upward. Watching the flight of the released fireball, Denny was very happy about this new skill, which would help in the future destruction of lizards. Meanwhile, the bird heading away was thinking that the search for the wolf had taken too much of her time. The feeling of approaching danger made the bird turn around and look back, where she was horrified to discover a certain ball approaching her, which was very reminiscent of what she had to face during the battle with the lizards. Absolutely not wanting to receive new burns, the bird covered itself with the help of the body of one of its subordinates. But when the projectile hit a random target, the bird discovered that it was not at all the poisonous ball that the lizard prince used. Looking angrily at the friends having fun below, the bird noted that the unscrupulous dragon frightened her greatly. A couple of days later, Denny, in his human form, performing another approach, told his friend that after finishing the training, they needed to go to the new abode of the lizards, since they were running out of food. Where, having heard her friend, the girl immediately threw the dumbbells, joyfully asking when they were leaving. But then their conversation was interrupted by the appearance of a creature in the sky, the shadow of which could not leave him unnoticed. While the system was giving the young man information about a new species of pterodactyl, he himself did not understand what this flying lizard had forgotten. But suddenly he saw how one pterodactyl for some reason attacked another. But looking closer, Denny saw that on the back of one of the flying lizards, there was another creature that stuck one of its swords into its body, where, without letting go of one sword from his paws, he had already managed to draw the second one in order to attack the flying enemy. The young man and his girlfriend began to watch with interest what was happening in the air, and there the armed werewolf closely watched as his opponents made one circle after another. He waited for an opportune moment when one of the pterodactyls tried to attack him and jumped high, causing the blow to land directly on the neck of the attacker's relative. The upright wolf himself had already landed on the head of the second reptile, and without hesitation thrust one of his swords right into his eye. Having experienced incredibly severe pain, the pterodactyl began to shake its head forcefully, trying to throw off the enemy. But the animal, which had clearly undergone some kind of training, did not fall, making a jump and then pushing off from the lizard's body. And now he had already thrust his sword into the neck of the flying reptile, directing its movement sharply downward. The girl immediately noticed that the reptile was diving right at them, shouting loudly about it. Without hesitating for a second, the dragon's friend, using a well-practiced method, collected energy in order to reincarnate, where at that very moment it was no longer a girl who stood in front of Denny, but a huge gorilla, out of habit beating its chest with its hands. Having uprooted the tree closest to her, the monkey threw it with all her might at the approaching lizard, where her throw was incredibly accurate, as she landed right on the pterodactyl's head. This was enough for the flying monster, already without an eye, to no longer be able to continue its flights. And while the pterodactyl was falling, breaking dozens of trees around it, an upright wolf, jumping from its back, deftly dodged the debris. And now he was already standing on the ground in front of Denny, saying that he had finally found him. Where, after these words, a strange creature said that if this is a female monkey, then the guy standing in front of him is that same dragon. Looking at some werewolf, Denny asked him how they could know each other. But instead of answering, his interlocutor suddenly took one of his swords in his teeth, after which he asked if this reminded the young man of anything. And only then did both Denny and his girlfriend realize that standing in front of them in half-human form was the very same wolf with whom they had once fought. And when they finally recognized him, the wolf immediately invited the young man to fight again, where this time they are with him in human forms, and in this case he will definitely not lose. Looking at the tip of the outstretched weapon, Denny could not believe that the wolf was looking for him only to fight again, as if this was the main goal of his whole life. But the wolf did not seem to listen at all to his interlocutor and imminent enemy, taking up a position for attack. But the young man asked him not to rush, wondering why the wolf's transformation was not completely completed. But his opponent was not at all going to conduct any dialogue, jumping high and starting attacking actions. Having difficulty dodging the lunge, Denny shouted for his opponent to stop immediately. But the wolf shouted that he must take revenge, where otherwise he would have to commit suicide due to the shame of defeat he had experienced. But before he could reach the young man, a gorilla suddenly intervened in their battle. She delivered a powerful blow with both hands, but the prepared wolf managed to escape the attack. However, the gorilla had no intention of stopping, already making a new swing and preparing to defeat the enemy. Noting that the female monkey fought very selflessly, the wolf at the same time had no difficulty in dodging all her attacks, where, having again appeared in front of his main opponent, he concluded that the monkey relies only on physical strength, and forgot about tactics. Thinking that it was impossible to win with such an approach, the wolf rushed at Denny, but his impulse was stopped by another blow from the gorilla, which almost killed her friend. Having miraculously escaped death, the young man shouted to his friend to watch where he was hitting, and the wolf, who sat down on the nearest stone, suddenly said that his opponent's strength had diminished since their last meeting. Denny tried to explain to his friend that all this was just a provocation, which was aimed at bringing her out of their psychological balance. But the wolf did not let up, adding that now he did not want to waste time on such a weak opponent, since his first priority was to fight the dragon. Where immediately after this, the monkey, in a fit of rage, again began to attack, succumbing to this simple provocation. Trying to escape from the inept attacks of an angry gorilla, the young man began to run. But then a sword was suddenly put to his throat, where the wolf suddenly noticed that his opponent really looked like a man. Thinking that he had been a human for many years, Denny told his opponent that he preferred to remain a monster. Watching the man become a dragon, the wolf noted that his opponent's transformation abilities were impressive, immediately asking why the dragon did not want to fight in human form. But without waiting for an answer, the wolf suddenly rushed to the attack, shouting that in any case he would reach the enemy's throat. And so he quickly flew past Denny, who was already in the guise of a dragon, striking him with a sword. But immediately pushing off from another tree, the wolf began a new attack on his opponent. Denny decided to answer the wolf's question, saying that there was no point in fighting the wolf while in human form, where his opponent also had bladed weapons. The wolf, who stopped the attack, noticed that he did not know this transformation technique, but the image of a dragon did not really suit the young man. But the young man countered by saying that in a world filled with monsters, living as a human is simply absurd. But the wolf also found an argument, noting that not a single monster is capable of such mobility as a human. And then the wolf looked at the paw movement that his huge opponent made, where he noticed that the dragon could simply swallow him, whereas now he is having a dialogue with him, which is very human. And suddenly he jumped on his opponent's muzzle, saying that the flexibility and mobility of human hands is amazing, after which he put his sword to the dragon's eye. Danny, without looking away and without blinking, watched as his opponent's sword stopped its movement a few millimeters from his pupil. And so the wolf declared with full confidence that in front of him there really was a real person, where the young man in the form of a dragon did not understand at all what his opponent was doing now. However, the fact that this wolf met people and learned martial arts from them was more than obvious. But then the thoughts of each of them were interrupted by the appearance of a huge feathered shadow right above them. The wolf had no chance to react in any way, and he instantly found himself in the clutches of a bird of prey. However, Denny did not like the fact that this abnormal bird just flew into his house and kidnapped his interlocutor. Saying that the bird had found itself in big trouble, the young man launched his fireball, defending itself, from which the bird, greatly frightened, again used one of its subordinates. However, the fired projectile did not kill him, but bounced off, heading towards where another pterodactyl was flying, having reached which the fireball ricocheted again and headed back to the bird, where she, not expecting such a turn of events, could no longer do anything, and the fireball met her chest. This blow forced her to unclench her grip when the wolf was free, falling down. Watching the fall of the feathered monster, Denny noted, not without a smile, that he managed to bring down this bird for the third time. Then, watching the fall of the wolf, the young man mentally concluded that this wolf could make an excellent ally in their further struggle, where he decided to do him a favor and asked his girlfriend to save the life of their new tailed acquaintance. Saying that the dragon could completely rely on her, the monkey rushed to the aid of the wolf. Meanwhile, Denny decided to check how the bird he had shot down was doing there. However, upon arriving at the place, the young man, as in previous times, only discovered a dent in the soil. He immediately began to look around, not believing that this strange bird had managed to hide again. And then his attention was attracted by some strange noise coming from one of the trees, where, turning in the right direction, Danny was finally able to see another person in front of him. He was extremely surprised that that ugly bird could also take on a human form, and moreover, the form of a girl, where, among other things, the young man noticed that in this appearance she looks much more attractive. But the girl clearly did not appreciate the compliment, shouting for the evil dragon to shut his mouth, where she was tired of being a target for him since that first meeting at the tree with the fruits of transformation. After which the girl reminded the bored dragon of their second meeting, where he also almost fried her. The third episode, where she no longer has any strength to endure all this bullying, did not go unnoticed. However, she is ready to forgive him, but in exchange for this he should not interfere when she kills that wolf. To which Denny said that at first he wanted to eat her, but since she turned out to be a very attractive girl, he changed his mind and offered to unite against the underground lizards. But taking a protective pose, the bird asked what interest it might have in cooperating with the dragon. To which the young man replied that his interest was in confronting the common enemy who was destroying the island. And when the bird said that she had a lot of other things to do, Denny remembered how her feathers were plucked by some lizards, which caused a storm of negative emotions in the girl. The dragon, having said that being bald of course is also normal, but he has one fruit that can help his feathers grow faster. For a moment, his interlocutor suddenly fell silent and thought deeply about something. But suddenly the girl said that she understood perfectly well that the dragon was now simply trying to stall for time so that the monkey could save the wolf. But then she drew his attention to what was happening behind her, saying that she had prepared for a variety of circumstances. Where, turning around, Denny saw that his girlfriend was being attacked by some completely new species of pterodactyls, information about which the system immediately told him. The wolf had already been captured, but not even 10 seconds had passed before a couple of flying lizards grabbed his girlfriend. Looking at the bird in human form entangled in the vines, Denny said menacingly that, apparently, she did not realize the gravity of her situation. But the girl, showing some feathers squeezed between her fingers, said that the dragon was very mistaken in deciding that she had once been in his power. After which she added that initially these feathers were not intended for him, but now the situation has changed. Shouting that the monster would now see her true strength, the girl, with a sharp movement of her hand, threw her throwing weapon at the dragon. Denny did not have time to do anything against this attack, where all he could do was close his eyes and try to survive. And his new opponent said that the dragon doesn't even realize how valuable these throwing feathers are, otherwise he would be able to appreciate her generosity. But after these words, the bird in the guise of a girl suddenly began to somehow control the flow of air masses, creating an incredible whirlwind. With the help of this whirlwind, she broke many trees, with which she overwhelmed her opponent. After which the bird grinned and asked a rhetorical question about where that huge dragon suddenly went. And the young man was tightly squeezed by tree trunks, where he was not even able to move. The winner of the fight said that since the dragon bowed before her, feeling all her power, she would not finish him off. After which, right in front of the amazed Denny's eyes, the girl's whole body suddenly began to glow. And so, having said that next time the dragon should not even think about stopping her, the bird, accompanied by the gaze of the defeated enemy, flew away. As Danny watched his friend and the wolf being carried away by the pack, he tried to think of a way to save them. Gathering all his strength, the young man decided that he would not stand by and watch his friends being kidnapped. And so, turning out from under the rubble, the dragon was able to take aim and fire a volley with its fireball. But the bird, already taught by past experience, easily repelled the projectile aimed at it, saying that it would no longer affect it. Denny, meanwhile, released 3 balls in a row at once, telling the bird to try to hit it back. Watching the actions of the dragon, the bird came to the conclusion that this guy was capable of firing all 30 shells in a row, not understanding why there were only 3 of them. Without any difficulty, she began to fight off the balls flying at her, accompanying this with the words that the dragon was completely incapable of anything. Busy defending herself, where she noted how boring it was, the bird did not notice how one of the balls was pointed in the direction where her minions were dragging the monkey. Observing this, Denny noticed that although he was never friends with sports, he had no problems with mathematical science. And then one of his fireballs, ricocheting correctly, hit the pterodactyl who was holding the wolf. Well, the other destroyed one of those who kept his faithful friend the gorilla. And while the bird was amazed at how the dragon had tricked it around its finger, Denny noticed that without her participation, none of this would have happened. Left alone, the pterodactyl tried his best not to drop his mistress's prey, but this did not help him much, since the monkey could now defend himself with his second freed hand. And then, grabbing the reptile by the wing, the dragon's girlfriend hit the lizard on the ground with all her might and under the weight of her body. She had already finished dealing with him when Denny appeared nearby, asking if his girlfriend was injured. To which the gorilla replied that she was fine and apologized for not being able to save the wolf herself. Denny, having said that the wolf was also freed, focused the monkey's attention on the bird, where he warned his friend that she could throw sharp feathers. He asked the girl in the body of a gorilla to try to hit their opponent with something. Finding nothing better, the monkey picked up the pterodactyl lying nearby, which he launched at the bird hanging in the air. The bird, of course, dodged this attack, but it was only needed to divert its attention, where, having said that he would now burn the remnants of the feathers on its head, Denny sent a stream of fire at the bird. But she was able to evade her quite easily, doing nothing but mocking the pitiful attempts to get her. Watching the flame fly past, the bird watched, not without pleasure, how its opponents were enraged. At the same time, one of the pterodactyls flew past her, and a wolf clung to its body. The bird quickly sensed danger approaching from behind, but it was too late to do anything, since the angry wolf managed to strike with one of his swords. Crying out in pain, the bird also accused her opponent of daring to use the knowledge received from people against her. But her speech was interrupted by a new attack, after which a rain of bird feathers fell to the ground, where, along with his feathers, the wolf also sank down, successfully landing on one of the trunks of the fallen trees. No less enraged by the loss of plumage, the bird again began to control the air masses, trying to defeat its opponent. Where, observing how easily the wolf repelled these attacks, Denny noticed that he could not find a better ally to confront this bird. Telling the wolf that he was a really good fighter, the young man suggested they join forces, to which his interlocutor replied about the complete uselessness of such a huge and sedentary creature like a dragon in a forest, which was hard to disagree with, since the human body was really much more suitable for such terrain. And so he invited the wolf to help him deal with the bird, after which he would take human form and they could fight him, as he wanted. The wolf agreed, but only if he used a sword, in response to which Denny stated that he would use armor in this case. The bird, having reproached the dragon for starting a new war after her mercy, at the same time thought that if they united, then she would definitely have a hard time. Saying that the vile dragon was not worthy to be her rival, the bird spread its wings and was about to fly away. Noticing that his opponent was scared, Denny said that now she would regret interrupting their fight with the wolf. Where, having looked at the dragon, the bird asked what he wanted to say by this, where she definitely did not intend to apologize. Denny took the chance and offered her an alternative, where she could either become part of their team or lose the rest of her feathers, to which the bird replied that they would not be able to stop her if she wanted to fly away now. to which the dragon succinctly told her to try. Where, pointing at the wolf, the dragon noticed that he would calmly climb any tree and chop off her wing when she tried to take off. And so the bird decided to try its luck and quickly began to work with its huge wings. No less quickly, the wolf jumped out of his place and rushed to attack the fleeing enemy. With great difficulty, the bird managed to press its head down when the blade of the sword whistled through the air above it. Where, having immediately lost its balance and stopped working with its wings, the bird literally fell on its back. Then, sitting on the ground, she suddenly let out a piercing scream, attracting the attention of pterodactyls flying nearby. And at that very second, a flock of flying lizards rushed to the aid of their mistress in trouble. But a monkey, armed with an improvised club, was already preparing to meet them. And while her opponents were busy, the bird decided to run away, where the wolf could not stop her from flying. But the young man noticed how she was trying to escape from the battlefield, noting her speed. Where, rushing after her, Denny shouted that she, with her small clumsy legs, would never be able to tear herself away from him. And now he has already overtaken the bird, turning around and blocking its further path of retreat. Where the young man, without waiting, quickly rushed forward and dealt her a crushing blow with his dragon's shoulder. And so, hanging over the bird, Denny said in all seriousness that he was not as bad as she might have thought of him. After which he again invited her to join them in their mission with the monkey and the wolf to confront the king of reptiles. Still not fully understanding what the dragon wanted from her, the bird tried to ask again, but the young man, ahead of her question, told her to simply become part of their team. He angrily shouted that the dragon was too self-confident. The bird tried to attack him and gouge out his eyes with its claws. But here the wolf again intervened in the development of events, who with a quick movement of the sword deprived the bird of some more feathers, which finally drove her crazy, where she screamed in rage that her stupid opponents did not realize how valuable her feathers were, each of which contained the source of life for the living creatures of this island. Remembering how she absorbed the pterodactyl's life crystal, and immediately realizing what she wanted to do with the wolf and the monkey, Denny said that if they did not become friends, they would become enemies. Because in this case, the bird becomes a threat to their lives, and they cannot just let it go. But the bird itself did not intend to leave the battlefield, saying that it would compensate for all the feathers damaged by the dragon and wolf with their lives. Starting to control the air masses, the bird said that many creatures sacrificed their lives to save the island. But the team standing in front of it only spoils all good intentions. Several small tornadoes had already formed around the bird when it shouted that each creature that died for the common good had its own name. Observing what was happening, the young man noticed that apparently they had greatly angered the bird. Meanwhile, the bird's entire body turned into one continuous tornado, which tore trees out of the ground and easily circled huge stones through the air. Feeling the strongest currents of wind, Denny noted that it was becoming more and more difficult to stay on his feet. And then, with another gust of wind, the dragon was blown away, as if he were not a multi-ton giant, but some kind of fluff. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice coming from behind him, calling him to hide in the hole. Having climbed up to his friend and noticing that this was a real natural disaster, the young man asked his friend where the wolf was. Feeling that the wind began to weaken, the friends looked outside to see what was going on, where they saw that the bird's attention was being distracted by a wolf, who was moving very quickly and skillfully maneuvering in air currents. However, despite the fact that the wolf was very agile, he certainly would not be able to cope with the bird alone, and therefore something had to be thought of. But at that moment a new enemy appeared on the horizon, where the system immediately brought information about the enemy. And while the dragon and the monkey watched the approach of help for their opposing side, the bird noticed their hiding place. Having given the command to her winged army, she sent them straight to the very place where Denny was hiding with his girlfriend. Realizing that staying in the pit was no longer an option, the young man and his faithful companion took off running, where the young man, picking up speed, noted that the teeth of this type of pterodactyl are sharper than a razor. But then he remembered that there was still a wolf next to the bird, where he told the monkey to save him while he distracted the attention of these flying lizards. The first thing Denny decided to do was to use his acoustic technique, which demoralizes the enemy. And while the enemy was in confusion and was not capable of active action, the monkey managed to break through. However, the effect of the acoustic attack did not last long, and now one of the lizards sank its sharp teeth into the dragon's paw. But before Danny had time to do anything, the next one was already attacking his head. Having managed to concentrate, Denny shouted that they were not the only ones who could bite, after which he grabbed one of the opponents with his teeth. At that very second, the system announced the first absorption of new prey, awarded evolution points, and the resulting wounds immediately began to heal. While the young man was distracted by the system and its messages, another flying lizard again bit him right on the top of his head. But this could not stop the young man, who said that he could eat them faster than they could eat him. Meanwhile, the wolf opposing the bird noticed that the bird's strength was truly something incredible, where she tried to grab him with her huge paw, but the wolf deftly dodged her attack. He noticed that despite the increasing speed, the style of his opponent's attacks did not change at all, which made it possible to evade any bird attack, predicting it in advance. However, defeat in this battle was inevitable, since all efforts had to be spent only on defending against these attacks. Therefore, the wolf decided to continue to focus the bird's attention on himself, hoping that the dragon and monkey would have time to escape. Making another defensive maneuver, the wolf noted with regret that he was never able to properly fight with that guy. But then he suddenly heard a familiar voice saying that help had already arrived, and so the monkey covered the wolf with its huge body, where in response to his question about what she forgot here, the gorilla replied that it was none of his business. Furiously directing streams of air at the new enemy, the bird shouted that the stupid monkey had clearly overestimated its capabilities. Where the gorilla did not have time to understand anything, a powerful flow of air masses dealt her a severe blow. Having fallen to the ground, the monkey said that there was no need to thank her, since they were partners, and should act together. To which the wolf replied that he was not going to thank her, where she actually only interferes with him. But the gorilla explained that she still would not leave the wolf. This reminded the wolf of how his teacher also told him not to follow him, but he did not listen to him. But then their wonderful conversation was interrupted by a bird, who said that if the monkey was in such a hurry to die, then she was ready to help with this. However, the wolf opposed such a statement, shouting menacingly for the bird to let the monkey go. And now he rushed to the huge paw that was trying to grab the gorilla. Deciding to act as harshly and effectively as possible, the wolf grabbed his weapon in his teeth, as he did in full wolf form. Helping with his other hand to apply pressure on the blade, he managed to break through the air masses and hit the bird, where she, having experienced severe pain, immediately fell to the ground, stopping trying to attack the gorilla. However, while falling, she was able to throw a huge boulder at her opponent, which reached its target. The wolf was thrown back by a strong blow from the stone, but the monkey prevented further injury by catching his friend in his large palm. Meanwhile, Denny finished dealing with other flying enemies that were adding to the problems, and then Lon saw his girlfriend running towards him, holding a wolf in her hand. The young man was glad that his friends managed to escape from that terrible bird. The wolf asked why they simply didn't leave, because they could have died in this battle, where their enemy could not be defeated. To which Denny replied that he would not be so sure that the bird could not be overcome, where he found it expedient to lure it into a more confined space. Mentally deciding that his new acquaintances were complete madmen, the wolf asked if they could really do this, to which the dragon replied that apparently this bird was ready to go anywhere in order to get the wolf. To which his interlocutor explained that she was chasing him because he knew how she tricked others into eating the fruits of transformation, and therefore would really rush after him anywhere. And then the monkey came up with a brilliant idea, saying that a cave of underground creatures should be suitable, since she had already seen a bird defeated in a similar one, where she immediately offered to act as bait herself, since she has greater mobility than a dragon. Denny was concerned that the bird might catch his friend, but she assured him that in the jungle it would be easy for her to escape. But then the whole friendly company suddenly saw their common enemy appear above the trees. Watching the bird approach, the wolf hurried his friends to make a decision, and the young man thought that he always tried to protect the monkey. But if you think carefully, she grew up here alone from early childhood, and was able to survive. And so he gave her the go-ahead to become bait, where she should use the help of Rijik, and he and the wolf would slow down the bird for a while. While Denny called to his marsupial friend, the gorilla began to transform into a human. He advised the wolf to hide in his mouth so that the bird's attention would switch to his friend. And while preparations were underway, Rijik also arrived at the scene. And now the girl has already straddled this huge rodent, commanding him to move forward. The redhead quickly began to move, but then its rider noticed that the bird was not even thinking of pursuing them, where this huge flying creature looked around, in search of its former prey in the form of a wolf. Having given Rijik the order to wait for her here, the girl walked with the help of vines in order to attract the bird's attention. And now she was standing nearby and shouting about how she would now prepare dinner for herself from her opponent. Not far from the scene, two saber-toothed leopards were having a peaceful conversation, sharing details about how their ancestors were devoured by dinosaurs. The appearance of a huge scary bird brought them into real horror, where they were already preparing for imminent death. However, she was not interested in them, where the bird tried to catch the monkey, who deftly dodged and jumped down. Rijik, who was at the ready, deftly caught his rider, not allowing her to fall. And now they were already running away from the predator, who was only glad that the monkey had again taken on human form. Deciding that the effect of the transformation fruit had a certain fickle nature, the bird cheerfully noted that the gorilla was completely unlucky to become small in the midst of a battle. It was problematic for her to catch up with such a small target in the jungle, and she wanted to call on one of the pterodactyls for help. But the last fighter remaining in the ranks was busy attacking the dragon, diverting its attention. And the bird had no choice but to continue pursuing its prey on its own for now. But she was still able to summon a flock of birds running on the ground and several Archaeopteryx to help her. Where seeing a crowd of birds rushing after her, the girl was extremely surprised by what was happening. But she had to act and not get caught, and so she skillfully began to guide her rodent through the jungle, where, after a few jumps, they were able to hide in the dense thickets. But the happiness did not last long, as those who flew through the air quickly discovered them, indicating the location of the target to the others. And now the friends had to show special dexterity in order to dodge attacks. The dragon loudly shouted to his friend to deal with the Archaeopteryx, which discovers them. Listening to the dragon, the girl deftly jumped off Rizik's back and grabbed the vine. Seeing only a rat, which was of no interest to anyone here, Archaeopteryx was quite surprised. He did not see how an attack was already being prepared on him from above, where the monkey was addressing its target, whether he had accidentally lost it. With its skillful movements, the monkey in the human body entangled the feathered lizard with vines. Soon she did the same with the rest of the Archaeopteryx, thanking her dragon friend for teaching her how to make such traps. But then the tornado created by the bird began to overtake the girl, where he managed to hear Denny's warning. However, the air masses easily picked up the girl's small body, preventing rescue measures from being taken. And the young man had already shortened the distance, hurrying to help his faithful friend and comrade in arms. Picking up speed and using an electric discharge, he dealt a strong blow to the enemy, which, as it turned out, didn't do her any harm, but only made her even angrier. Controlling the air currents, the bird easily threw away the dragon, which, while in the air, prepared to launch a fireball, where, along with the fire from its mouth, riding this energy, unexpectedly for the bird, a wolf appeared. Watching him rush straight towards her on a ball of fire, the bird could not believe what was happening. But this was not an attack that she could not dodge, where after defensive actions the bird shouted that the wolf was finished, which the wolf himself of course did not agree with, calling on the enemy never to make hasty conclusions. Where, with the movement of his paws, he redirected the trajectory along which the fireball was moving. The bird no longer expected such an action, and received a serious slap in the face from the returning projectile. Before she had time to come to her senses, the wolf was already diving down to strike again. His movement was lightning fast and left the bird no chance to defend itself. Meanwhile, the monkey had already managed to get to his red transport, exhaling and telling the animal to continue their journey. The bird that found itself on the ground was beside itself with rage, feeling how much its neck hurt after the blow it received from the wolf. And so she again called on her feathered minions, shouting that no one would be able to escape her. Where this entire army of birds immediately rushed to catch up with the retreating Rizik and the girl riding him. Moving after them, the bird immediately realized that its prey was heading towards the caves of underground lizards. But there was nothing to worry about, since she knew that the lizard prince who lived here had long been dead. However, the ground birds pursuing the girl suddenly abruptly stopped further advancement, where they lined up opposite the cave, stood and looked fearfully into its blackness. And the girl hiding inside was happy that she and the rodent managed to complete the task. Turning to the exit, the monkey heard the bird forcing its minions to go inside. And then she realized that, except for the bird itself, none of its other minions knew that the owner of this cave was dead, and that's why they were afraid to enter. And just as the army of birds wanted to start moving inside, a terrible howl was suddenly heard from the cave, where at the same second all the small pursuers of the monkey rushed in all directions. And only the bird itself understood that there was no lizard there, where the monkey was not very skillfully trying to portray it. Angry at her not-so-smart henchmen, she scattered them all away, heading inside the cave on her own. But then her attention was attracted by a wolf located above the cave, who called the bird ugly, after which he cut a huge stone standing next to him with his sword, immediately throwing its separate but no less dangerous and bulky parts down towards his opponent. All this happened so quickly that the bird didn't even have time to figure out what to do, when one of the boulders had already demolished it. Having recovered a little from the blow received, the bird found itself at the entrance to the cave, which it was in no hurry to enter, peering intently inside. But another surprise awaited her in the form of a dragon, which was already rolling towards her, picking up more and more speed. And so the young man literally carried away the bird, flying with it into the cave, where, along the way, he managed to transform and landed in the guise of a man. Having risen to his feet, the young man, holding his injured lower back, did not understand why he suddenly became a man. But there was no time to pay attention to himself, where he tried to find their formidable opponent with his eyes. And finally, he was able to see a man lying nearby on the floor of the cave. Coming closer, Denny cheerfully noticed that the bird had also taken on a human form, where he also asked her if she was ready to admit defeat. But instead of answering, the girl suddenly moved forward sharply and bit the approaching enemy on the hand, trying to snatch his hand from the tenacious teeth of the bird in human form. The young man said that he would burn the girl and hit the girl if she forced him. And then his gaze fell on the severe hematoma that adorned the bird's blonde neck. Without letting go of her opponent's hand, the girl carefully watched as he tried to touch her neck. But she did not allow him to do this, pushing away the young man's hand with a casual gesture. Looking at the girl with a completely different look, Denny asked for forgiveness, saying that he did not mean to hurt her at all. Covering her throat, the girl tried to understand how and when she suddenly managed to transform into a human form, where, realizing her weakness at the moment, she slowly began to retreat back deeper into the cave. But suddenly she heard someone's voice behind her, who ordered her not to move anymore. Where, having shown the bird his huge sword, the wolf said that he would cut off her head if she tried to make even one sudden movement. Then the remaining members of the team arrived to Denny, after which he once again asked if the girl was ready to admit defeat. But taking a protective pose, the bird in human form said that its enemies had seen far from the maximum of which it was capable. To which Denny replied that if the bird now tries to transform, he will be forced to completely pluck it. But the stubborn girl continued to claim that she would destroy them all without blinking an eye. However, the young man noticed that while they were in this cave, the parable would not be able to use its abilities. After which the young man asked, remembering his friend's injuries and his own, where the girl got such injuries that did not heal. To which she explained that everyone knows that reptiles cannot be killed, since over time they are resurrected. Therefore, she had to devour killed underground lizards, where the seeping poison left marks on her throat. Here the monkey intervened in the conversation, saying that she also ate lizards, which with spices turn out to be very tasty if cooked on the flame of a dragon. Hearing this, the bird noticed that Denny had a significant advantage over the others, since his fire could destroy these creatures. Using this softened mood, the young man again invited the girl to join his team, which was going to confront the king of the lizards. Saying that she was nothing more than an observer, the bird also pushed the wolf's weapon away from her, telling him to put away his useless piece of iron. Denny regarded the girl's behavior as a sign of agreement to work together, asking her to tell her about herself, where he started first, saying his name and saying that he came from the depths of the sea. But one day he discovered this island, where he met the monkey. After which the young man turned to the wolf, asking where he got so many weapons and how he knew human fighting techniques. To which the wolf replied that he did not give his consent to join their team, and therefore would not tell anything. And when the bird said that the wolf was an ordinary coward, he explained that, unlike the soulless bird, he was not going to risk his fighters. But the girl sarcastically noticed that her interlocutor simply did not want to lose all his iron toys, which he was protecting. Hearing what was said, the wolf immediately flew into a rage and was ready to attack his opponent. Denny tried to reassure his former opponents by saying that partners should not get into disagreements. He then turned to the bird, asking it about how it discovered the fruits of transformation, and learned that it was possible to extract life crystals from creatures. But the stubborn girl said that she should not answer the young man's questions, since they were not friends with him. Where, after these words, the young man noticed that the arrogance of his two new acquaintances was simply off the charts. Then he decided that it was worth showing the sincerity of his intentions, where he had a certain number of extra evolution points for this. And now he has already given the fruit of life to his new acquaintance, saying that this is compensation for the eaten subordinates, where it will help her cure her deformity. But upon hearing these words, the girl threw the fruit with all her might right into the well-wisher's face, telling him that he himself was a freak. Where, rubbing the bruised place, Denny corrected himself, saying that he would heal the wounds, which the monkey immediately confirmed. Peering intently into the young man's face, the bird could not understand where this fruit suddenly appeared in his hand, which, judging by the macaque's words, really healed wounds. Meanwhile, the young man approached the wolf and handed the fruit to him, saying that it would help. After which he asked how the wolf was feeling, saying that his girlfriend could not stay in a human body for a long time. To which his interlocutor replied that he felt some changes in his body, which he overcame like a true martial arts master. After listening to the wolf, Denny patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner, noting that his new ally was very cool. But suddenly from this patting, the wolf's legs gave way, and he fell to the floor of the cave. And while the wolf was rising, Denny noticed that his body was now having difficulty withstanding the transformation. But the fruit of life would help him hold on. The young man also said that he knows that reverse transformation is impossible, but is ready to help solve this problem. Here the bird entered the conversation, for which it was amazing to hear that the young man was able to transform his body at will. To which Denny replied with obvious boasting that nothing was impossible for him here. and only the monkey remembered that her friend accidentally began to learn how to transform into a human form when one of the fruits of transformation flew into his mouth. But the bird could not believe that some dragon was able to control the process of transformation. But Denny replied that he would show that he could teach this to anyone, for which he only needed one fruit of transformation. Then the girl got angry and said that the young man did not dare ask her for such a favor, since last time it was because of him that the tree with these fruits suffered. However, Denny immediately asked where the fruit that she fed to the wolf to transform him into a humanoid form came from. And then the wolf called the bird selfish, where she did not remain in debt, and again called her opponent a coward. Once again, Denny had to act as a catalyst for calm, noting that these two should not be kept close at all. But the bird finally admitted that she had managed to hide several fruits of transformation, after which she said that she was ready to give the ugly dragon fruit, and if his words about controlling the process turned out to be true, then she would think about joining his team. And when Denny agreed to the conditions, the girl said that they would have to go to the bone swamp to get the fruits, after which the wolf noticed that the bird really showed talent in choosing a place for a hiding place, to which the girl smugly declared that only those soaring in the skies are able to get there, but not such flawed creatures as a wolf, which once again led to the start of a verbal skirmish, where the wolf claimed that his imaginary inferiority did not prevent him from beating the bird, where the bird explained this by saying that the dog had been helped. No longer interfering in this quarrel, Denny asked his girlfriend if she had heard anything about the bone swamp, to which he received a negative answer, after which he decided to turn to the wolf and the bird, asking them to tell them more about the swamp. And the bird said that this is a place where any monster faces death from the terrible creatures lurking everywhere. And the wolf added that because of him, it is not worth going to such a dangerous place, since he can completely control his condition. But the young man was determined, asking how he could get to this bone swamp, where the girl was very surprised that the dragon was going to such a dangerous place for the sake of some stupid wolf. To which Denny explained that he wanted to prove the veracity of his statements to everyone, where the monkey immediately fully supported him. Watching the two, the bird came to the conclusion that the dragon had become dull because he had spent too much time with the monkey. After which the bird said that, as compensation for the fruit of life, she would order her charges to deliver the young man and his companions to that swamp. To which Denny replied that the fruit was a gift, and he and the monkey could handle everything without anyone's help. But then the wolf intervened, saying that large monsters are not able to pass through the swamp, where a dragon and a monkey certainly have no chance of not getting stuck. Therefore, the guy should accept the offer to go on the birds in human form. Finding this option the most suitable, the young man thanked both the wolf and the bird. Then the young man noticed that his new friends still had not tasted the fruits given to them. Looking at the guy, the wolf decided to try first, where the bird closely watched what would happen next. And seeing that everything was fine with the wolf, the girl tried the fruit, where at the same second she noted its disgusting taste. But then, a few seconds later, both the wolf and the bird suddenly felt that very miraculous effect of the fruit of life, where the girl literally began to melt from a very pleasant feeling throughout her body. She felt how pleasantly all her scars and wounds began to itch, not believing that they would heal so easily. And so the former enemies attacked with redoubled force to eat the fruits received from the dragon. The bird was already dreaming about how this potion would help regrow all of its plumage, which it had lost in the battle with the lizards. And now she has already turned to Denny for another such fruit, which she is ready to exchange for another fruit of transformation. And when the bird explained that it was giving only one fruit, the young man said that he didn't need the second fruit. Soon, the entire newly assembled company left the cave, where in the fresh air the bird called its ground-based relatives. And when the birds arrived, the girl said that the dragon should no longer dare to use them as food. And while Denny assured his new ally that he would not eat their transport, he and the monkey suddenly began to glow. And now a dragon and a monkey were already standing in front of the bird in human form, where the young man sent Rijik back home, thanking him for his excellent work. And the girl watching the transformation noted to herself that these two had some kind of incredible power, where it was much easier for them to transform than for her. But then the young man said that it was time for them to hit the road, rushing off with his girlfriend and the wolf sitting on his shoulder. By sunset they reached a beautiful place from which they could see the mountains. The wolf said that the swamp was right behind the mountain, but Denny suggested leaving the last crossing for tomorrow, since he was very hungry. Having heard about the food, the monkey herself decided to go hunting, where Denny did not object to this, saying that he would collect firewood for now. It was already completely dark outside when the travelers sat around the fire and dined on freshly cooked meat. Watching the pleasure with which the wolf devoured the roasted meat, the young man noticed that for him this was probably the best day of his life. But for the wolf, it was something different, because now the taste of fried meat reminded him of his distant happy childhood. But that was not all the treat, where Denny unwrapped the leaves in which the meat was still languishing, offering to try this dish. Having broken off the leg, he handed it to his girlfriend, saying that she would definitely like this part. Well, he handed the other leg to the wolf, who was shocked by such a kind attitude and attention from his new friend. Where, sinking his teeth into this fragrant piece of meat, the wolf thought that the last time he tasted such tasty meat was many years ago. Denny couldn't help but notice the trepidation with which the wolf treated food, suggesting that other people had already fed him something similar, to which his interlocutor replied that he would tell about everything when the time comes. After which he added that he still hopes that his friends will change their minds about going to the swamp, because in addition to creepy creatures, the swamp is also inhabited by plants that feed on the flesh of their victims, where it is not worth risking so much for it. To which the dragon replied that, apparently, the wolf had long forgotten what human relations are. Then he explained to his interlocutor that it was only now that his forces were able to resist strong opponents. But over time, his body will weaken and weaken. And in the end, the energy of the inner monster can tear him into small pieces. Denny also added that he and the monkey came here voluntarily, and are not going to retreat back, where they are not going to watch their friend die. After listening to the young man, the wolf said that his friends should have a good rest, and he would keep watch for now. And so, when he took up his post, the wolf remembered the words of his master that people are the most terrible creatures. But his new friend did not seem like that at all. Watching the dragon talk in his sleep, saying that if he ran a little more his legs would fall off, the wolf found this creature very, very strange. But then his attention was attracted by some strange movement far in the jungle, where he saw huge, luminous tentacles operating among the trees, deciding that one of the swamp monsters had opened the night hunt. And so, when morning came, the dragon and the monkey took on human form, and the friends continued their journey, riding the birds. Denny cheerfully noted that no fog would stop them now, but the wolf said in all seriousness that this was not the time for frivolity, since the further they went, the more dangers there would be. Here the attention of his companions was attracted by the monkey, who noticed that the tree was somehow unusually lying on the road. She wanted to get closer, but the wolf immediately shouted for her to stop and not dare to touch anything here. But it was too late, because what the girl took for a tree trunk suddenly began to move. And now in front of her stood a huge insect, which Denny's system identified as a giant tree mantis. The girl had just managed to tear herself away from the back of her feathered transport, when the praying mantis, with one movement of its claw, divided the bird into two halves. But the monkey itself had no choice but to land in the quagmire surrounding it on all sides. Trying to move from her place, she shouted to Denny that she was stuck tightly and could not move, to which the young man told her not to move and wait until he gets to her to help. And the giant mantis, seeing a new moving target, had already prepared its second claw for a new blow. However, the prepared wolf immediately noticed that their enemy was preparing to attack. Quickly directing his transport towards the enemy, he dealt a preemptive blow to the mantis's hull, which changed the trajectory of the insect's claw and allowed Denny to pick up the monkey. The wolf, continuing to move on, noticed that this mantis had a very dense shell. However, he himself had long ago become the next target of a huge creature, which raised its formidable claws. And then a double blow was dealt to the wolf's transport, where the wolf himself barely managed to push off from the back of the bird. While still in the air, he shouted for Denny to take his girlfriend and quickly disappear from this dangerous place. After which the wolf's entire body suddenly began to glow with a bright light, showing how energy was being collected. Where he, moving from the head to the feet of a huge mantis, dealt several powerful blows to its body and limbs. He had almost fallen into a quagmire from which he would never have gotten out, when he was suddenly picked up by Denny, racing on his bird. Looking at the chopped mantis, Denny said that he did not expect that the local creatures were so scary, where he also voiced that the bird would definitely not be happy about the death of its two minions. After this, the wolf again said that his friends should return back, to which the young man once again refused, saying that they would finish what they started. And now he has already sent the only bird they had left into the depths of the bone swamp. Then the young man drew attention to the hanging vines, ordering his girlfriend to climb a tree, where the wolf would help her cut them down. Watching how deftly the monkey climbed the tree, the wolf had already prepared his weapon, but his trained ears suddenly caught the approaching mortal danger. He managed to grab Denny and jump into the air with him before the huge claw decapitated their last bird. Having caught his hand on one of the branches, the young man noted with horror that another huge mantis had come against them, as well as the fact that they were now left without transport. But he was wrong, because a second later 2 more joined their new opponent. Having assessed the situation, the wolf said that they needed to get out of here as soon as possible, and so he and the young man had already begun to climb after their friend, when suddenly the mantises spread their wings and flew after them, which did not please the young man at all, who noted with even greater horror that these creatures could also fly. One of the monsters had already caught up with the wolf, who immediately drew his weapon in preparation for a fight, and then the first blow was struck on the mantis's body, which stopped its further advance. But the wolf was able to occupy only one enemy, where the remaining ones had already set their sights on Denny, who continued to climb up. The claw strike was swift, but the young man was able to dodge it, moving to the side. But this was only one of two mantises continuing the attack, where the second immediately replaced the first, continuing to attack. Not at all intending to die today, the young man shouted that he would now teach the annoying insects a lesson, and so he pushed off with force from the tree, rushing straight towards the approaching monster, where he was quite successfully able to land on the back of a giant mantis. His entire body was suddenly surrounded by electric discharges, which accompanied the words that he would bite his opponent to death. And so his energy-charged teeth sank into the body of the mantis, which had never expected such agility from its prey. Well, Denny, periodically saying that the insect's plans to feast on him had failed, continued to tear off one piece after another from his body. Busy with the confrontation, neither the friends nor the mantises attacking them noticed how another participant appeared on the battlefield. It was only when a long, slimy tongue wrapped around the body of one of the mantises that Danny noticed the presence of a new character, where it turned out to be a giant swamp toad, about which the system had already given Denny all the relevant information. Feeling the mantis begin to be pulled down, the young man immediately left him, jumping towards the tree, and his faithful friend was already in a hurry to help him, holding the vine with one hand and holding out the other to her friend. And when their hands found each other then, by the inertia of the movement of the vine, the friends approached the tree, on the branch of which they successfully landed, avoiding danger and death, where Denny immediately told his girlfriend to hide and not move, as toads react to movement. The wolf also managed to climb onto one of the vetoes, from where, like his friends, he watched the mantis being consumed by the toad. But then the last mantis was eaten by her, and the toad began to look around in search of new prey. The young man said that as long as they did not move, the toad would not be able to detect them. But suddenly their savior began to swell sharply, clearly preparing for something. Where, as it turned out, she decided to get to the new prey in a rather simple way, by breaking a tree. It was the same tree on which the wolf was sitting, and he had nowhere to go but dive down. But his flight was interrupted by an enterprising toad, who deftly worked with his long tongue. Absolutely not wanting to become the second course of this toad's dinner, the wolf grabbed one of the branches with his teeth as hard as he could, and Denny and the monkey were already coming down to him on a vine, shouting for him to hold on and wait for their help. Finding himself nearby, the young man told the wolf to give him his sword, with which he would cut off the tongue of this creature. The idea was good, and the wolf immediately released one of his swords from his paw. However, Denny did not have the agility and dexterity that a trained wolf possessed, and therefore he simply could not catch the sword that fell down. Seeing how his friend missed, the wolf could not help but be indignant at such inexperience, shouting something not very flattering about Denny's mental and physical abilities. But he heard a return courtesy from his friend when, due to the teeth detached from the branch, the toad was able to continue to devour him. Quickly making a decision, the young man told his girlfriend to jump in the other direction. He himself abruptly rushed down, where one of the claws of the first mantis killed by the wolf lay on the ground. The monkey's movement shifted the center of gravity, and Denny, along with the picked claw, soared into the air, where he quickly fell down, cutting the toad's tongue into two parts with the mantis's weapon. Feeling free, the wolf immediately drew his second sword and made several deft leaps towards the enemy, and so he quickly landed on the toad's head, plunging his weapon straight into its head. He put all his energy into this blow, causing the toad to immediately fall down dead. Denny, who descended on the body of the defeated enemy, noticed that the wolf was very strong, but he, not appreciating the praise, demanded that his sword be returned to him, to which the young man replied that he did not see where he fell. But a girl intervened in their conversation, showing something from the side, where Danny and the wolf turned around and saw a sword sticking out of the ground not far from the toad's body. Observing how carefully the wolf treated his weapon, the young man noticed that it was apparently very dear to the wolf. Snatching the sword into its sheath, the wolf asked what they would do without transport, to which Denny replied that nature itself would help them. And so they continued their journey on foot, where thick leaves were tied to their feet, and some kind of trekking poles appeared in their hands. Moving after Denny, the wolf noted to himself that although he has something human in himself, he is still very far from this guy. And in response to his question about why they had collected vines with them, the young man explained that, if necessary, they would use them to climb trees as quickly as possible anywhere along the way. Suddenly the friends were forced to stop by a piercing scream that came from the thickets in front. Having heard this, the young man noticed, not without surprise, that it was very similar to the cry of a human baby, where his girlfriend completely agreed with him, confirming that this was indeed the voice of a child. Looking sideways at the wolf, who knew most about the swamp, the young man asked if there could be people here. But suddenly the sound stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Then the friends decided to continue their difficult journey, passing by some boulder. But as soon as they were close, the boulder suddenly began to move, forcing Denny to turn around, where the system detected the presence of a new enemy in front of the owner in the form of a giant salamander. And now a new huge monster, which appeared on the friends' path, has already rushed to attack them. The travelers dodged the first throw of the salamander, but assessing the speed of their movement, Denny noticed that they would not be able to escape. Turning to his friend, the young man shouted for her to throw her vine to the place he had designated. And so the girl, to whom the salamander was getting closer and closer, began to spin the means of salvation with force. The piece of wood tied to the end of the vine worked as intended, where at the very last moment the friends were able to evade the monster. They quickly moved forward, leaving the salamander without prey for today. But then Denny noticed that right as they were moving, something else was growing out of the mud. A second later, the friends found themselves opposite the wide-open mouth of another salamander, which was even larger than the previous one. The wolf suggested trying to jump to the side, but Denny said it was too late. After which the young man told his friends to follow him straight into the monster's throat, remembering that he had already done this with the python. And so they all let go of the vine, plunging into the blackness of the salamander's throat, which the wolf did with the most carefree look. What followed was a long fall down the esophagus, where the wolf did not lose his composure. And finally, they found themselves in the stomach of the creature that had swallowed them, where an absolutely calm wolf no less calmly landed right on Denny's back. While the wolf stated that the structure of everyone's stomach was the same, the monkey noticed a disgusting smell in this place. Well, Denny was already getting ready to start doing what he had once done with the insides of a python, and so he grabbed the walls of the salamander's stomach with his teeth, which caused considerable surprise in the wolf and a gag reflex in his girlfriend. And when he took a bite and swallowed the first piece, the system announced that for the first consumption of a giant salamander, the owner receives its ability to summon relatives and attract victims with its crying. With great difficulty holding back new vomiting, the monkey noticed that they had already had breakfast, and therefore she did not understand why her friend was so hungry. The wolf assumed that his companion wanted to gnaw through the monster's belly, saying that it would be easier for him to cut it with his weapon. But then the friends felt how the salamander's body was actively moving in space, where Denny suggested that this salamander might start a battle with the one that was chasing them earlier. And he turned out to be right, where the monster that swallowed them easily dealt with its relative. The shaking stopped, which made it clear to the friends that the fight was over, and apparently not in favor of the first salamander. Then Denny noticed that if she eats the prey now, they will simply be crushed by the monster's body. But the wolf said that no one should worry, since he would now cut the belly of this creature. The salamander had already begun to absorb its dead relative, when suddenly its body was cut by a powerful movement of the sword blade. The monster's body, cut into two parts, fell to the ground and continued to clutch the body of another monster in its teeth, and the friends found themselves outside. Clearing his body of gastric mucus, the wolf noticed Denny's correct guesses about the salamander's absorption of his relative, and the monkey rejoiced in the fresh air. But then she turned her attention to her friend, who for some reason continued to absorb the salamander, to which Denny explained that her meat is very tender and tasty, where he regrets that now he cannot light a fire, since the kebab would turn out excellent. The wolf noticed that there might be other creatures nearby, and therefore it was better for them to get away from here as quickly as possible. And so, having again made all the necessary equipment, the friends continued on their way, where the monkey, who decided to try the salamander's meat, replied that it was really very tasty. As they walked, Denny noticed that it was much dirtier here than it was at the beginning of the swamps, but the protruding tree roots helped them a lot. The fog was thickening greatly, and it was almost impossible to see anything ahead of us. Taking a breath, the young man said that he smelled of some kind of rot, and his girlfriend suddenly complained of deteriorating health, where, having heard her words, the young man also noticed that he began to feel very dizzy, where he was literally thrown off his feet. Denny asked the wolf if he felt something like extreme fatigue, to which he answered positively. Holding on to his trekking pole, the young man suggested that all this might be the influence of the fog, but a monkey suddenly caught his attention. And when he looked where she pointed, Denny saw a huge flower in front of him, which the system identified as a mutated devil blossom. Calling on a representative of the system, the young man asked what kind of plant it was, and whether he had something like a gas mask. Putting the gas mask on himself, Snips replied that for 10 million evolution points, he could go to another world for the gas mask. Noticing that he did not expect anything else from him, Denny asked to at least mend his clothes, which he would be forced to tear. After which he distributed pieces of cloth to his friends, telling them to wet them when they needed them. The wolf, who did not understand the essence of what was said, asked why there was a need to mark the territory, to which the young man shouted that a rag moistened with urine applied to the respiratory organs would neutralize the effect of the toxic substance. And so Denny and the wolf were already busy with business, only the monkey did not act, not knowing what to do in this situation. To which the young man immediately told her to take the cloth he had already moistened, where he could moisten another piece for himself. Taking the piece of his clothing handed over to Denny in her hands, the girl looked at him not with the most satisfied expression, realizing that now it would also need to be applied to her face. And so the friends, having protected their respiratory organs, continued on their way, surprised at how many of these flowers there were around. And as soon as the wolf said that he heard some noise, a huge beetle immediately appeared in front of the travelers. Where, examining a new enemy, the wolf noticed that this plant with its aromas lures insects for pollination. But now it clearly lured the wrong one, and the giant beetle has already rushed forward, intending to destroy everything and everyone who will be in its path. Gathering his energy and pushing off from the tree root, the wolf took to the air again, readying his weapon. Swiftly descending on his opponent, he plunged his sword into his body, where, at that very second, the insect's paws stopped moving, and it, simply by inertia, created by its massive body, plowed through the mud. The wolf, who continued to be on his back, carefully removed his weapon from the beetle's body. But then he and his friends noticed that several more of the same huge beetles appeared on the horizon. Even a wolf was unable to fight everyone at once, and therefore the company decided to immediately retreat. Overcoming another obstacle, Denny noticed that many new strange plants had appeared around, and suddenly one of these plants grabbed the huge beetle pursuing its friends, closing its jaws. Watching the flower absorb the insect, the young man asked the wolf if these were the same plants that he had said before the start of the journey. And while the wolf confirmed what was said earlier, the plants continued to catch one beetle after another. However, there were much more beetles than plants, and therefore the friends could not stop. Suddenly they felt how the soil under their feet changed its angle, and they began to slide somewhere. Denny managed to react and pushed his friends with all his might before the trap had yet to slam shut completely. The wolf and monkey managed to fly out, and the young man found himself trapped by a carnivorous plant. The girl wanted to pull her friend out, but this was impossible, since his leg and shoulder were riddled with thorns. And then, completely inopportunely, one of the beetles intervened in the rescue operation, which during this time managed to get closer. Rushing past the carnivorous plant, the beetle dealt a powerful blow to it with its claw, after which the plant's jaws unclenched, freeing the young man, who immediately began to fall inside. But his faithful friend managed to grab his hand, thereby preventing an unpleasant fall. However, the edge the monkey was on turned out to be very slippery, causing it to fall off and fly after Denny. Having plunged into the internal juice of the plant, the young man quickly emerged, and while the system informed him that he had fallen into acid, which dissolves prey like stomach juice, the young man tried to find his girlfriend. Not finding it on the surface, the young man immediately plunged into the acid. Soon he saw the girl, noting along the way that the acid was literally corroding his eyes, skin, seeping out and burning his wounds. The danger was also that he could breathe in any liquids, but his girlfriend would definitely not last long. Swimming closer, Denny decided that he had no choice but to transform into a monster. While grabbing the girl, he thought that as soon as he became a giant, his body would immediately begin to sink into the quagmire. But there was still no other choice, and so in the blink of an eye he took on the form of a dragon. As soon as his weight became significantly greater, Denny immediately felt himself begin to sink into a quagmire. Seeing his friend, he shouted to the wolf to get ready to catch the monkey. And so the prepared wolf, without any difficulty, caught in his arms the girl who was thrown to him by the dragon. Little by little the monkey came to his senses and asked what they should do now, to which the wolf explained that with such a mass they would not be able to pull their friend out, which means they needed to come up with something that would keep him on the surface. Paying attention to a fairly massive tree, the wolf noticed that its vines should definitely support the weight of the dragon's body. Starting to transform, the girl screamed for her friend to hold on a little longer. And now, in the form of a gorilla, the girl already found herself on a tree with rather massive vines. And when Denny was already holding a thick vine in his paws, he thanked his faithful companion. Making incredible efforts, the dragon began to independently pull itself out of the swamp. And now, once on a solid surface, the young man noticed that if it weren't for this tree nearby, his affairs would have been bad. But then he took a closer look at this tree, seeing various creatures hanging there on the vines, where the system immediately informed him that there was a carnivorous tree in front of him. he shouted to his girlfriend that it was unsafe to be on this tree, where, telling her to turn around and look a little higher, Denny hurried her to go down. And so, raising her head, the girl in the body of a monkey was horrified when she saw the digested bones of animals dangling right above her. But before she had time to move a finger after that, suddenly one of the vines grabbed her body tightly. Noticing what was happening, the wolf rushed to help her friend, deftly covering a considerable distance. And now he was already striking with his formidable weapon at the huge vine that had entangled the monkey. Danny did not hesitate either, saying that he would not allow some tree to offend his friends, and preparing to use his flame. The young man sent a barrage of fire straight into the vine that was holding his girlfriend, where a thick living rope, struck by fire, immediately let go of the girl. After which the young man watched, not without surprise, as the apparently intelligent tree used the swamp to extinguish the flame. But right before his eyes, the tree sent several dozen more of its vines into the swamp. His girlfriend had already appeared behind Denny, when he concluded, not without surprise, that this intelligent tree specially wets its vines so that he could not burn them. The monkey, very angry with the tree, literally began trying to gnaw the living vines with its teeth. But at this moment, the tree finished wetting its makeshift hands in the swamp, where at that very second, a huge number of vines began to intertwine and turned into a real huge hand. No less than the others, the wolf, who was approaching his friends after the previous attack on the tree, was surprised by what was happening. He was still in the air when Danny and his girlfriend watched in horror, as a huge hand turned into an equally huge fist. And now this Kulan was already rapidly descending on the dragon's friend who was standing closest to everyone. But the monkey was able to dodge this attack quite easily by jumping back. After which, without hesitating for a single second, she rushed into a counterattack, trying to strike the enemy with both hands at once. Her attack, although it reached its target, did not cause any harm to the enemy. But while she was busy with one hand, she did not notice how the other one approached her from behind. The girl in the body of a monkey only had time to turn her head in the direction from which a new danger was approaching. How just a split second later, she was thrown into a tree trunk by a powerful blow. The enraged dragon, who was very concerned about the fate of his girlfriend, began to prepare a new fiery attack, which he was going to direct at the tree trunk. But parts of the tree that were under his feet intervened, striking him in the very place that men have a special low-pain defect, which stopped the dragon's attempt to use his fiery skills against the enemy. And now he, like his girlfriend, was completely entangled in vines, having no ability to resist. While still at large, the wolf shouted that he would save his friends, approaching and drawing his sword. But the cunning tree simply exposed the dragon to the wolf's attack as a kind of human shield, where the wolf, who continued to move, had to refuse to continue the attack, which did not bode well for him, because a huge hand approaching from the side literally stopped his movement with a movement of 2 fingers, throwing him to the side. As Danny watched the wolf fly, he thanked him for buying him some time, and so he again tried to use his fire barrage, mentally saying that now he would make a huge hole in the trunk of the crazy tree. But suddenly, an overly intelligent plant pulled over the dragon's mouth with one of its vines, finally depriving him of the opportunity to use his skills. Now, seeing his friends caught and tied up, the young man noted that, apparently, now they would all die. Meanwhile, the vine squeezed him more and more, where he came to the conclusion that the tree simply wanted to strangle them and then feast on their bodies. But the young man was completely unprepared for the fact that his second life would end like this on this tree. Having learned from Snips that he had managed to accumulate more than 2 million evolution points, Danny asked to redirect them all to his development right now, where his plan was to break the vines by increasing his height and body volume. And so the glasses were redirected, where his body immediately began to glow strongly and increase in size, where, as he had expected, the vines, which were shrinking ever more tightly, were torn into small pieces. And the wolf and the monkey watched, not without surprise, as their friend suddenly increased significantly in size. However, when the vines disappeared, Denny's body found itself in free fall and quickly flew down. However, during the flight, the young man managed to use his abilities and sent his fiery stream into the tree, with which he punched a huge through-hole in the trunk of his opponent. Already half stuck in the quagmire, the young man said that since the tree was not going to let his friends go, he would now burn it to the ground. Where, a second later, he again directed a powerful stream of fire at the enemy, where he, starting to move his head in different directions, used this column of fire as a blade, destroying the tree. And finally the vines holding his friends weakened, and they gained freedom of action, where both the monkey and the ox managed to land quite successfully at the base of the tree. The dragon's friend said that she wanted to help, but Denny stopped her, saying that he would do everything himself, where otherwise she might get caught again. And suddenly he turned to the tree, saying that she most likely understood him, where he offered to talk, or his flames would be merciless. And then the tree really answered him, saying that the dragon should no longer use his fire. Although Denny assumed that the tree was somehow alive, he, like his shocked friends, did not think that it could just talk to him like that. And their new interlocutor said that he did not intend to kill them. He simply noticed that they were not as stupid as most of the creatures living here, and therefore decided to test their strength. But the young man somehow weakly believed in these words, remembering how the tree almost strangled him with its vines. To which his interlocutor replied that if he wanted to kill them, he would definitely kill them, where even now he can easily finish off the dragon stuck in the swamp. However, the young man noticed that he has ways to get out of this swamp, which the tree is not even aware of. And suddenly, continuing to dive, the dragon made a piercing acoustic sound, similar to the cry of a child, where the tree, frightened, said that it did not touch the dragon and did not understand why it roared so much. Having finished using acoustic skills, Denny listened and told the monkey to bring the vines. And then one of the salamanders appeared in front of the participants in the events, having arrived at the sound, where she was already met by a monkey, ready to throw prepared vines over the monster. Saying that the lizard would not be able to escape, the monkey stepped right on its tail, and so the little salamander dangled before the gorilla's eyes, all entangled in vines. And the young man, continuing to listen, said that a couple more were on the way. After just a couple of minutes, several small salamanders were already entangled in vines, and the dragon, who commanded his liberation from the swamp, only had time to urge them on with commands. However, the result of their efforts did not suit Denny at all, where he decided to help them give their best. And as soon as the herd of salamanders felt the effect of the dragon's fire, its body began to leave the viscous swamp. When the dragon found himself on a solid surface, the wolf noticed that people are indeed very inventive creatures. After shaking himself off and splashing the tree, Denny asked him if it had accidentally eaten one of the transformation fruits. And then his interlocutor extracted a fruit already familiar to the young man, asking if it was him he meant. Having carefully examined the bitten fruit, the young man confirmed that it was he. Then the dragon concluded that after consuming this fruit, the tree acquired the ability to form human limbs and speak. And in response to the tree's questions, he said not to bother himself with unnecessary information, where he would rather ask to explain how he managed to get the fruit without leaving the spot. To which the tree replied that it has its own ways of getting what it cannot reach. Pointing to a bird not sitting nearby, the tree explained that it had recently brought this fruit from a nearby cave. This news pleased the young man, who asked the tree's friends to take them to the cave. To which the tree replied that they just need to follow the path, but they should hurry up, as some crabs are stealing the fruits. The dragon could not believe that some strange crabs could steal the fruits of transformation. Telling his friend that they needed to hurry, Denny singled her out with several salamanders. The tree, watching the retreating travelers, thought that these people, who knew how to turn into monsters, could be very useful to it in the future. Well, the friends, having made some kind of skis, were already heading towards the cave with the help of salamanders moving freely through the swamp. Soon Denny saw the mesh chera, which was disguised from prying eyes, deciding that this was their goal. And then he really saw the crabs moving away from the cave, dragging away in their claws the fruits of transformation that they needed so much. As soon as he began to approach, the crabs sharply accelerated their movement away from the cave. Deciding that it was pointless to catch up with them, the young man left the salamanders to his girlfriend, and he himself went to look around inside the cave in the company of a wolf. As soon as he was inside, he immediately saw dead pterodactyls lying on the floor. With indignation, the young man noticed that the thieves not only killed the guards, but also managed to take away absolutely all the fruits. Turning to the system, he asked to sell him one fruit of life. Watching the young man put such a valuable fruit into the mouth of the pterodactyl, the wolf did not understand why it was so useless to waste this treasure. To which the dragon explained that he wanted to talk about what happened with the guards who were guarding the fruits of the transformation. Meanwhile, the monkey remaining at the entrance stood guard, peering intently at the surroundings. She was seriously scared when suddenly a pterodactyl quickly flew out from behind her. But after him, her friends immediately appeared from the cave, where Denny hurried her, informing her that not a single fruit was left. And so, spurring his driving force with fire, the young man said that they must catch up with the thieves. The chase did not turn out to be very long, where very soon the saboteurs appeared on the horizon, where the system immediately identified them as controlled swamp crabs, where the word controlled made Denny think that there was someone forcing them to steal the fruit, where he would not be at all surprised that this leader would be that same strange bird. However, whoever these crabs and whoever controls them were, there was no time to hesitate, and he stopped the movement of one of them with a movement of his tail. The young man successfully caught the fruit that the crab was dragging in his paw, and swallowed the crab itself. for which he received 10,000 evolution points. He immediately handed over the resulting trophy to his faithful companion Snips. Meanwhile, the monkey noticed that the rest of the crabs were hiding, where her friends said that they needed to return the fruits. And so the friends resumed their pursuit of crabs in their advanced swamp salamander transport. They overtook the fugitives quite quickly, where the young man only had time to throw his huge tail. Taking the fruits of the transformation, Denny happily devoured one crab after another, with the monkey not far behind him. The wolf also did not remain indifferent, destroying the thieves with his sword and taking their fruits. But then a strange green fog suddenly began to cover the fleeing crabs. Denny, who was pursuing them, besieged his salamanders and shouted to his friend to stop too. And when asked about what happened, the young man explained that this fog seemed very suspicious to him. In addition, the young man noticed that the marshy swamp had ended, and he could well be on the surface of the earth on his own paws. Meanwhile, an impenetrable fog enveloped literally everything around. And suddenly, completely unexpectedly for the friends, one of the escaped crabs returned, appearing from the fog. The young man noted that this behavior of this crab was not entirely normal and aroused suspicion. And then, approaching one of the salamanders, this returning crab suddenly exploded, causing the lizard's head to shatter into small pieces. What happened shocked absolutely everyone who witnessed the kamikaze crab detonate. But after the first one, his other relatives began to appear from the fog, heading straight to Denny and his companions. Quite quickly closing the distance, the crabs began to climb over the young man's body, causing genuine horror in him. As soon as he managed to brush off the climbing arthropods, they all detonated at the same time. At that moment, the young man realized that all this was a trap, where crabs controlled by someone deliberately stole the fruits of transformation in order to lure them to the territory they needed. But before the young man had time to recover from the explosions, something suddenly flew past him, leaving a cut wound on his stomach. After which Denny warned his friends that they were trapped, and someone was now creeping up on them. And this someone did not keep himself waiting, appearing to his victims from the fog, where the system identified the monster as another prince of the underground lizards. The young man turned to his friend in order to coordinate their joint further actions. But then his gaze fell on another enemy who appeared, whom the system identified as the third prince of reptiles, who controls the crabs. Only now did Danny realize that all this time they had been led by the nose by these two princes of reptiles, luring them into this trap. He and his friends were already preparing for battle, when suddenly the king of the underground lizards himself appeared, which was much larger in size than Denny, whose height in the form of a lizard was already more than 80 meters. As it turned out, the fog that now surrounded everyone was created by none other than the Lizard King himself. Suspecting that it might be poisonous, Denny told his friends to take care of their respiratory system. Suddenly, through the fog, the young man saw a familiar alley from his past life, where the guys advancing on him, one of whom was clutching a bat in his hand, accused the young man of daring to tell everything to the teacher. And already severely beaten, Denny sat on the ground and begged his offenders not to torture him with beatings anymore. To which they, grinning evilly, replied that such a dead guy like Denny deserves only regular beatings. Having screamed in his vision, the young man did not notice how he screamed in his real life. Having looked around, he turned to his friends, who were also in a state of some kind of intoxication and were far from reality. Turning to the monkey and the wolf, he shouted loudly for them to immediately wake up and return to reality. And at the same second, they both returned back, where the wolf stated that he had seen a terrible illusion. The dragon, while his friends were coming to their senses, noted that the king of the lizards was too strong, and therefore they needed to flee, where it was most realistic to break through his sons. Then Denny's attention was attracted by his friend, who, with tears in her eyes, said that she had just seen her parents, where their bodies were corroded by the green poison of lizards, and they experienced terrible suffering and torment. To which the young man said that they would definitely take revenge when they became stronger, but now their main task was to save themselves. And then the king himself spoke, saying that he would not allow them to leave here alive after the dragon killed many of his children. After which he turned to the monkey, throwing some objects at her feet with the words that she should like it. While the thrown objects rolled on the ground, no one could make out what they were. But when they finally stopped, everyone noted with horror that these objects were a pair of monkey skulls. Seeing his parents in this form was a real shock for the monkey. Kneeling down, the girl in the guise of a monkey wanted to touch what was left of her parents. But at that moment, the king of the underground lizards suddenly fired two poisonous projectiles in the direction where the gorilla was. The dragon managed to pull her friend back at the very moment when the lizard's shells turned her parents' skulls into small fragments. Having looked at the ashes of his ancestors, the monkey suddenly jumped to his feet, habitually began beating his chest with his fists, and shouting that the monster had come to an end. Intoxicated with rage, she went straight to the king, and Denny tried in vain to stop her friend, saying that she had no chance against this monster. But there was no stopping the gorilla, where after taking a few steps, she rushed at the king of the underground lizards. Having closed the distance, she delivered her strongest blow to one of the heads of this terrible lizard. But saying that the monkey did not have enough strength, the king struck back at it with one of his heads. But the monkey's body was not allowed to fly away several meters from this blow by other heads, who grabbed its arms with their sharp teeth. And after the gorilla was immobilized, the lizard said that it was time for her to see her deceased parents. Meanwhile, Denny and the wolf, watching what was happening, rushed to help their friend. But their impulse was interrupted by the sons of the king of the underground lizards, who intervened in the battle and began to attack their friends. The wolf offered to divert their attention to himself while the dragon helped the monkey, to which Denny replied that it was unlikely that the wolf would be able to cope with these creatures. To which the fearless wolf replied that he was not at all afraid of death, and prepared to attack. With the words that he would do it his way in any case, the tailed one jumped from the dragon's shoulder and rushed at the prince of the lizards. However, the reptile was ready for this attack and with a simple movement of its claw threw the wolf aside. But the attack was thought out, where the wolf just needed his movement to be redirected in the other direction, where he, having turned in the air and prepared his weapon, was already aiming at the king himself. The king, noticing the courage of the little wolf cub, met his attack with a hard blow from one of his heads. It was impossible to dodge this counterattack, and its force began to throw the wolf back, but the lizard did not let the victim fall, catching it with his teeth. Seeing how the king of the lizards dealt with another of his friends, Denny became furious. Not paying attention to anything around him, the young man quickly walked towards the king, who was clutching his friend in his teeth. One of the king's sons tried to stop his progress, striking the dragon's body with his razor-sharp claw, where the enraged young man immediately grabbed the reptile with his sharp teeth. And telling the vile lizard to get away from here, the dragon literally threw him out, sharply turning his body and head. Immediately after he escaped from his path as the lizard prince, Denny used his powers and attacked the king with his fire barrage, which brought a positive result, as the jaws of the attacked head unclenched and released the wolf. But Denny was not going to stop there, already gathering energy to strike again, which was not long in coming, and was many times stronger than his previous attack on the monster. This time the target was the heads, which constrained the movements of his faithful monkey friend, and who also had to let go of their victim. Feeling a strong loss of strength from the use of his abilities, Denny told himself that he still needed to hold out while his friends were saved. Rushing into the attack, the young man shouted to his friends to save themselves while he detained this monster. Jumping up, the young man addressed his opponent that for his friends he would now tear him to pieces. Having reached the king's neck, he sank his teeth into it, but he did not remain in debt, where one of his heads dug into the dragon's body. Denny fully felt all the pain that followed from the bite of his opponent, where watching their friend bleed, the monkey and the wolf were seriously scared. But then one of the free heads of the Lizard King suddenly rose up and was clearly preparing to spew out another poisonous projectile. Releasing the lizard's neck and noticing this, Denny shouted for his friends to be careful. But realizing that they were greatly weakened and would not have time to leave the line of attack, the dragon took this blow upon himself. The rapid flow of this green poison literally demolished the huge dragon, driving its body into the ground. Gathering all her strength, the monkey rushed in the direction where her friend's body had stopped, leaving a wide furrow on the ground. Sitting down next to her, she called on the dragon to come to his senses and wake up, since the danger had not passed. But then the king of the lizards again said that today no one would leave here alive, where after these words, small lizards began to approach the monkey and Denny. Suddenly the wolf heard a familiar voice from above, saying that she did not think that they would be defeated so quickly. And so, hovering in the air, the bird addressed the king of the underground lizards that he should not expect mercy for the theft of her property. Immediately after which, she used her ability to control air masses, creating an incredible draft that uprooted all nearby trees. Turning to the Lizard King, she demanded that he return everything that he had stolen. At that same moment, the Archaeopteryx, called to her aid, began to attack the smaller lizards. The pterodactyls also did not remain indifferent, also suddenly appearing in front of the monkey and his friends, where they helped the dragon, the monkey, and the wolf leave this dangerous place, which promised them only death. The bird covered their retreat, directing the full power of the tornado it created at the Lizard King. Hiding behind the air masses, the bird approached the enemy, intending to attack him with its claws. But while one of his heads was busy fighting the bird, the other turned its attention to the fleeing former opponents. Distracting the bird's attention with one head, the second Monster King prepared to attack with a poisonous projectile, which he directed towards the retreating opponents with the help of pterodactyls. Raising her legs, the monkey was able to dodge this blow, which was taken by one of the flying lizards, where at that very second his body seemed to have lost all vitality and flew into the darkness of the jungle. The monkey, watching what was happening, stated that their affairs were bad since the dragon was wounded, and the king was firing aimed fire at them. Meanwhile, the bird continued its attack, where it sent a whole pile of stones at its opponent with streams of air. However, the Lizard King used his poison to repel this attack, but this bird attack was nothing more than a cover in order to organize a retreat, both their own and that of their assistants. And so all the Archaeopteryxes and pterodactyls left the targets they had previously attacked and flew away from the dangerous place. Well, the king of the lizards was not going to so easily let go of the bird that had interfered in his plans, sending his poisonous volley after it. But the bird sensed danger, turning around and a green projectile flying at it. Realizing that she would not be able to dodge this attack, the smart bird decided to do something differently. Having used her abilities, she simply turned into a human, decreasing in size and not allowing the attack to overtake her body. She had already begun to fall down when one of the Archaeopteryx suddenly appeared behind her, on whose back she successfully landed, avoiding injury from the fall. Having looked at how her subordinates carried away her new allies, the bird noticed that they needed to leave this lost swamp as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the heads of the king of the underground lizards, watching the retreating opponents, held a meeting, where the lizard noticed that for some reason this strange dragon did not die from their poisonous blow. But at the same time, now the king felt that he could feed on the life force of this creature. Ordering his sons and smaller lizards to hunt down this group of monsters, the king withdrew in order to better experience the new source of energy. It was already dawn outside, but the group that had retreated from the battlefield continued its long journey. Turning to the wolf, the bird asked where they should live now, since its entire territory had been captured by underground lizards, to which he said that now they could live in his domain. Then the monkey attracted the attention of the whole team, telling them to look at their friend the dragon. And when the bird asked what happened, the gorilla explained that its faithful friend had become significantly smaller in size. Waking up in the cave, Denny looked around, and then turned his attention to his own body. And when a huge shadow fell on him, he raised his eyes and looked at his approaching friends. He was simply shocked by the gigantic size that the bird and his monkey friend now possessed in comparison with him. Turning first to the wolf, Denny asked what happened to its size, which had increased significantly. The monkey answered his question, explaining that it was not they who became larger, but the dragon who became smaller. Not believing what was happening, the young man could not believe that all his progress in development and growth had been lost. Snips, who was summoned by him, explained that the owner of the system retained all the acquired skills, but the progress of physical growth was eliminated by some unfamiliar energy, where he would have to start from the beginning. And when asked about the source of this energy, the representative of the system replied that most likely it was the poison of the Lizard King, capable of absorbing energy, and the dragon remained alive only because that monster is capable of absorbing only the progress that was received by the young man in this world. Snips also mentioned that the king would also be able to appropriate all the progress received in the future. All this information did not make the dragon very happy, who noticed that this huge lizard was already strong, and now it seemed invincible to him. After which Denny decided that from now on, he needed to behave as carefully as possible, accumulate evolution points, grow hundreds of meters, and then deal with the king. At this time, the bird, noticing that the dragon was truly a special creature, asked who he was, since the king of the lizards himself could not kill him, but only make him smaller. To which Denny furiously declared that he was the future king of all monsters in this world, and therefore the bird needed to be more respectful with him. But the bird just grinned in response, saying that with such a tiny size, the dragon was definitely not fit for a king. But Denny did not let up, shouting that very soon he would again become a huge fire-breathing dragon. But, deciding to change the topic, the young man asked where they were now, to which his faithful friend the monkey explained that they were in a cave on the territory of the wolf. Looking around, the young man noticed that there were a lot of human weapons, which were laid out around the memorial monument. And the wolf explained that this was the grave of his teacher, who was a man, and owned all these weapons. Denny said that he had already guessed that his friend had previously lived with a man who taught him martial arts, but he did not understand how his teacher could use all these weapons. And then he explained that that man had the ability to move objects by force of will, where he could control any number of objects, and absolutely any size. Denny became interested in a man who had such incredible abilities, and he asked the wolf to tell him more. And the wolf said that he first met his teacher, who was hiding from his enemies and saved his life, more than 20 years ago. He taught him martial arts, but lacking the ability to telekinesis, the wolf could not understand the true essence of his skills. His teacher told him about the world in which he lived before, where almost everyone had some kind of incredible ability. He kept all his things in a special place, which became accessible when he used the spatial ring. The presence of such a wonderful artifact here pleased Denny, who immediately inquired about where it was now. And the wolf continued, saying that one day his master went to fight his enemy, who appeared on this island, and after the battle, in which the teacher won, he found him in extremely serious condition. It was beyond his power to save him, and the wolf buried the master in this cave, which he had been guarding for many years. Here a bird intervened in the conversation, stating that as the lizard spread, the wolf would very soon lose the ability to defend this place. In response, he demanded that the stupid bird shut up and not insult the memory of his teacher. But the bird said that the wolf had already opposed the king of the lizards, who would definitely not leave it that easily, and therefore she only just stated the inevitable. Denny again had to calm his friends down, calling on everyone to show respect, and asking the wolf if the lizards knew about this place, to which his friend replied that until today, not a single living creature on this island knew about this place. Delighted with this information, the young man noticed that their next task was to get as much food as possible, where, having heard such a statement, the bird and the wolf were indignant, calling on the dragon to understand the situation they found themselves in, and not to think about how to fill their belly. To which Denny explained that in order to regain his size, he would have to eat a lot of food. Very soon, almost the entire space in front of the entrance to the wolf's cave was littered with dead crocodiles and saber-toothed leopards, and the monkey sat among several fires and was preparing his favorite kebab. Noting that the wolf's assistants had hunted very well, the young man prepared to add his signature seasoning to the food. And now he was running from one carcass to another, generously sprinkling each of them with seasonings. Watching the dragon pass the piece to the wolf, the bird wondered why this meat smelled so delicious. Meanwhile, the monkey fed those who participated in catching their dinner today, and so the whole team sat and devoured the freshly prepared meat with great pleasure. Having eaten too much and falling on his back, Denny asked the system if there were any rewards for visiting the wolf's lair for the first time, to which Snips immediately appeared and reported that as a reward, the owner receives a special bite skill in the basic version, which didn't sit well with Denny, who noticed that the basic version didn't sound very good, and there was a hint of his short stature in this. But the system representative explained that under today's circumstances, this was the best he could offer, where for now the dragon would be able to use it on smaller creatures. In response, Denny noted that he was not going to bite the moles digging the ground. A few days later, the young man finally raised the possibility of the wolf being able to turn into a monster again, after which he acquired the skill of free transformation. And so, in full view of the bird, he began to eat the fruit of transformation given to him, which they obtained in the bone swamp. After which, Denny began to teach him to focus on his crystalline core, which the wolf must destroy in order to transform, warning that this difficult process could take him several days. But the wolf quickly mastered this skill, transforming into its other form in just a few seconds, which was extremely surprising for the young man, who in this part lagged behind all his friends. The bird, also observing the transformation, was amazed at what properties its fruit could have. Noting that the wolf problem had been resolved, the young man decided to pump himself up a little. Turning to the system, he asked to direct the 200,000 evolution points he had accumulated to his development, where, taking into account the rollback to the basic parameters, the young man hoped to grow to 20 meters. His rage knew no bounds when Snips reported to him that he had grown only 2 meters. But then a representative of the system explained that the loss of progress does not roll back the level of development itself, where now for further growth he needs the same number of points as it would take if he were more than 80 meters tall. With tears in his eyes, the young man stated that now it would take him a huge amount of time to regain at least his previous height. But suddenly his whole body was engulfed by some kind of green glow, under the influence of which he began to shrink before his eyes. Watching how even these insignificant couple of meters disappeared again, Denny did not understand what was happening, and Snips came to the conclusion that it was the king's poison that was still in effect, which apparently penetrated the dragon's body and was sucking out life energy. After which the young man voiced the very unhappy prospect of remaining such a kid forever. At the same time, the Lizard King felt a new surge of vital energy, which the dragon was able to obtain in just a few days. After which the monster said that now he knows the place where this unusual creature is hiding with his friends. Meanwhile, all of Denny's friends gathered around after witnessing his growth and shrinkage, where the bird voiced its guess that the poisonous mark left in their friend's body was sucking out the dragon's energy, where she concluded that he would be able to get energy by eating and growing, but the king's poison would take away all progress. And when the monkey asked the bird to help, it began to think about finding an antidote. A wolf intervened in her thoughts, asking if the bird had any idea where one could be found. But in response, she only shook her head negatively, making it clear that she did not know the answer to this question. But she immediately added that the only one who can know how to deal with this problem is Belian, who lives on the Mountain of the Sages. Denny, Hearing this name and the name of the place in the form of a mountain of sages, asked who it was. To which the bird replied that, according to legend, Belian had lived on this island for thousands of years and was regarded as something of a god of monsters. He does not go down the mountain and does not delve into the problems of life on the island, but if someone manages to get through the snow and cold, then he fulfills one of his wishes, for which he takes a high price. Noticing that all this reminded him of a children's fairy tale, Denny asked about the price of one desire, to which the bird replied that the payment for desire can only be what a creature values most, where examples were health, freedom, and even life itself. Waving it off, the young man said that all this definitely looked like some kind of deception. But then a monkey entered the conversation and confirmed that he had heard all this from his parents, and therefore they should definitely try it. The wolf also made his contribution, saying that the bird was not lying, since his teacher once came up to Belian. After listening to the arguments of his friends, Denny was convinced that, apparently, this Belian was the only one who could help him. Turning to the bird, the young man asked where the mountain was, and also whether its pterodactyls could carry them there. To which the bird replied that its subordinates could only carry them to the mountainside, since they would not be able to withstand the path further. But suddenly, the conversation between the friends was interrupted by the beginning of a strong vibration of the Earth's surface, where, a second later, the top layer began to crack and literally exploded from the inside right under the paws of several jackals. And when everything calmed down, the friends saw a huge hole that had formed not far from them, along which a whole army of underground lizards quickly rose to the surface. The young man wondered how these creatures were able to establish their location, and the only reasonable explanation that came to the young man's mind was that the king was able to track him by his mark. Meanwhile, following the army of lizards, one of the king's sons appeared, striking everyone with his impressive size. Both the lizards and the jackals standing opposite them were ready to rush at each other. The wolf took command, telling everyone to remain calm and stay close to him. And so he and his assistants suddenly rushed into the depths of his cave, which he had guarded for so long. Suddenly, before the eyes of friends, the earth literally came to life in yet another area in front of the cave. Watching what was happening, the young man came to the conclusion that now something large would appear from the bowels of the earth, where he prayed that it would not be the king of the lizards. His prayers were answered, but the next lizard prince who appeared on the surface was not much better than his father. Without having time to crawl to the surface, the huge fat underground lizard immediately began to spray its poisonous green fog around. And when two other princes joined him, Denny and his friends were able to appreciate his impressive size. While they stood thinking about what to do in this difficult situation, something flashed behind them in the cave, where a second later a wolf rushed past the dragon, clutching a huge sword in its teeth. He rushed through the army of lizards, deftly cutting them into small pieces with his new weapon. But then one of the lizard princes came to the defense of his relatives, rushing at the wolf that attacked them. Seeing how their friend and the lizard prince fought, the monkey invited Denny to join the fight too. And without waiting for his friend's answer, the gorilla quickly rushed to attack the fattest monster. Swinging, she delivered her blow, which, however, fell into the void that suddenly formed in front of her. From the side, Denny saw how his friend's opponent instantly moved and warned her that he was already behind her. But the monkey no longer had time to react, where the sharp claw of the Prince of Lizards hit her leg painfully. Then the young man shouted to the bird to use its abilities and dispel this green fog, where the bird did not need much persuasion, and it immediately rose into the air and began to carry out the assignment. And so, when the fog began to clear, Denny was finally able to see one of the main opponents, who commanded the suicide crabs. Without even thinking, the little dragon used his fire breath, directing it at the huge reptile. And despite Denny's size, the blow was powerful enough to throw the enemy back several meters. And while the lizard was trying to come to his senses, the young man was decisively approaching him with the goal of finishing off the evil creature. But when he got close, he decided not to use his fire breath. Instead, he began to bite the enemy. And for the first absorption of the Prince of Lizards, the system announced to the owner a new reward in the form of explosive fireballs, where he can control the explosion. Suddenly, he saw one of his opponent's claws begin to swell and emit a glow, which was completely incomprehensible to the young man, since he did not do anything that could lead to such consequences. However, it was no longer possible to retreat to a safe distance, as a second later, there was a strong explosion. Knocked aside by the blast, Danny sat up and wondered how badly the monster might be hurt. But then his attention was attracted by a wolf, who told the dragon and the others to leave while he covered them, to which Denny categorically objected, saying that he could not cope alone against three, and therefore they would continue on their way together. But the stubborn wolf said that he could not abandon the teacher's grave, and his friends would not have a chance if the king of the lizards came now. Meanwhile, the bird, having finished dispersing the fog, suddenly saw some sharp objects flying into it from the tunnel dug by the lizards. Moving to the side, she easily dodged several spikes aimed in her direction. Meanwhile, another lizard prince emerged from the tunnel, whom the system dubbed the Hand of the King. The young man could not believe that all this was now happening to him here, where it was a real invasion of lizards. The wolf used the appearance of a new enemy to put pressure on his friends and force them to leave the battlefield. Rushing into the attack, he said that he knew how to get out of here, repeating once again for his friends to leave quickly. There was nothing to be done, and Denny gave the command to his entire team to retreat, wishing his friend the wolf good luck. The dragon on the monkey's shoulder turned around, hearing some suspicious sound, and warned his friends that the right hand of the king had fired a shot of thorns, where this one was just in time and allowed his faithful friend to evade a deadly attack. Well, the young man decided to try out his new ability to spew controlled fireballs, where, having gathered his energy, he began to spit them out one by one, thus deciding to help his friend the wolf. Having reached the target, Denny's fireballs began to hit the bodies of his opponents and bounce off them to the sides, where very soon they gained enormous speed and literally filled the entire space around the monsters. And so, having waited for the right moment, the young man, without hiding his slight gloating, activated the charges with a snap of the fingers of his paw, where at the same second all the fireballs he released, which surrounded the monsters, exploded. It was truly a powerful explosion, which created a simply incredible effect, destroying hordes of small lizards. Even the initiator of this action himself was very surprised by how powerful the explosion was. Continuing to move away from the battlefield, the young man shouted to the wolf that he had helped him with everything he could at the moment, and hoped to see him soon. Meanwhile, the wolf himself, with another movement of his huge sword, managed to deprive one of the lizard princes of the limbs, after which he landed on all four paws near the defeated enemy. Looking around, the great warrior noticed that all his friends and his jackal assistants had managed to hide from danger. He then looked at the cave where his teacher's grave was, concluding that the Lizard King wanted them and not the old grave. And mentally apologizing to his teacher, the wolf left him, promising to return soon. But then a loud bang attracted the attention of the wolf, who sharply turned back, where all he could do was state how his master's grave was razed to the ground. Denny, making his way through the snow with his friends, only had time to scold nature for such an amount of precipitation. Meanwhile, the smart bird took on human form, not speaking particularly flatteringly about the dragon's mental abilities. Then Denny asked why she reincarnated instead of flying calmly to the top of the mountain, to which the girl explained that she definitely wouldn't fly in such a storm. But she couldn't walk in the snow, so she'd ride on a monkey. A minute later, a pterodactyl appeared above the friends' heads, apparently carrying out some errand for the bird. At her command, he placed a huge wicker basket in front of the monkey. Having looked at it, the young man asked what the bird was going to do with this object, where, jumping inside from the monkey's shoulder, the girl replied that with this she was going to enjoy the journey. And now she was already telling the dragon looking inside that he should join her, since it would be more convenient for the monkey, and they would get there faster. Not finding anything to counter this, the dragon climbed inside, where he was haunted by the thought that he felt like some kind of baby. And his faithful friend, throwing the basket behind her back, noticed that the bird had actually come up with a very good idea, because it was really more convenient. But then Denny heard a strong crunch under his paws, which made him wary. And a second later, the bottom of the basket, clearly not intended for transporting dragons, fell out, sending the friends who had settled in it into free flight. Climbing out of the snowdrift onto the dragon's head, the girl noticed that he should eat less, to which Denny said that he eats for the common good, and mentally concluded that although he cannot afford to grow now, he can accumulate a lot of evolution points. After which he called a representative of the system, asking him to find a basket in the store that would support him. And now Snips has already launched its product search system. The result was a lot called a basket for a small monster worth 10,000 evolution points. Hoping that this basket would support him, the young man agreed to complete the transaction. When the purchased goods suddenly materialized in front of his friends, the bird was very surprised, noticing that the dragon had its own secrets. And the dragon had already managed to climb inside, inviting his new feathered friend to join him. And so the monkey again threw the basket onto his shoulders, and the difficult path to the top continued, where Denny, peeking out from behind the back of his faithful companion, only had time to command the direction of her movement. The path was really difficult, where the monkey made his way forward step by step, through the storm and blizzard. And to the passengers in the basket, the journey no longer seemed so fun and carefree. But suddenly the monkey stopped, staring in surprise at what he saw in front of him, where she announced to her friends that there was no further road, since they were up against a sheer wall. But after examining the steep slope, the gorilla still decided to try to conquer it. Telling the friends in the basket to hold on tight, the monkey began to climb to the top. But suddenly, One of the stones under her foot made a sound that indicated that it was about to break, where indeed, the stone broke off and slipped out from under the monkey's foot, which immediately flew down. Urging her friends not to worry, she said she would solve the problem now. And now the gorilla has already grabbed onto one of the stone ledges of this impregnable rock. This helped her slow down and use her remaining limbs to finally stop her fall. And so, with new strength and perseverance, she began to climb again, setting herself the goal of climbing to the top at any cost, which she soon reached, where Denny thanked his girlfriend, promising her an excellent kebab upon her return. At the top, the friends saw a huge frozen lake, which was very impressive. And when the gorilla tried to stand on the surface of the ice, the bird noted that it was thick enough to walk through. And so, with slow, careful steps, the dragon's friend began to move forward. But suddenly both she and her companions noticed a huge silhouette located on the other side of the ice crust. Denny urged everyone to be extremely careful, as their possible opponent was truly huge. And then the monkey's leg felt a strong blow, which was inflicted by an unknown creature underwater. The young man also felt this vibration, calling on the monkey to hurry up, as the monster was obviously trying to break out. And so his girlfriend, with all her might, rushed away from the dangerous place right along the surface of the ice. And the one who was hiding under the water continued to strike one blow after another, trying to break out. And finally the ice could not stand it and shattered into pieces right under the feet of the running monkey. Having managed to get his bearings, the gorilla jumped and successfully landed on one of the ice floes. But the joy of victory was short-lived, since the underwater monster immediately struck the very ice floe on which the monkey was located. And now the whole company, having made several turns in the air, was already underwater, where Denny was finally able to see the one who caused them yet another trouble, where the system identified him as an ancient walrus, where the walrus, noticing the helpless state of its prey, rushed to attack. But the young man managed to warn his girlfriend about the approaching danger, and she dodged the blow. However, the cunning walrus, whose frontal attack failed, ended his maneuver by deftly whipping the monkey on the head with his heavy tail. Watching his friend spin around in the water after the impact, Denny asked how she was feeling, to which the girl in the monkey's body replied that she was fine, and the dragon would be better off helping the bird. After these words, Denny turned his attention to his second companion, who could neither swim nor breathe underwater. He immediately headed towards the girl, and at that time the enterprising walrus attacked the monkey. The young man told the monkey to hold on while he brought the bird to the surface, and grabbing the girl, the dragon quickly headed towards the surface of the water. But when he got closer, he unexpectedly discovered that the surface of the lake was already frozen. The first thing Denny tried was to swipe with his tail, after which he realized that he was too small to break through the ice. Then all that remained was the fiery breath, which could easily melt the frozen water. But when he tried to use it, the dragon discovered with horror that for some reason it did not work underwater. Realizing that the monkey also could not breathe underwater, something had to be done urgently, and so he quickly headed in the direction where the monkey was confronting their new enemy. He was already very close when his girlfriend was able to push this annoying creature away from her, and the walrus himself noticed that a new enemy was approaching him. However, possessing greater mobility and speed, Denny quite deftly made his way behind the enemy. And there, with maximum concentration, he finally managed to use his abilities to erupt flames. The volley was so strong that the walrus broke through the frozen ice with its huge carcass, where, through the resulting hole, friends were able to get to the surface and take a breath of fresh winter air. And their enemy was lying nearby, where he still could not recover from the dragon's attack. Looking at the walrus, the young man said that at the depths he might have had chances, but here he would definitely end. Having normalized his condition a little, the walrus watched in horror as a huge approaching shadow attacked him. Where the dragon and gorilla approached with anticipation, they noted what a wonderful dinner they would have today. But the dragon's rush to absorb this monster was suddenly interrupted by a slap from the bird, who said that every creature living here is connected with Belian, and it just cannot be absorbed. Well, the main dish itself, taking advantage of the situation, quickly disappeared underwater. Of course, the friends were not happy that they had to give up such glorious prey, but agreed to listen to the bird. Soon the dragon and the bird were again sitting in the basket, where, in response to Denny's dissatisfied statements, the girl explained that if you kill at least one creature living on the mountain, then you can forget about the meeting with Belian once and for all. And their friend the monkey, listening to the bird's moral teachings, continued to make her way through the snow. But then the storm suddenly ended, and a huge ice cave appeared before the eyes of the travelers. When the dragon asked if this was Belian's house, the girl replied that most likely yes. And just as they were about to approach, suddenly someone's voice ordered them to stay in place. Turning around, the friends saw a huge polar bear appearing in front of them, who, blocking the way, said that they could not go to the ruler and must leave. But a second later, A snowman also appeared next to him, who said that the monkey had in vain brought people here who did not belong here. The young man was quite surprised that the polar bear and the Bigfoot spoke to them in human language, but nevertheless they were just watchmen. But then a bird intervened in the conversation and asked to look at it carefully and say whether it looked like a human. And a second later, a huge bird appeared from the basket, which explained that it simply did not have the opportunity to move through the mountains in its usual form. But Bigfoot was not very convinced, where he said that people are people, and they are not allowed to set foot on sacred land. Meanwhile, the bear approached the dragon, asking if he was the same monster that attacked the walrus, to which the young man displeasedly stated that it was the walrus that first began to attack them, where he and his friends were only defending themselves. After which he turned to the snowman, remembering the words he had said that people were not allowed to come here, where immediately after this, remembering the words of the wolf, the dragon asked what a person with abilities was doing here in this case about 10 years ago, to which his interlocutor replied that it was before him, but now the order has changed, and therefore it is better for uninvited guests to hide away while everything is fine with them. But having made such a difficult journey, the friends were not going to back down, saying that they were ready for a good fight. At that moment, someone's voice coming from behind the guards ordered the visitors to be admitted, where these stern creatures immediately obeyed, making a low bow to the master. And now the snowman has already allowed them to enter, adding that in any case he is watching them. Walking past the guards, Denny noticed that this monster was definitely taking on too much. Having taken just a few steps, the friends found themselves in a spacious room, where in front of them, at a height of several meters, was a huge white lion. While the system was bringing information to the owner about the new creature, Belian asked the newcomers about the purpose of their visit. The bird began to speak, saying that her friend had suffered from the poison of the Lizard King, and she was asking for help. But Belian already knew how much this team had angered the main underground monster, and he said that the dragon had only decreased in size, but his life was not in danger. And while the lion spoke, he closely studied the new creature, the likes of which he had never met before. He instantly determined that in front of him was a real person, with some unprecedented energy flowing in his body. Finding the dragon very interesting, Belian asked the bird if it had decided to help its friend, where the bird's attitude was firm, and she said that the mark of the king remained in her friend's body, which needed to be removed. Well, Denny listened silently for now, not understanding why the lion was asking so many questions. But Belian agreed to help, where the young man immediately felt like some force lifted him into the air, and so he felt with his whole being how his body was getting rid of foreign influence, where, a second later, he returned to the ground and looked at his paws, not understanding whether it worked. Snips, whom he summoned, confirmed that there was no longer a poisonous substance in the host's body, which proved Belian's good intentions. Delighted, the young man immediately ordered to redirect 2 of the 3 million points he had collected to his development, where at the same second his body increased by several meters, which could not but rejoice. Leo was extremely surprised by such a sudden growth, wondering what kind of unknown force lay in his body. Watching his joyful friends, Belian found the union of a dragon with strange powers and a bird that accumulated power in its feathers very interesting. But having finished rejoicing, Denny thanked the one who saved him from the bad influence of the lizard's poison, to which Belian said that he needed to thank not him, but his friend the bird, thanks to which the healing became possible. Turning to the girl in the body of a bird, the young man expressed his gratitude to her. But at the same moment he wondered why the lion told him to thank the bird, and only now he remembered their recent conversation about how a high price must be paid to fulfill a wish. Turning again to his friend, the young man asked what she gave in return for his healing, where Belian answered the question, saying that for all monsters here the price is the same, where this is their source of life. This was a real shock for the young man, because in fact the bird paid with its life. Turning to the lion, Denny asked what would happen to her when she gave him up, whether she would shrink like him. But Belian disappointed him, saying that she did not have the powers of a dragon, and therefore without this source, she would quickly grow old and die. Hearing this, the young man shouted that he was categorically against such an outcome. Turning to his friend, he began to scold her for her rash decision, where she replied that she herself decided what to do with the source of life, and that she would not die soon, but would simply become a little older. But Denny was not going to back down. He asked the lion to cancel the deal, since he must also pay for the favor shown to him. But Belian shook his head, saying that the dragon was actually a human, and a monster would never make a deal with a human. Surprised by the awareness of this lion, the young man said that he had long ceased to be a man. Only now did the bird confirm its suspicions that the dragon was indeed a real person. Meanwhile, the young man continued, saying that he had no right to sacrifice the life of a friend for his own good, and asked the lion to reconsider his decision. After listening to everything the little dragon just said, Belian exhaled heavily, after which he said that both friends were ready to sacrifice themselves, and the monkey, not sparing itself, dragged them here, and therefore he agreed to cancel the deal with the bird. Delighted, Denny asked the lion to accept his source of life energy as payment, where the bird insisted that the dragon had lost his mind and asked Belian not to listen to him. But then the owner of the mountain said that if his friends passed his test, he would not charge them anything for fulfilling their wish. The whole trio was shocked by such a statement that no one expected to hear, and the lion, having descended, already invited them to follow him to the beginning of the test. Very soon, accompanied by Belian, the whole company again found itself on the very lake where they encountered the walrus. Not very happy about this circumstance, Denny asked why they had come to this unpleasant place. Understanding the fears of his friends, the lion said that there was no need to worry about the walrus anymore, since he would not hurt anyone. After which Belian added that since the dragon is a man, he prepared a test for him from the human world, where Denny and his team must play against him in a human game, hockey. The dragon was amazed at the lion's awareness, making sure that he had definitely been in the human world, and his friends could not understand what he was talking about. Belian himself, turning to face the expanses of the frozen lake, said that he knew absolutely everything. He immediately materialized a huge hockey box, saying that monsters do not need to follow human rules of the game, and they can also use their special skills to achieve victory. There is only one rule in all this. When you gather to play in the guise of monsters, play only in this guise. The task is as simple as possible, where the team that scores the most goals is declared the winner. And when the puck appeared in front of the young man, he did not understand how it was possible to hit such a small object. To which Belian replied that since this is a test, it should present a certain difficulty. There was nothing to do, and Denny agreed to play, asking who would play on the lion team, suggesting that there was no one else except the bear and the Bigfoot. But the lion sharply objected, saying that the game would not be 3 against 3, but 2 against 2. After which he, pointing to the monkey, ordered that she would play on his team against the dragon and the bird, and he immediately invited his partner to the corresponding half of the playing field. Standing next to his friend, the monkey did not know what to say about what was happening. But Denny made her task easier, saying that everything was fine, and she could calmly play for the lion, noting to himself that having his own man on the enemy team would only benefit him. And now the saddened gorilla has already approached his companion in today's game, which was unprecedented for her, where the lion immediately whispered in her ear that her task was to block the bird, and if she starts helping her own people and gives in, then the deal is over. This greatly angered the gorilla, but Belian explained that if she refuses, the deal is cancelled immediately, and so she expressed her consent to play fairly against her own people, after which the lion announced the start of the game. At the same time, he himself headed somewhere, where the dragon asked why he was leaving the field, to which his interlocutor explained that with his participation, it would be a game against babies, and therefore he asked someone to play for him. At the same moment, a human silhouette appeared in the air, asking if she was late for the game, and when the sweet, fragile girl found herself on the ice, the lion noticed that compared to her, the huge monsters had a significant advantage. Noticing that this girl is as tall as his friend the wolf, who is at least 2 meters, Denny said that in this case, she does not seem fragile at all. In response, the girl asked in a thin voice that the dragon would not be so rude to her, but the puck was already on the center line, and all the players were preparing for the start of this confrontation. And as soon as Belian announced the beginning, the girl who had seemed defenseless before suddenly changed dramatically. Having knocked the puck in the direction she needed with a deft movement of her stick, she quickly rushed towards the goal of the opposing team. Trying to quickly turn around and keep up with the rather agile girl, Denny slipped and stretched out on the ice. He had no choice but to ask his bird friend to stop his opponent's advance, where she immediately rushed towards the girl through the air. But suddenly a strong grip on one of the hind legs stopped the bird's movement towards its intended target, where, under the influence of the monkey's strength, the bird buried its beak in the hard surface of the ice. And the monkey's partner wasted no time and was already approaching the goal of the team playing against her. There was no one to stop her, and Bale's protege easily put the first puck into the goal. The bird was extremely dissatisfied with how the monkey behaved, asking whose side it was on, where the gorilla had nothing to say in response. But the game had just begun, and now the dragon was again standing in the center of the playing field opposite his quick rival. This time he prepared his tail as a club, but the girl was still faster, where, having again knocked the puck in the right direction, she again rushed towards the goal of the opposing team, where, turning to the dragon, she shouted for this slow creature to finally try to play, and not stand on the ice. And as soon as Denny rushed after him, he suddenly felt again that he was losing his balance, and fell. So the girl playing against him scored the second goal, and soon after that she scored the third. The fourth and fifth goals for her team came from long-range shots on goal. Once again, having taken possession of the puck and heading towards the goal, the girl made sarcastic remarks, saying that the dragon should soon be able to catch up with her. And then her path was blocked by a bird, which did not need to skate on the ice due to its wings, where she blocked the girl's shot and the puck flew in the opposite direction, and Denny praised his teammate. At that same second, the young man rushed towards the opposing team's goal, intending to finally change the score. Matching the bird's thrown puck, he shouted that it was time to get even, after which he struck the tiny object with incredible force with his tail, after which the puck quickly soared into the air, emitting an eerie whistle of cutting air, and disappeared into the atmosphere. After which, the dragon received another slap from the bird, who accused him of missing a good chance to score a goal. Rubbing the bruised area, Denny said that rarely does anyone succeed the first time, but he will definitely score the next time. And finally, he won the next puck draw, which couldn't help but please. Having become accustomed to running on the ice with the help of his claws on his paws, the young man quickly rushed towards the puck, where his opponent was not far behind. The bird belayed him from behind, and the young man told her to get ready to receive the serve. With another blow of his tail, the young man sent the puck towards his playing partner. Being not on the ice, but in the air, the bird was quite easily able to receive the serve, stopping the puck with one of its paws. And then she noticed how their monkey friend, who today played on the opposing team, rushed to attack. Having cursed the macaque, the bird at the same time noticed that it easily predicted its movements and attacks. And after she dodged the monkey, the bird sent the puck towards the opponent's goal. The dragon was nearby, and realized that this was his new chance to finally begin to win back. Swiftly rushing towards victory, he did not notice how his opponent's stick ended up at his foot, which stopped his attack on the goal, where instead of the puck, the dragon itself rolled across the ice, where having rolled on his stomach on the ice for several meters, he stopped with his head fitting into the goal. Turning to Belian, who was acting as a judge, Denny complained that the girl had played against the rules by hitting him in the leg with a stick. In response, the White Lion reminded that they have only one rule, to play in the form in which they ended up on the ice, and therefore there is no violation. After which the dragon could only be angry with his rival, who did not hesitate to show him her tongue. Meanwhile, the girl turned to her partner, the monkey, noting that she was strong and fast, but did not know how to use it. Using herself as an example, she said that she moves so freely not because she knows how to ride and balance. The secret lies in simply learning to really control your body well. The monkey was amazed that this strange girl was trying to teach her something new. Deciding that she wanted to become worthy of her friends, the monkey began to use this game as training. And so the nimble girl with a stick once again rushed to the gate, the dragon team, where a monkey belayed her from behind. The gorilla tried his best to learn to control his body so that he could easily maintain his balance on the ice. But not everything worked out the first time, where she fell with all her might onto a slippery surface. At that same second, the bird pursuing them through the air began to overtake her, who, turning around, sarcastically noted that the gorilla deserved this fall for helping their enemy. But the monkey decided not to pay attention to this, remaining calm and striving to become better. It was very difficult, but she forced herself to concentrate in order to finally find her center of gravity. And so she gradually began to slide, feeling exactly how she needed to work with her whole body. Meanwhile, the dragon was able to catch his opponent, knocking the puck away from her, where the pass was passed to the bird, behind which the monkey had already begun its actions. But this time, the gorilla did not succeed with the attack, where the bird simply rose a little higher into the air. However, contrary to expectations, the monkey did not stretch out on the ice, but performed several acrobatic elements, where, in front of the amazed eyes, the bird calmly landed on its feet. When she felt herself standing on her feet, the monkey's joy that everything worked out simply knew no bounds. The bird was amazed that in such a short period of time the gorilla suddenly became so agile. Then the girl in the body of a monkey noticed that the puck was lying right in front of her feet. No one bothered her, and she calmly sank down with a snap of her fingers, directing the round ball into the gate, after which her partner was in seventh heaven, and the dragon and the bird were finally convinced that the monkey had betrayed them. The monkey itself, very pleased with its success, asked its friend for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Denny thought about why the monkey would suddenly start helping the enemy team, where he guessed that Belian could have played some role here, intimidating the naive girl. Angry at this smug lion, who not only did not care about all the rules of the game, but also intimidated his girlfriend, the young man decided that he would definitely take revenge. And so the game once again continued, where for the umpteenth time the young man tried to take the puck away from a very efficient girl. The young man tried to use his old trick involving the tail, shouting to his rival that she had fallen for him again. But the girl shouted that she saw all the maneuvers of her opponent even before they began, and deftly avoided the blow. after which an even more devilish smile appeared on the young man's face, indicating that his secret plan was a success, where he had no intention of hitting the girl with his tail or taking the puck, but took advantage of the fact that she jumped, delivering a blow with his shoulder. Not expecting such a sharp turn of events not in her favor, the dragon's opponent fell onto the ice, where she immediately began to shed bitter tears, complaining to Belian that the nasty dragon had hit her. And Denny, very pleased with himself, noticed that he had finally realized the essence and meaning of this game. But then the offended girl stood up, saying that the dragon himself forced her to take the following actions. At that same second, the dragon's opponent multiplied and ordered her clones to take revenge on the arrogant enemy. Everyone, including the girl's monkey partner, was shocked by this sudden turn of events. And again Denny called for justice, noting that the game should be 2-on-2, and Belian's protege is breaking the rules by calling for help, where one of her clones also has a huge sledgehammer for some reason. But the judge explained that self-copying is a skill of this girl, the use of which is not prohibited in this game. Having finally heard that skills could be used, Denny displeasedly told the opposing team that he had something to surprise them with, after which he turned to his playing partner, telling her to knock these smug girls out of their place. Immediately fulfilling the request, the dragon's friend began to use her power, controlling air currents and knocking down the enemy. And then in the air it became noticeable how one of the copies simply dissolved, as if it was melting. And then one of the girls literally disappeared from view in front of the surprised young man. And when the snowstorm subsided a little, he saw what was left of it lying not far from him. Moving forward, Denny no longer doubted that copies of this mischievous girl were made of snow. Having counted all the defeated clones of the enemy team, the young man noticed that the one with the sledgehammer was missing among them. Where this enterprising copy, not very different in character from its original, has already approached the dragon from behind. Where a young man's eyes almost rolled out of his head when a sledgehammer landed on his head. Immediately, the other two team members knocked their opponent down with deft movements of their sticks. Well, the original and captain of this team was already approaching the gate, where, having sent another puck at them, she loudly noted that after another goal the score was 10-0. The young man, furious with everything that was happening, rose to his feet and shouted loudly that such a game was completely unfair, and he was expressing his protest. He was already screaming at the smug lion to take back his healing, where he would rather suffer from the poison in his body than fall for his words again when the monkey tried to stop his impulses. Belian just laughed in response, again saying that tests are never easy, but he is ready to meet them halfway and consider it passed if the dragon team can score at least one goal. Sarcastically saying that the lion is incredibly generous, Denny nevertheless agreed to the new conditions, and so the teams stood opposite each other, where before this the young man took a time out in order to discuss the tactics of the game with his partner. This time, he did not use his limbs to play the puck, but simply launched one of his fireballs at the puck, which turned out to be much faster than his opponent's stick swing, where the girl could only watch the puck flying past her with a dissatisfied look. Well, Denny didn't hesitate at all and already rushed after the puck, pushing his opponents aside. But the girl said that the dragon's use of his insignificant skills would not help him at all. Meanwhile, copies of her had already begun to catch up with the young man, surrounding him on all sides, where they used their sticks not to try to take the puck, but to hit the dragon in the head. And as soon as he said that, even though they were girls, they would see no mercy from him, the same huge sledgehammer hit him in the stomach. After which the young man himself, like a puck, rolled across the ice in the opposite direction. Well, all those attacking him immediately rushed after the puck that had rolled towards their team's goal. Gritting through his teeth that he was about to fry them all, Denny gathered the energy to use his fiery volley, where he delivered his mighty blow, using a column of fire like the blade of a longsword, as he had once done, where at that same second all the copies turned into water and steam, and their creator began to call for help, loudly noting that she was burning. The dragon only grinned sarcastically, saying that he had found the real opponent among the spears. But she did not grieve for long, immediately smiling and saying that no tricks would help the dragon win. But the young man suddenly jumped high into the air, shouting that the girl should not be so confident in herself. And so he again used his fire breath, where a pillar of fire flew somewhere to the side, at which his opponent only laughed, saying that the dragon needed to correct his eye. But then his partner appeared above the young man, where, according to the developed tactics, he grabbed her legs. And when he was in the air, he told the girl that he had not even thought of aiming directly at her, where the last one could only watch as her opponent melted the ice around her. And when the circle was outlined, the piece of ice that became free immediately began to turn over. And so his opponents found themselves in the water, and the dragon successfully landed next to the puck. And so he began his victorious dash towards the enemy team's goal, skirting the ice hole. But then his peripheral vision caught that something strange was starting to happen on the playing field, where, having looked around, the young man was amazed at the enormous strength this girl had, who began to melt the ice from somewhere under the water. But he continued to rush forward along the cracking ice, pushing the puck with his massive tail. Already feeling the hard surface disappearing from under his paws, Denny assessed the distance and took good aim. Falling through the ice into the water, he managed to give a good push to the puck in front of him. And in order to make the most of this last chance, the young man sent one of his fireballs at her, which, hitting the target exactly, gave the puck significant acceleration. And so, quickly flying the remaining meters, the puck, for the first time in today's game, hit the goal of the dragon's opponents. While in the water, the bird and the dragon were overjoyed as their tactics brought good results. And while they were congratulating each other on this small but difficult victory, their opponent appeared from the water. Once again finding herself on a hard surface, the girl grunted with displeasure. After which the water in the lake instantly turned into ice, hindering the movements of friends who did not understand what was happening. And so, looking at the immobilized opponents, she said that there was nothing to be proud of the only goal she scored, since she scored as many as 10. And then the organizer of the competition intervened in this conversation, who noted that his today's guests amazed him with their teamwork. Touching the ice, which immediately began to melt, the lion said that he would keep his word, since the conditions were fulfilled, which could not but please the friends who were freed from these icy shackles. And while they were climbing onto one of the ice floes, Belian said that the terms of the deal remained the same, where he would fulfill their wishes and would not take anything in return. The monkey and the bird then respectfully thanked the great white lion with utmost respect. The competition judge also apologized to the monkey for forcing it to play against his own. And so he sent the monkey a certain luminous object, saying that this was a reward for playing on his team. When the small ball was in her hand, the monkey was very surprised at how warm it was, as if it warmed the very soul. In response, Belian explained that it could not be otherwise, since he gave her the source of life of her parents. Surprised that her parents were here, the girl in the body of a monkey asked to tell what they asked the lion to do. There was nothing to hide here, and therefore Belian said that the parents asked for a calm and happy life for their daughter. After which he added that the monkey must let this source of life into its body, which will make it much stronger. And so she did what Belian had just told her, after which her body increased in size, and the monkey felt a new, unprecedented strength in itself. Having looked at how his girlfriend had evolved, the young man could not help but rejoice at such progress. The monkey thanked the lion, and he dismissed his friends, saying that they got what they came for, and therefore they can go down. And now the bird and the monkey were ready to move out. But Denny was clearly in no hurry, thinking deeply about something. Where suddenly he turned to Belian, inviting him to become part of their friendly team to save the island. And while he was talking about how the actions of underground lizards threaten all living things, the bird and monkey could not believe that their friend had decided to do such a thing. And so the bird gave the little dragon another slap, saying that he had no right to ask the deity to come down to fight some lizard. But Danny sincerely did not understand why the lion could not go with them, because if he positions himself as the supreme ruler, then it is in his interests to stop the Lizard King. To which Belian explained that he was already too old, and even if everyone who was now standing in front of him gave up their sources of life, he would not have enough strength to descend and ascend. However, he is ready to provide assistance to such a friendly team, sending his loyal subject Ilaria with them instead of himself. Having finally learned her name, the dragon said that such a baby was unlikely to help them, to which the girl replied that apparently he had already forgotten their game. And Denny's friends immediately began to claim that this girl, who had performed well in the game and could clone, could become a useful ally. Belian, meanwhile, gave Ilaria his source of life, saying that this would significantly increase her strength, after which the bird unexpectedly bowed, expressing words of gratitude for such attention shown to the saviors of the island. After which she leaned towards Denny, telling him to express gratitude to the great Belian, which he did, also saying that their new companion was not at all useless. And now they were already on their way back, where another person was added to the monkey's basket, demanding to quickly deliver it to the king of the lizards. Not sharing Ilaria's vain zeal, Denny noticed that there was nowhere to rush, since they did not have enough strength to fight. Then the girl offered to help the monkey with the descent, where she assumed that her new friend knew a shortcut. But this was not a short road, but an advanced means of descent, which appeared under the monkey's feet with a snap of his fingers, and is called a snowboard in the Denny world. And so the gorilla began to master the skills of high-speed descent on snowy slopes on a board, where everyone who was in the basket was horrified by the breakneck speed, except for the creator of the snowboard herself, who clearly liked such speed. Having learned to deftly maneuver between the trees, the monkey, entering a denser forest, suddenly realized that it did not know at all how to stop.